You see what it did with that wick? It like cleared the level we wanted and then went about, you know, just kept going about its bullish run. And in my opinion here, we're trying to build sell-side liquidity to continue to move. It's a little risky though. That's why we had our target, because in case we're wrong, you wanted to at least have some money for the move. But it is bullish, even though it's showing some weakness. For the most part, we're still bullish here, right? That next move out should get you your target too, which would be 75 cents. A nice chart. I like the way it moves. I like the way she moves. Let me pull, hold on, let me see, because we got to pull a new visible range here. Yeah, it's still in the same spot. Yeah, so as long as we hold that value area high, right? You see, we came down, broke the value area high, came back, retested it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It looks pretty solid. As long as that doesn't break, target 2 is almost a given. Anything you wanted to ask about it specifically, Timothy? Or did that cover it? If I remember correctly, you're long here. We can get you an invite, Israel. Give me a second. Mike, unless you got it handy, I'll grab it. No problem, Timothy. Thanks for the support, brother. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you. Hey, where did my other Bitcoin chart go? Bitcoin. Oh, here it is. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. Ranch Duel. Now, the best TA I can give you for all of your alts is we want Bitcoin to make this move here and get a nice little pump, nice little Saturday pump from the alts as long as dominance keeps going down. And we look like we're putting in a little bearish channel here. If this breaks down and Bitcoin goes up, we'll have a nice little run on some alts. Yeah, I can't speak to the fundamentals, King Store, but the chart looks good, at least for one last move to 75. After that, we'd have to reevaluate. One thing about me is that yeah, I don't fall in love with these projects.
Yeah, once you start turning your profile picture to the project, that's when you know they got you.
Yeah. One thing I could tell all the meme coin communities out there, because I know you guys come in the channel to talk about the coin and all that, but the real way to make that coin successful is just don't cheat it. You really believe in it, and that you're really trying to make this thing, don't cheat every green candle. Because the one thing traders like us look for is a sustainable price. Right? Once we start see people acting a little weird on charts, we're gone. We're out of there. So it's not we're not gonna fall in love with the narrative of it. It's the price action we're after, really. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that Galactic. Somebody was dropping their seed phrase or something. They're all in the comments, bro. If you go in the comments of all the lives, it's just pure scammers, guys. Just avoid the comments on the live. If you want to go in there and leave a comment just for the algorithm, cool. But don't read any of that other shit in there because it's pure scammers. I delete them and they come back. I ban them and they come back with like 12 different accounts. So luckily the Discord is nice and clean, but YouTube chat is, yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. You go on there any crypto videos and it's just pure scams. Let's go, baby. Green vector through this 200 EMA and then come back for the retest. The sad thing is that it seems like shitty tactics to us, but the reason they use the same tactics over and over is because it works, unfortunately. Right? They do it 1,000 times, it works 10 times. That's enough for them. Yeah, the problem is that that's the whole trick of that plot. The whole trick of that plot is to make the scammer look like they don't know what they're doing. Right? They're giving you this seed phrase. The problem is once you go and start trying to interact with that wallet, then you come into your issues. It's a confidence scam, right? They set it up to make you think this person is so stupid that they're willing to drop their seed phrase in a YouTube chat. I got to help this guy, poor guy. And then before you know it, they'll be asking you to do something that doesn't seem dangerous. And it definitely doesn't seem like you need to worry because this guy knows nothing about crypto. He's dropping his seed phrase. You're just trying to help somebody because you feel bad. And then boom, shit's gone. It's usually something simple. Like I've got some Ethereum trapped and I don't have enough gas money. If you could send me some gas, I'll pay you this and that. But sometimes it gets more complex than that. Chris with the super chat. Yeah, I got you, brother. I'll look at tell. Give me 1 second.
This whole thing and
finance. And then you've got PayFi solutions, which bring them together with the existing world, all these different financial solutions.
Okay, so there's a lot going on basically on that blockchain. So could you just name a couple, talk about a couple of companies? You don't need to say the names, just to say, and say what they're doing. So like a gaming company, how they're moving from traditional Web 2, say, to Web 3, and what that means for like the end user, the gamer.
Haven't seen a tweezer top that clean in a long time. Let me get another chart. I don't like this chart. Yeah, see? All right, here we go. Let's go to perp. Pretty clean retest to that break. Very clean, actually. You could flag out here for a further move. Kind of what it looks like it wants to do. Let me see if we got. Nope, we don't. You want to watch that. If it breaks out, which it probably will, it's going to have to test that supply. Let me go on 5 minutes. I got you, Dragos. Give me a second. Ugh. You said you're looking for re-entry here, but this move might not be done just yet. So supplies at 0.005. If that doesn't hold, then maybe you can get the retracement that you're looking for. But if this thing goes right now and pops, that's what you'd be looking at. So you really want to watch how you react to this supply here. Price pops up, tests the supply and rejects, and comes back down and holds, then that's going to be your confirmation of that break, right? You could be seeing something like that. So I know you're hoping for re-entry lower, but if you're talking about maybe not missing this move, I would wait for confirmation. I would not chase this. That supply right there is, you got to prove that you can get past that. Now, if this breaks, which is I think the retracement you were looking for, if we come down to the bottom of this range and we break this, I'm sorry, we come down to the bottom of the range and we break the support, then you're looking at this vector reclamation, right? See what I'm talking about, Chris? So you might have to wait on the sidelines a little bit here. You know, the last thing you want to see this thing doing is breaking a local high when you're looking for a retracement, though. Remember that this whole move up here has been, you see this pink vector that we left? Right, that was the vector gap that was sitting there before. That you've come up and cleared. There's a little bit left. So you've got to see if when this vector runs out and there's no more gas, will there be enough FOMO to get above that supply? Or is this just going to fall apart? You know, create like a M pattern or something? No problem, brother. Dragos, want to look at GM? Oh, you're saying good morning. Poll, I got you. Yeah, I haven't looked at poll actually for a while. Let's see. This thing's been suppressed for so long, man. I don't know. Okay, what I can't do is look at it on this chart. Ugh. All right, yeah, I need some history. I can't. That poll chart kills me. Polygon Tether on Coinbase still seems to have all the history, and it's still catching up to date. Well, a longer history, I should say, than most of the other ones. I hate when they do that. Like, if anything, they should draw a line on the chart and be like, this is when it rebranded to whatever. But, you know, put one of these little things down here, little informative things. Well, I don't like that we're still below the 50 and the 200 on a daily. That's an issue. I don't like that we have this wick here also. That's an issue. I'm pretty sure is a, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a vector. Yeah. Hold on. Instead of just drawing them, let me make this easier for myself. God, I hate this chart. Ignore that. Don't go to that chart. All right, we're gonna have to go to poll. This is annoying as shit. It's really similar to what Bitcoin is doing, right? As far as kind of getting trapped for the weekend. Give me a second. I'm just catching up on the time frames because I haven't looked at this chart for a second. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we did here. Came back, handled that. That's good. At least this is out of the way because that was an issue. The problem now is this wick. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of appetite to keep pushing up. We had our stopping volume candle already kind of got invalidated, right? You've got body closes underneath that stopping volume candle, rejections off the EMAs on a daily, and your vector gap sitting down at like 38. It's going to take Bitcoin and dominance to cooperate here to keep price from coming down, in my opinion, to that 3.8 level. At the very least, it revisits this demand at 4.1. Already one attempt to get over. It's decent support. Yeah, I think I like that play. So, support resistance here on the 4-hour. Oh my God, D block. Here we go. SR flip on the 4-hour. We did hit it, like I said, right? That's a good thing that it held and it had that sort of reaction. That means that there was plenty of orders there at that SR flip. The problem is how fast we pulled off from those levels, right? Which means you've got standing orders, you've got a bunch of liquidity down here. Let's see what we got for liquidations. Come on, give me my levels. All right. Yeah, I mean, the amount of liquidity above and below this demand, I think is enough for it to break that demand. It's more than enough to absorb that demand if price does head in that direction. So we're looking at one more rejection here off of the 50, and it's probably going to send below demand. So I would expect it to fill our wick here, our vector gap that's sitting in this wick. Good news is it can do that and still hold support. You get what I'm saying? But just be aware that we are putting in a decent sort of W structure on higher time frames, right? So as long as it's a higher low here, meaning let's say it comes down and it clears that much of it, right, that would be a decent higher low spring off for your W. Right? If you're gonna future trip a little bit and see, okay, what are our possibilities if that does happen? And then your measured move from that would take you to, yeah, through these liquidations, 70 cents basically. But I think we need another double dip here. So this is what I'll be waiting for, actually. I'm going to be watching this too. Because I think Pole's going to be one of those hated rallies, bro. I just hope it doesn't take retail forever to realize that it's Matic. Because that's going to be an issue for us. If that breaks, just to be clear, if that support doesn't hold, then there's plenty of liquidations down here to gas it. So we know where your invalidation should be. You don't want to just blindly DCA into this thing. Yeah. No problem, Dragos. Now we can avoid all of that spookiness if we can just get Bitcoin to cooperate here. You know? Bitcoin dominance to break out of its little bear flag. And we need Bitcoin to come up and just grab these vectors for us. Remember what we talk about when it comes to the psychological range, right? The only thing that's got me worried that we didn't make this move already is that we're starting to calculate our psychological ranges now. So from 4 until, I believe, 10, if I'm not mistaken, it'll give us our high and our low for Saturday. The problem is that usually the psychological range encapsulates the CME close, right? So your psychological range is usually inside of your weekend trap. We're kind of above it now. So if we are going to make this move up, we'd have to make the move down below CME gap before the psychological ranges finish calculating. That makes any sense, right? That way our psychological range would be up here somewhere and our psychological low would be underneath CME gap. Doesn't always work that way. Sometimes it's really close to the weekend trap and it doesn't, but market maker tries to have those psychological ranges within CME because the psychological range becomes mean reversion for the rest of the week. So right now, there's not a whole hell of a lot to do, but just let this calculate, find out where our range is going to be, and see if maybe we get a nice push through that vector while we're doing it. Yeah, I'll look at XLM. And then I need a second to order some Uber Eats because I'm starving. XLM. XLM, or how I like to call it, my XRP. Still not at its measured move for that M pattern that we put up there. That's the clearing of this vector down to 26. I like the way it was holding. I'm a little worried now because we're showing some weakness, right? Very similar to what we were just talking about. We made those wicks, but we didn't put enough distance away from them. So now we're hovering right above that wick with this imbalance sitting there. This demand holds, then maybe we could talk about a double bottom scenario. Maybe it stops a little higher. You can talk about a little W scenario. But if that doesn't hold, we're going to come clear the rest of this measured move, in my opinion. We need a momentum shift here on XLM pretty badly. Very similar to what we were just looking at. Sitting on support, enough liquidations to absorb the demand, and a vector gap underneath. See how similar that is to Matic? And it's crazy because one severely outperformed the other one, but just on lower time frames. You do at least have momentum shift on a 30-minute, right? But you'd have to hold this. You want to hold this 50. There's not really a lot in the way of vectors to give you gas on the way up. You got some gas from liquidations, but probably not enough to break that 200. Yeah, this is a wait and see for me. Where I would want to get in. Hold on. Let me go to a higher time frame real quick. So this is our major sort of vector zone here for when we broke out. Right? On the weekly, this is just going to be a green vector. Actually, let's check. Yeah. So on the weekly, that's just a green vector. So what I want to do is I'll take a fib from when we broke the 50. And then I'll find my 50% mark. That's where I'd be more comfortable picking up my XLM. Not that we get it, right? Might not get it. But this SR flip right here is kind of what I'd be shooting for. I'm sprinkling in personally what I'm doing with my play on XLM is I've got a grid set up underneath the 50. So as soon as this thing breaks from the 50 down to about 24, I'm gridded up dynamically. Meaning like if I put in 1 here, I put in 2 here, I put in 4 here, I put in 8 here, I put in 16 here, I put in 32 here, I put in 64 here. Yeah. If that doesn't hold, right, at that point, the 200 will be coming up. So the 200 will be moving up. At that point, if that doesn't hold and it doesn't hold the 200 and it doesn't hold this support, then I don't want anything to do with this until we figure out what's going on. Something went horribly wrong at that point, honestly. I don't expect that at all. But I think picking up anywhere underneath 30, from 30 to like low 20s, is a good target. And then what we'd watch for like an invalidation for that, right? Just to make sure we're covered on all angles here. Invalidation comes that when we're able to get above this uptrend and hold it. Right? We can get above the 50, we can get above the 200, we can get above this downtrend and hold. Then we can stop looking at some of these lower numbers, in my opinion. At that point, you'd be playing breakout. Right? Yeah, reads the emojis too. Thanks for the super chat, 11. Jesus coin, huh? All right. Let's take a look at old Jesus. I'm guessing I got to go to deck screener for this. And you're going to have to tell me which Jesus it is. On ETH? What's your market cap right now? Just so I know I'm looking at the right one. Or what's the price? Damn, what if it's the wrong? You don't want to piss off the wrong Jesus. You like have to pick up one on ETH, Sol, and Pulse just to make sure. I'm kidding, by the way. Yeah, I need to know which one it is. 11. Just give me the current price. It's either got 7 zeros, 3 zeros, or 8 zeros in front of it. All right, well, get back to me and I'll pull it up. I think you can hide it on all of them. Just go full screen. Yeah, I'm on Edge right now. And you click there. You click there. Gone. I really shouldn't be on Edge. I'm on Edge just out of laziness right now. I feel you though, Crispy. That shit annoys the hell out of me, bro. I can't have all those toolbars and everything just like. And it looks like shit on stream too. $11, if you're there, we're still trying to figure out what Jesus coin it is. If you got a price for me, I don't want to disrespect your super chat by not answering your question. Yeah, they should have something similar. Now you're talking my language. Rocket ship. Rocket, rocket, rocket. I'm a little worried that it has to cool off though. It's been a fun ride, I'm not gonna lie. This AI XBT trade has been a lot of fun. I don't have it charted on here. I've got it on Dex Screener. But I mean just clean mover. Super on narrative. Beautiful thing. But it needs to calm down. It needs to calm down before she makes this move, in my opinion. Looking for one more expanse, and then I'm looking for it to pull back. Pull back to this SR flip. I haven't taken all my profits yet. My initial's out already. But I'm slowly peeling profits into the pump, and I really want to DCA back into this thing down here. When we come for our 50 retest. That's my plan anyways. I do still have some in the trade though, so if it goes and it makes this move now, cool. I'll be happy with it. But I just don't want anybody chasing this breakout. It's already a bit gone. Right? Yeah, we're already 12% off the break. Not really much else to look at. right? Not enough price history. But that vector is what I'm looking for to get claimed. Got 2.5 hours for this candle to close. If volume doesn't pick up and we don't get another green vector here, just watch for it to close as a doji. If it closes as a doji, then that's going to be my sign to get out. And then I will DCA into this vector. But I'm riding my position right now. And we're getting nice little J hooks. Let me see something. Yo, Eternal, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, we want to keep pushing this point of control. Right. So the white part of that candle is the point of control. See how we've steady just been climbing point of control the whole time? It's the first sign of weakness we had. And we had our blow off top, and now we're getting sort of continued weakness here. But if you got in super early, I don't know where your entry is. You know, some people got into this thing really early and they're not worried about a little 10% retracement back to that range. Me, I already took some profits, so I'm looking to re-enter, right? So looking between 10% and 15% drawdown. But that wouldn't kill the momentum for me. I agree, this thing has been steady up. I just want to keep that move steady, right? Which means we don't want to burn out here. Our first sign of weakness in this move was here, right? Meaning we came up, we had our resistance, our original resistance that we popped out of, came back, retested it, created a new level, right? Then we took that resistance, turned that into support. But this was our first sign of weakness on this play. Right, so that's strike one. What we want to do is come back, hold the support, lock in this level, and push away before we make too much of a push. If we make too much of a push, it's going to come down too aggressively and we'll have another deviation. So for the longevity of this, I kind of want us to come back down into this DCA zone. Yeah, I was just looking at XLM, Haniak. I just pulled it up. We're talking about avoiding coming down into this wick, which is probably not going to happen, right? We're not going to be able to avoid that. 316. If that doesn't hold, then that finished measured move we were looking for, 27. But just like we were just saying about that other coin, about AIXBT, it would be that healthy retrace back to support resistance flip, or at least as close to it as we can get. Right? If that 50 doesn't hold, we'll retest the 200. The invalidation for that is if we start getting above. Right? We come on the hourly, and we start to get above this 50, the 200, the 800 downtrend, then we can kind of take some of those lower numbers off of the books. But for right now, we got to focus on that. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second. All right, come on, Bitcoin. You got 35 minutes until my Uber Eats gets here. I want you to make this move and be on the retrace so I could take profits and then eat some food. That'd be perfect. Yo, you're welcome, bro. I think I read your message twice. I just noticed when I scrolled up, I was like, oh, wait, I think I did the XLM one twice for the same request. It's all good, though. I need to cement that for myself. I need to make sure not to let that move pass without putting some of that XLM back in. Yeah, so my plan is like if we make this move and come back down into the weekend trap after clearing this vector, I'm going to reset the stream, right? Because we'll go back into some sort of dead action. We're running on 3 days. Now, I keep saying I'm going to reset the stream twice a day, but this holiday season has had me swamped, bro. Too much shit to juggle right now. And you guys had family over for the holidays? More important question, are you as happy that I am as I am that they're gone? Or am I just an asshole? I'm so happy to have my house back. Yeah, there's that too. I've had my share of holiday fights with family. Yeah, I know what you mean, Chris. I love them, but yeah. It's just the being on duty. You know what I mean? It's like I try to be a good host, so it's like there's people over, I'm always on duty. I don't blame them for finding it boring though. They'll come in the office and they'll look at your chart and then they'll go away and they'll come back in 2 hours and the chart looks exactly the same. So like, doesn't look like it's moved in 2 hours, and then we're sitting there with a smile on our face, like, yeah, I know, it's crazy, right? What? Yeah. Yeah, I think it happens a little sooner than that, Sean. Our bullish trigger right here is getting above 951, or basically the 200 EMA. We get above the 200 EMA, we should get pulled through these vectors pretty quickly. But I don't think it's not going to sustain itself, right? At least in my opinion. But if we can't get above that 200, it's a wrap. We'll just come back down into the trap, maybe deviate underneath and clear these liquidations. And what I tell you about these ranges, and it's not just the weekend trap, but just ranges in general. When you get a deviation of a range and it comes back into that range, it tends to give you an equal deviation out of the other side of the range, right? So we had our deviation of the range here, came back into the range, top side deviation. If we come back into this range, chances are we go back to the bottom of the range. We come back down to the bottom of the range with all of these liquidations here, chances are we get another bottom side deviation. That's why it's a bit of a no-go trading sort of scenario right now, right? Either you played the weekend trap the way you were supposed to, meaning you shorted the long trap, or you longed the short trap. If you long the short trap, then you're in with me right now, and you're just waiting for that deviation outside of this range to be able to take some profits. That's my plan anyways. Right, you've got your uptrend. As long as it doesn't break that uptrend, I'm in the play. Just a cool, chill Saturday trade. Yeah, look at Dom though. I see you, Dom. Come on. Break it. No problem, Sean. Yeah, maybe that'll help dominance understand what it's supposed to do here. Just follow the arrow, dominance. Don't worry about everything else. Yeah, it's super boring, Sean. Like I said, you've got maybe one opportunity to get in on a weekend trade that's worth having, and that's like at these extremes, right? If you took that short, you're already done for the weekend. You cashed in on your short, you're good money. If you took the long, like I said, you're just waiting for that move to TP. But to be here playing this choppiness, oh man, can't even imagine. I'm good. Trying to squeeze blood from a stone. See, all dominance needed was a little help here. It was confused. It didn't know which way it was supposed to go. We're at our retest now for the 200 on Biddy, on old Bitcoin. Damn, that was quick. Let me go get my Uber Eats from outside before the cats eat it. Oh man, got some veal parmesan and some shrimp pasta waiting for me. That shit smells delicious. Yeah, I got it heating up in the oven real quick, and I'm gonna go eat. You basically know what the play is here, right? If this, then that sort of scenario. We're also not gonna act like it's not a nice little cup and handle here on the 1 minute. It's been a while since I see a at least close to textbook cup and handle. That's what you want to see, right? Uptrend. That leads to the cup. That leads to the handle. Pretty textbook. But textbook doesn't mean shit if somebody hits the sell button, right? So we have to watch it play out. That measured move should take us up through liquidations, though. This is on the micro. We're sitting on the 1 minute, right? This is micromanaging this. Yeah, that's about as clean as a cup and handle that I've seen in a long time. Unfortunately, it's just on the 1 minute and doesn't really, not really gonna give us anything crazy. But as far as patterns go, super clean. Andrew, all of that goes to shit if you can't get above the 200 EMA. So that's just there for reference. Yeah, I mean, you could. It is kind of fractaling down. It's not as clean as the one on the 5 minute, but it is there. Just the wick kind of makes it look kind of weird, but at the end of the day, like I said, it's there. That's your cup, and then your handle is kind of long, protracted. Like one of those cups with a wide 3-finger handle. But it's in the spirit of a cup and handle, yeah. But it's all for naught if it's just to come up to reject off the 200. Yeah, definitely. Let me go eat, guys. I'll be back.
bearer's asset. It's your thing. It's not a piece of debt, you know, like fiat money is. I think it's not going to change just because institutions hold Bitcoin. Will they manipulate the price? Definitely. Just like they do with gold and silver and all these other assets. It doesn't change the core fundamentals of what Bitcoin is. So I would say no. It's actually just, in a way, it's good. It just pumps our bags, right? You know, because I hold a lot of Bitcoin, and you know, if you have BlackRock and like Microsoft and Google and countries buying Bitcoin, then I'm just gonna get way richer than I am right now.
Pumping your bags. So that leads me to my next question. Give us a glimpse. Now we've been talking for a while. We've warmed up to each other. You can trust us now. Tell us a little bit about your portfolio, as in what percentage is Bitcoin, altcoins, maybe meme coins. You know, how does it look like, your sort of overall crypto portfolio?
80% at least is always Bitcoin. 85%. Now it's a little bit more altcoins. Maybe like now Bitcoin is down maybe to 70% because I allocate a bit more to altcoins when it's a bull market, because in bull markets altcoins usually outperform Bitcoin. But yeah, let's say 80% Bitcoin, 5-10% usually Ethereum. Dollars, you know, in tokens for me to like talk about it over like 3 months and stuff like this, you know. So yeah, like if I were to go that route, which many of my industry colleagues have done, then yeah, I could probably make another like 2-3 million per month just shilling meme coins and like, but I'm not in that business, so I'm not doing that. But yeah, that's what some influencers do actually.
But that's the thing. There are, you know, peers, whether they're sitting here in Dubai or globally, and even people like Logan Paul and celebrities who've made a lot of money, but they're still getting involved in these sorts of pump and dump schemes, probably knowing how it's going to play out. And you wonder, why are you doing it? Because you're just only going to damage your own reputation.
So the thing is this, I would actually want to defend some of these guys, because I think they did something wrong, yes, but did they truly know what they were doing? I think many of these guys, especially celebrities, usually they have someone on their side coming to them telling them, oh, look at this good idea, we can launch a token and you can make this much money and this blah blah. Logan Paul, what does he know about crypto?
Yeah.
He has no clue about crypto. And this Hawk Tua girl, what does she know about crypto? Like they have no clue about crypto. They have this guy next to them, you know, and this guy is this like, you know, crypto expert, you know, with this cool plan how to make money, you know. And I'm pretty sure usually that's how it works out. So basically then the influencer thinks, oh, that's a great idea, we can make 3-4 million, and they believe this vision that this expert is telling them, yeah, we can create this game, this, you know, Logan Paul created this crypto zoo thing, like we can create this thing and it's going to be a huge, we can have millions of users. So they will say these things, and then the Logan Paul and these influencers, they will believe them because, I mean, what do they know about crypto? Like most people don't know crypto. And then of course, when it gets launched, when the vision is trying, when everything crumbles, the influencer will get all the shit, which of course it is their fault, right? But
yeah, ultimately it's their name on the project.
Yeah, like they had every chance to say no, but to their defense, I think they're getting taken advantage of. And I think almost always that's the case. I think also Jason Derulo and like some people have gotten a lot of shit, and from what I can see, it's always someone on the side who's coming to them and giving them this FOMO and greed. And I don't think they had, I don't think I'm very sure actually that they didn't have intention to scam, because their reputation is worth way more than just a quick $5 million.
Yeah,
I mean, look at Logan Paul.
Yeah.
He's worth hundreds of millions, I'm sure, by now.
Yeah.
Why would he risk his reputation for $10 million, $5 million? It's not worth it for him because he knows that making money long term is worth more than just making quick five. So I'm very sure his intentions were actually good. Same with this Hawk Tuah lady. Their incompetence in crypto led them to this disaster.
Yeah, or they had people in their team, financial advisors, who weren't looking out for their best interest, looking for a quick.
Yeah, because these guys on the side, they are not risking any reputation.
No, of course not.
They have literally only upside, and they see dollar signs when they see these influencers, because with millions of followers and a meme coin or like something like this, you can actually literally pull out millions of dollars from the audience, and these side experts, a little bit like the devil on the shoulder, they know that. So
talking about teams, how big is your team? Do you keep a small team, or you've got quite a lot of people looking into these projects and looking at opportunities for you?
So like the core, like headquarters team here in Dubai, we're like 20 people.
Right.
And that's like group. So that means we have legal, finance, media team, and then all my YouTube channel, we have a team for that as well. So that's like 20 people. Right. And then the companies we incubate, I don't really like count them as my employees, but if I am a majority shareholder, then technically they are my employees, right? But then there's CEOs in place that run the business, and yeah, but then it's in the maybe 200 employees or something like this, or more.
Yeah, and I guess my final question is, what's next for Carl Moon? Your own Moon token, Moon coin, or something completely something obviously crypto related, but what's sort of the next thing that you want to get sort of stuck into?
My most important thing now is actually, because I made money now, right? And I will keep doing that because I think it's like just a natural direction. Like, why not make more money, right? Like, that's better than making less money. So that's a natural direction. But I already set that sail. It's like a boat which is already sailing. So I think that's good. But now I also want to start focusing more on obviously the charity work. I know that I can do more there, and I can help more people, more children. So that is definitely something, and I will announce more things when that comes. And then something which I have a burning passion for is actually music. I've made music since I was a young kid, and I remember when I got my first guitar from my parents. It was like they gave it from, I think it was like my mom's, like it was like an inheritance or something,
right? Like
a guitar, and I was just like sitting there like trying, and something with sound waves and frequencies, and like just sitting there, it just completely took my attention, and I've been writing songs basically ever since. Then my songs were probably quite shit, but I did write, like I was writing, even though I had really no experience. And then over the years, I was just keep writing songs, and I must have written hundreds and hundreds of songs, and that's like a huge passion for me, and I love it. And I think when I went into crypto and business, I got a little bit focused on making money, and I kind of forgot about my main passion, which is music. And now I want to go back to that because I just love making music. And the good thing now is that at the place I am in my life now, I can make music without no pressure that I have to make it, or I have to make money, or I have to do what someone tells me to do. I don't have to sign to a label, which I will for sure not do. I can just write music, record it, and release it. And then I would love for people to listen and love the music. That would be my goal, have people just love it.
So would you set up your own record label to do that, and then you create your own music, but then look for other artists and try and help set them up?
Maybe that would be, look, I need to be, first of all, a successful artist to do that, but yeah, maybe in the future. But I think the most important thing is just for me to have just creative freedom to do whatever I want. And in music, when I do this now, it's not a business for me. Like, it's not like I'm going in there to make money. Like, I'm not thinking, how can I sign more artists and make money? Because the point of music is just to have fun for me. It's like, remember when we were kids in kindergarten, just painting stuff, that kind of vibe, just like
Yeah.
just for fun.
Form of expression and just almost a form of release as well in the way.
Yeah.
So it'll be Carl Rocker, there'll be Carl Moon, and maybe Carl Rocker. Do you think that might be your next new name that we might start calling you?
Well, I think my stage name will just be Carl Moon.
Carl
I think
Moon.
it sounds good, yeah.
Carl Moon, the Carl Moon rock band, or solo, or you think you might have a band with you?
So I write everything myself. So I'm a songwriter. So I write songs almost every single day. So I don't need songwriters, but I do need a band, yeah, because I can't play everything at the same time. I can play piano, drums, and guitar, and bass, but at the same time it's very tough if I'm live. So for sure, I will have to find a band. Right now I have nothing in music. I literally have 1,000 followers on Spotify and nothing else. So I'm starting from scratch. So yeah, I will have to find a band. I will have to teach them to play my songs, and then we go and play them live, hopefully somewhere. And I have to record my first album and all of that stuff. So not in music. That's like literally a blank space. Like new journey, you know.
Yeah, but as you know, there's a lot of events in the crypto blockchain space, from Bitcoin Mina, which we were both at recently, and all of these global blockchain. Maybe you debut the band at one of these events, completely catch people by surprise. You'll be on stage talking about your journey in crypto, pull out the guitar, start singing a song, and maybe that's the way to go. Do you think that's
Why not? Why not? Possible.
Yeah, that's
Possible.
Yeah, let's see if we can make it happen. Carl, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. We know your time is valuable, but it's been really great to hear your insights, and I know the audience will love hearing your journey from grocery store to sitting up here in the penthouse suite with your Bugatti, your turntable, and your podcast studio sitting behind us. So it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
The Crypto Radio Masterclass, NFTs. You may have heard the term NFT and your eyes glazed over, but they're actually very useful and can be cool, as many are linked to art. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs, saw rapid growth in 2020, making the headlines with millions of dollars being exchanged for them at auctions. They are now being used across all sorts of industries.
So what is an NFT?
To break it down, non-fungible means it's unique and cannot be replaced with something else. There's only one of them, and tokens refers to a digital asset. So in essence, an NFT is a one-of-a-kind digital asset that you can own. It could be a piece of art, music, a video, virtual real estate, or even a tweet. When you buy an NFT, you get the original, just like owning a unique physical painting.
What are the key features?
Unique ownership. NFTs prove you are the owner of the original digital item. The blockchain backbone. NFTs are stored on blockchains, ensuring their security and authenticity. And limited supply. Most NFTs are created in limited numbers, making them rare.
How do you buy an NFT?
First, you need to get a digital wallet. This is where you store your cryptocurrency and NFTs. Popular choices include MetaMask and Trust Wallet. Then you can buy your cryptocurrency. Most NFTs are bought with Ethereum, which you can purchase from an exchange like Coinbase or Binance. Then choose an NFT marketplace. Popular websites are OpenSea, Rarible, and Super Rare.
Why are NFTs so popular?
Well, they provide proper ownership. NFTs allow people to truly own digital assets, just like physical ones. And NFTs support creators and the artists when you buy them directly. Plus, owning rare NFTs can be a status symbol and a way to be part of an exclusive community. For more info on NFTs and to read other explainers like this, go to thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Thank you for tuning into the Crypto Radio. I'm your host Kareem and you're listening to The Pulse. How does one lose millions in crypto? Well, sometimes it's not through hacks or scams. Sometimes it's as simple as misplacing a piece of paper, or in today's first story, possibly having your housekeeper accidentally throw away your fortune.
Crypto Radio.
A well-known YouTube pianist, Lord Venitero, recently lost access to 4 bitcoins. This isn't just about losing cryptocurrencies. it's a story that teaches us a crucial lesson about digital asset security. Reportedly, Venezuela lost the private key to his wallet. A private key is essentially the password that gives us access to his cryptocurrency. The key was written on a paper, which is actually a recommended practice, but was misplaced, possibly discarded during a house cleaning. But here's where the story gets more interesting. This wasn't his first financial setback. He previously made losses in the Brazilian stock market, and like many investors, fell into the trap of panic selling Bitcoin during a market dip. These incidents highlight two critical aspects of investing: the importance of secure key management and the role of emotional decision making while you're investing. You know, losing 4 Bitcoins would keep most people up at night, but imagine losing 8,000 of them. And that's exactly where they are, buried under thousands of tons of garbage. That's exactly what's happening in the landfills in Wales, where one man's trash quite literally contains another man's digital treasures. In Wales, James Howells continues his quest to search a landfill for a hard drive containing 8,000 Bitcoin, currently worth an astounding $800 million. This story raises fascinating questions about persistence versus practicality. When does determination become delusion? The environmental impact of searching through a landfill is significant and the costs are enormous. Yet with such a life-changing amount at stake, it's understandable why someone would find it hard to let go. For our listeners considering investing in crypto, here are the essential security practices. Store your crypto private keys offline, but have a secure system for organizing them. Create multiple backup copies stored in different secure locations, and never keep crypto private keys in a digital format or on the cloud. Consider using hardware wallets for significant investments, and most importantly, treat emotional control as your most valuable investment tool. From a pianist's lost paper to a man's quest through trash, these stories remind us that in the wild world of crypto, sometimes our biggest enemy isn't hackers or market crashes. It's ourselves. And maybe, just maybe, our housekeepers. This has been Kareem on the Pulse, where we keep our fingers on the beating heart of crypto. Stay safe, stay smart, and don't forget to back up those keys multiple times. Until next time.
The crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is just a taster of the content we are building at the Crypto Radio. The Crypto Radio is a new online radio station with a global reach dedicated to the exciting world of crypto and blockchain. We have a strong focus on trust and transparency across all our programs and shows, which will have a broad appeal. From news to education, entertainment to communities, we are creating content for everyone, from the crypto curious to crypto OGs. New interviews, topics, explainers and shows are regularly being added, while you can keep up with us at thecryptoradio.com and across our major social media channels. We will educate, inform and entertain our listeners while growing and supporting crypto and blockchain awareness and adoption. We are the Crypto Radio.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $95,192, up by 0.96%. Ethereum price is $3,406.7, up by 2.69%. BNB price is $723.0, up by 4.84%. Solana price is $195.0, up by 5.66% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello, this is Justin Harper, and you're listening to the Crypto Radio. We're aimed at beginners and novices and the crypto curious. Now, a lot of people invest in equities, either individual stocks like Apple or Microsoft, or in a fund, which some call mutual funds or unit trusts. These are often recommended by financial advisors. But a recent report highlighted that some financial advisors are reluctant to recommend crypto to their clients. This could be for a number of reasons. We're here to find out more from Jim Kreider, who is CEO of Intentional Living FP and is a certified financial planner. And Jim is based in the US. Jim, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
What has your experience been in talking to people about Bitcoin from friends, family, and clients? Has it been tough trying to get them to understand digital assets?
I guess the easiest are clients. I have my clients come to me initially to get my advice for their money, from taxes and estate planning to investments, retirement, all these things. So they come to me open, as long as they don't approach it too much, beating them over the head from a Bitcoin perspective. So most of our clients initially came to me looking for a normal financial advisor. They're looking for someone to help them with stock compensation planning at work, and hey, we're going to buy another rental property, things like that. Like, all right, how a normal person you would ask to help with money things, or most normal people would ask for. So I purposely don't lead with crypto or Bitcoin by any means. I don't display that on my website anywhere. It's not this forefront of marketing material at all. Those things I do not bring up until we've talked multiple times. They've already become a client, and I have displayed through other technical areas, like tax or retirement or budgeting, things like that. I've displayed that I am indeed not an idiot. And once I've developed that level of trust, then we'll bring in the Bitcoin side of things. So yeah, that's pretty important. But they're the easiest. I have the privilege of having a captive audience. I guess from there, my family's interesting. I manage my parents' money as well, and they fully trust where I lead on that side of things. So they're pretty simple. Other family, not so much. I've never. Those are conversations we don't get into too much. We just had Thanksgiving here last week, and my brother and sister-in-law were in town, and we didn't really talk about Bitcoin at all, and we never really have in much depth by any means, just because holidays and everything are crazy. I have 4 kids, and they have 4 kids, so most of our time is spent chasing them. And then another weird one is friends. That's where the difference of people you knew when you were younger versus people you meet when you're already developed in a professional field. It's really interesting across that chasm of helping them understand that present me is still past me, but not what they have in their head. Especially friends of life, lifelong, or parents of lifelong friends. Those people. My best friend, his name's Bob. I used to spend the night at Bob's house all the time from when we were 12, and we still hang out together regularly now. And his parents won't listen to me about Bitcoin at all. We've never had a good conversation because they won't let me broach the topic really. And it's because I know in their heads, they're still picturing me as a 12-year-old kid, running around their house, being all smelly and stuff, versus me as someone who's competent in something at all.
Yeah, I can see that's a tough one. I mean, they knew you as a kid, and now they have to understand that you're a professional. When it comes to clients, what's the sort of trend you're seeing? More clients are now coming to you and saying, "Look, I think I really need to get into the crypto space. I see Bitcoin's rising in price," or they're curious, or they actually definitely want to start investing in digital assets.
So I have sort of 2 sides of clients. Most of our clients are normal people looking for a normal financial advisor. Bitcoin, crypto assets has not crossed their mind whatsoever when they are doing this. They are looking for someone to help them with investing their assets for retirement and the normal people stuff. They had zero thought of finding me or someone like me at all. So that's the norm. And of them, a very small percent were even thinking oh, is this something you talk about? But that's the, I don't know, maybe 1% of those people even had in their mind that's a conversation they wanted to have. Most of them were just looking for a normal, money manager. I do have another set of clients who are very heavy Bitcoin. They came to me because they're looking for someone who can take in their comprehensive financial picture and not stiff arm their crypto side of things. Um, and that's where most money managers, wealth managers, financial planners out there either at best disregard it. Most of the time they're pretty hostile to it. They'll tell you, hey, don't sell it, or you shouldn't buy any, or if you do buy some, it should maybe be 1% of your portfolio. And really they're going to tell you that because they're just trying to get you to be quiet, to stop asking about it. And they think if you own 1% of your total portfolio in it, then that'll be enough to suffice and you'll stop bothering them. So that's, yeah, but overall, trend wise, no, it's not asked about too often whatsoever. I think it will become more, but it's definitely more popular. I'm asked about it more than I was 4 years ago. Now I would say, yeah, it's 1, maybe 2% of conversations that I have that are proactively asked to me. 4 years ago, it was a fraction of a percent.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I read a blog in which you said, in your opinion, if a financial advisor isn't allocating clients to Bitcoin and they don't have a sound and educated reason as to why not, they're jeopardizing their fiduciary duty. So, is that still where you stand now, that they really should be having that conversation with their clients now?
I do. And the caveat in there is, if you're not, you better have a good and informed, educated reason as to why not. And so the excuse of, oh, it's Beanie Babies or Tulip is not an informed excuse as to why they shouldn't. A good reason should be, the sequence of return risks if you're planning on using that money soon, or just like portfolio sizing, or different types of risks actually make sense. Not something that displays zero about this asset, and that is why you're not putting them in it. I think that is a clear breach of your fiduciary duty. When this was a basically nascent technology that first came out, yeah, I couldn't blame you. But now that it's so in your face, I think that's on you if you're ignoring this. I have personally tried to strike conversations with financial advisors over the last 5 years on this, and almost all of them, most financial advisors think I'm an absolute idiot. And I have been sort of black sheep in the industry amongst most of my peers because of this stuff. But I will continue to, I try to be gracious and kind and patient with my words, for sure. But I still try to be persistent in helping them see their gaps. Because what frustrates me with the financial advisors who are ignoring this, it's not just hurting them. It's hurting the 50 to 500 clients they're serving. And that frustrates me big time.
Yeah, absolutely. How would you describe yourself? Bitcoin evangelist? What would you sort of say you are, if you could sum it up?
Yeah, I guess in summary, I mean, I sort of have turned into a professional orange pillar. Now, I'm a financial planner, and I view Bitcoin. In reality, I don't view Bitcoin as any special part of financial planning. And I genuinely believe that one day Bitcoin will be super boring to talk about. We'll talk about Bitcoin in the same sense that normal people talk about the functions of the internet. We'll just use it. And yeah, we'll talk about different applications and stuff, but we're not going to sit here and speculate about where the internet's going, or, some people will, but most normal people won't talk about the internet or like internet shirts, or it's not going to be a trendy thing to talk about. It's just something you use day to day. And that's where Bitcoin one day will be if it does what we think it will do. So, but until then, at that point, Bitcoin is nothing special in financial plan. Bitcoin's money. That's it. Pretty simple. But until then, while I don't deem it as something special when it comes to planning, it sort of is, because it just sticks out like a sore thumb compared to most people. And it is this hyper important asset that's just underutilized right now. So in one sense, so generally, yes, financial planner, also sort of full-time professional orange pillar. But one day that it's not this odd part of my job. It's just part of talking about money.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've hit this historic milestone, 100,000 USD for a Bitcoin. Do you think that will convert many, firstly, non-believers on the investing side, and also some of the financial advisors, that they may start taking it seriously now it's hit this sort of symbolic level?
How I see this coming about from from a financial advisor side of things, so at least here in the US, we have a few types of financial advisors, the way you can be structured. So there's like wirehouse, so like Morgan Stanley and Merrill Lynch and places like that usually are more like gathering assets and try to like sell portfolio management, things like that. I think those institutions will probably be the first to adopt because they're more focused on gathering in assets and selling a bundle of goods in a sense. And I think that those people will start being trained at BlackRock and at Goldman, things like this. They'll start training for a day or two on, hey, what is this? How do we position it properly in a portfolio? How do we sell it? I don't think for a while most of those people most of the advisors will actually understand it to the depth they should, but at least enough to sell it as a product. And that's, it's sort of a win, sort of not. Then you have other people who are just more like insurance type companies or like sort of not very great financial advisors. They're going to be, some of them will take a while just because they're, stodgy in their old ways. And some of them will be pretty quick because they can, maybe they manage a small practice and they can have some flexibility. I think the people who will probably be last are the firms like mine. So my firm structure is what's called a registered investment advisor, or an RIA. So as an RIA, like most, generally speaking, RIAs are like good, in-depth, comprehensive financial planning. And you would think that if that's the goal, like, most RIAs are structured where the financial advice has to be under fiduciary duty. You would think that we would be the first to adopt this. But most people, when they go through the like certified financial planner curriculum or CFA, things like that, they're just so inundated with the market is efficient, boglehead type of looking at things that anything that would disrupt their delicate point of view of maybe there are market inefficiencies, or maybe there's ways to achieve alpha, or maybe there's something wrong about the efficient frontier hypothesis or anything like that, you can't say those things. And those are the people that are going to be, I think, really hard to shake up. They've buried their head in the sands. They think that just indexing all day is the way to go. And not that that's the worst thing ever, but like you have to consider that maybe our money's broken. So I think those people will take a while. As far as so that's the financial planner. It will pick up, but I think it's going to pick up first from the sales-based type people, and then it'll take a while. Like I would venture to say that most people, I'm part of financial planning groups with people like me that just don't understand Bitcoin, and I'd venture to say that half of them, at least today, will not know that Bitcoin hit 100,000 last night, and then the vast majority of them that do see that will say that, man, that tulip bubble is persisting even more. It's even more speculative hype and even more dangerous than it was, a year ago at 40,000 or whatever it was a year ago. Not understanding the game theory that's actually playing out right in front of them.
Yeah, but isn't that part of the problem that they're worried about this volatility? Because obviously they've got short track records. They tend to be volatile. Obviously, we might have seen a bit more stability now, but that hasn't been the case before. So there is still a big risk, isn't there, in investing there? I just wonder, for some of them, they might say, look, it's still too soon, and I don't want to put my clients in that for that level of exposure. What would you say to that as a reason?
Yeah, I guess a couple things. One, you mentioned to that level, like at that level of exposure. Well, you have to consider just proper portfolio sizing. Like portfolio sizing is a fantastic way just to manage risk. Super simple. Two, I think a lot of people have a incorrect definition of risk, and they have commingled risk and volatility to mean the same thing. And risk and volatility are not synonymous. Risk and volatility become more and more correlated as time horizons get compressed. So obviously, if you're in a highly volatile asset and you need that money in 1 hour, that's super risky. But if it's moving up down a ton and the overall trend line is upward and you need that money in 20 years, in my opinion, that's probably a lot safer than something that stays absolutely flat in nominal terms and goes down in real terms. I'm talking about the dollar here. $1 is, it is flatlined. It is the basis right now for for nominal returns. But in real returns, the dollar goes down by what 2 to 10% per year, 3% roughly if we're looking at CPI. If you're a real person who spends money on real life, it's certainly more than 2 to 3%. And then we have to argue that having a dollar today and needing a dollar tomorrow, that's a very safe thing to be in the U.S. right now. Obviously, we're not in hyperinflationary territory at the moment. However, if you have that dollar today and you need exactly $1 of purchasing power in 20 years, owning that non-volatile asset is outrageously risky. So that's a really simple way of looking at it. But if you can get people to admit that, yes, they're in that sense, there is a difference between volatility and risk, then you can start peeling away at the layers, and they're exposing that they're arguing this from at least that argument is coming from a false premise. And you can start chipping away at those things.
Yeah, no, understood. The time frame's very important here. What about when it comes to that diversified portfolio? What percentage would you recommend the average portfolio would put into Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies when they've obviously got, their global funds and unit trusts and mutual funds? What percent? 5%, 10%? What sort of figure would you give?
All right. So obviously, all disclosures. Don't take this as investment advice. Talk to your personal advisor. And this is just our average. So our average client here, generally at the moment, I would say, client right now is probably exposed to about 45% of their total investable assets. That was lower a couple of years ago. So we're looking, most of this is we're going to buy and we're going to hold and pretend that doesn't exist for a very long time. And then some of it we're getting more tactical with, especially if you own a very sizable percent of your net worth. Maybe we should look at rebalancing at some point, be it for behavioral risks or for, again, sequence of return risks. Like if you have 100% of your net worth in Bitcoin and you need some of those dollars in 1 week, we're probably going to take some of that money off the table today. Obviously, now you're at 99% or whatever. So that's where we are tactical with some of your holdings. But yeah, a few years ago, so back in, was it 21 or so, our average client was like 20%. And then when Bitcoin went from 69,000 to 16,000, I had a lot of conversations with a lot of clients about, hey, we're going to reduce what we're doing towards these normal buckets. Maybe you're maxing out your 401k plan or things like that. We're going to drop those down and we're going to put our foot on the gas to increase our DCA to Bitcoin. And obviously, if you just throw fuel on the fire at your DCA for Bitcoin, your dollar cost average of Bitcoin starting at 16,000, you just keep doing that for the next few years, it's going to gobble up a lot more of your portfolio. And that's where we're at today. And in general, we have not started rebalancing. So yeah, it's most people who come to me, I'll put it this way. Again, don't apply this to yourself personally. You have to talk with someone about your personal financial life. But our clients right now, our lowest client is 10% of total investable assets. So, and that's including our retired, clients who are in their 80s. We have clients who are in their 20s up to in their late 80s. And that is the absolute lowest at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm also really odd as a financial advisor, and we manage these things very closely and specifically. So, yeah.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. Do you stick to just Bitcoin, or do you look at other altcoins, some of the major cryptocurrencies outside of the king of crypto?
No, I stick to Bitcoin. I do have clients who own some altcoins in some capacity, and we talk through why that is and what their plan is with them. The reason I stick with Bitcoin only, I personally have to consider what is the foundational issue that was being set out to solve with all of the crypto world. And obviously, I believe that Satoshi properly identified the problem, and that was we need a money that can be traded peer-to-peer over the internet that's decentralized and has a fixed unit, fixed number of units, and Bitcoin does that. There are obviously other cryptocurrencies that might have other use cases, but we have to identify, is that use case something that we're trying to optimize and solve for versus going for this main thing that I think is super important. And that's where we opt into Bitcoin. Again, I have some clients who do own altcoins in some capacity. We have very honest conversations as to why they own those. They are usually, hey, I bought this thing, it's a meme coin, and I'm gonna most people that I see with meme coins are like, they're basically meme coins for most people are scratch offs for Gen Z, or if you're older, you can own them too. But really, it's the modern day scratch off. You're gonna go like buy the newest goofy Pepe coin or Costco hot dog coin or whatever these things are that pop up. You know that you literally are buying this thing because it's sort of funny to own and hoping that it'll pump your bags before it goes down. And if you can admit that's why, then maybe you can own some, but just admit. Now, if you think that owning Costco hot dog coin is actually a good financial planning move beyond like total speculative, like I'm doing a scratch off, we might have some problems. But yeah, from a financial planning perspective and what we proactively recommend, it's just Bitcoin.
Yeah, okay. And funds, you get a commission. When you're an advisor, normally the model is, right, if you sell a fund, you'll get a commission from the investment house, the fund manager. And is that a reason why maybe some financial advisors are not recommending Bitcoin, because they wouldn't get commission off of Bitcoin, so they wouldn't be, they wouldn't get any money from the commission side of it. That's why they're not advising it, or is it just they're scared of it and they don't fully understand it?
Both, depending on the person and their ethics, and their desire to be compensated over their desire to do what's best for clients. Some people it probably has strictly to do with how they're paid, which is really sad. Like, yeah, you should do what's best for your clients no matter what. There are some people like that, and that's why I mentioned, and maybe I might be way off, and I'm sorry if I am, but I do think that's why like wirehouses and places that will manage to put this into like products they can sell. That's why I think they will probably be first to majority to recommend it will be those types of places, and they'll go through training at their big firms to figure out a good way to sell this as a part of a full investment portfolio and be compensated for it. And then they'll roll out their whole army of, financial advisors, sales minions to sell it as part of a portfolio. There's them. And then, people like me who work in an RIA structure typically are like held to a deep fiduciary standard and really want to do, like most of my peers, I'm part of multiple financial planning groups of super nerdy financial advisors like me who love reading and staying up to date on like tax code and stuff, and they're great people who really want to help their clients. And for them, most of them truly do care more about their clients than their own pocketbook. So for them, it's for the majority of them, it's not, hey, I'm not paid off of this. It's they just don't understand it and they think it's best to not talk about it. And again, we're getting to a point where ignorance is no longer a valid excuse. And that's why that goes back to the question you had earlier about the fiduciary duty side of things. I think for a while that was a valid reason. It's like, hey, I just don't understand it. And, I personally, I can't look into every single thing. Maybe there's some product out there that some guy is shouting from the rooftops is the best thing ever. And I just have no clue exists. And I can't be, I can't go to jail because I did not talk about that one weird thing out there that I had no idea about. But you get to a point of like, the information is out there. It's so in your face. If you're ignoring this, now that is a breach of duty. Anyways, I think that's where most advisors are in my type of firm structure. It's less about how they're paid, more about like they just don't understand it. And at this point, it's because they're burying their head in the sand and don't want to learn about it.
Yeah, and of course we've got this trend now with exchange traded funds, ETFs. Do you think they are, a good way in for advisors? Because rather than directly into Bitcoin, ETFs might be a solution to tap into this this Bitcoin sort of bull market we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean that'll certainly make it easier from a sales perspective. If you're getting compensated based off of maybe a front load or something like that, where all right, however much you put into a portfolio, will pay you a 5% upfront on that. Like, all right, you probably couldn't do that through Bitcoin, but now if you have that as part of a portfolio, there you get your commission. Or if you're paid off of a strict asset under management percentage, and then that would be, most firms would be able to then allot that as an asset that's under management because it's inside of an ETF. So those sorts of things will make it easier for advisors to begin onboarding clients versus the owning Bitcoin directly in cold storage. It's like, okay, now we're facing a lot of quote unquote issues that maybe I would say aren't really issues. They're just things you need to learn about. One of those issues is like, how am I paid on this? So there's a lot of people who are not adopting. There are some people who are not adopting because of that problem, and they will adopt the ETF because that's a solution there. But then also you have other things that people come across. I hear this is like, well, what about the compliance side of things of telling clients to go and buy Bitcoin, or that's too much work to versus buying an ETF. Now I have to go send them to an exchange, and how do I vet those exchanges, and then how do I help them understand how to store it properly, on an exchange versus a hot wallet versus a cold storage wallet or a multi-sig. You run into all these supposed problems with this asset they just don't understand. So just having a easy packaged ETF is a lot easier thing just to go and sell and call it a day, because it's super similar to what they've done all day for the last 40 years.
Yeah, absolutely. The crypto radio, we're aimed at beginners and novices and the crypto curious. And one of the things that we struggle with is the jargon and the technical terms. Do you think that's also a factor, that there's a lot of the bro talk as well as L1s, L2s, and some of these things, even like altcoins, that there's just so much jargon that makes it so hard for people to even start to understand this industry?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's helpful for me to explain this to people because I'm sort of an idiot. So I explain things in ways that I can understand. And if you keep it there, I don't do it to insult people, but because like I need to be explained things in a simple way. So whenever I talk to our clients and I introduce, hey, I let them know up front. Again, they've worked with me for a while now before I bring this up typically. And so I've already developed a level of trust. And maybe in this particular conversation, now we're going to finally start talking about their investments. We've already talked about taxes and these other areas. We're going to talk about investments today. And I let them know when we get to the investment conversation that we're going to talk about some stuff. I'm going to sound like I'm crazy, but hear me out. And then I introduce I and our clients be on Bitcoin, and here's what it is. And at that point, I first allow them I open the conversation up. Have you heard about this thing? Do you know about it? And if so, what have you heard and what do you know? And just allow them to get off their chest. That also allows me to gauge. Do they know what this is at all? Are they talking from a place of 2017 FUD? Or is this they have a reasonable understanding? I want to gauge where they're at from a conversation level. Also, if someone really has a deep-seated dislike for this asset, I can't ignore that thing and just talk past it, because if I just talk past it the whole time, they're not going to hear anything I'm saying. They're just going to sit here focusing on their thing they think is a trump card. So I first have to invite them, hey, what do you know about this thing? What do you understand about it? And if they're sitting there, they hate it because it's going to boil the oceans and burn down the world or something, I have to allow them to get that off their chest first. So, and then, I don't talk about running a node and hash rate and all that stuff. Like, that's going to make their eyes glaze over. We need to talk about what it is. Like, why is this important? And for you to understand that, you have to talk through like that. We talk through the history of money, the history of stores of value, and then a general overview of the cryptography and the problems that these cypherpunks and computer scientists were facing starting like the 1970s and really the 90s and early thousands that Satoshi managed to crack the nut on with Byzantine General and double spend, these sorts of things. Like, okay, and that helps them understand why this is actually important versus thinking it's some, young 20s bro who just created something in their basement so they can go buy a Lamborghini. If we can actually demonstrate from a first principles side of things. So yeah, I try not to use those words. Then you also have the same side of things. It's like some people are like, dude, I just can't own this because I don't understand it. And there's a lot of problems with that. One, I would argue all day that Bitcoin is way easier to understand than how the US dollar or the euro or any other currency works. Like, I tried to explain to my wife a few months ago the difference of M1, M2, M3, the amount of fiat in circulation right now and how we gauge those things. It's terrible. It's a terrible process. The Fed and monetary policy and fiscal policy. It's like, you want to talk about complex? Let's go there. Bitcoin is way easier. I can literally show you what it is and how it works in an hour. Like, pretty simple. So one, I don't think that's a valid excuse. Two, maybe you're a genius. I'm not. I interact with things all the time that I have zero clue how they exist. I don't need to know exactly how it works. Like right now, I'm talking to you and you're like thousands of miles away and we're having a conversation in real time. I have no clue how we're doing this. Blows my mind. I know it works and I know it's pretty important and it's amazing. And I know that like this thing is not it's not a scam. I have some level of trust in it. And that level of trust has come from some level of education, but I don't have to fully understand how, Zoom or the internet works on a technical side of things. I don't know how most like basic plumbing in my house works. It doesn't mean I'm not going to use the plumbing in my house. That'd be crazy. So to pretend that you can't interact with Bitcoin because you don't fully understand like the depths of how it works, try to apply that to the rest of your life and see how that goes.
Yeah, good point. What would you say, Jim, is the biggest misconception about Bitcoin? Is it the scams? Is it those sorts of threats? Is it the environmental impact it might have? People's understanding because they can't see it. What do you think is the biggest misconception that stops people, being like you and being more pro Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. It is, in my opinion, it's the first principles concept of what is Bitcoin. And if you can address that, everything else can start falling into place. So that is, Bitcoin is money. And most people, at least in the US, I would venture to say elsewhere, have a very short-sighted view of what money is. We're informed based off of, maybe our lifetime or a little bit further back when fiat currencies were, the form of money, are the form of money. And we have commingled money and currency. And we think that, money is the US dollar and that's it. Money has to be issued by government and it has to be in a paper form. And we have to have inflation for things to work because we've been so force-fed Keynesian economics and these sorts of things. So if you can help them understand what is money from a historical, actual point of view, and that Bitcoin is that, it's better money, then things start falling into place. Then you can start addressing why the energy usage is actually super important. It is there to secure our money problem. And having sound money is outrageously important. Most people don't understand why sound money is important. They don't know what money is actually meant to do. So you have to start with that. And then everything else, yeah, there are other peripheral, quote unquote, issues that will come up, but you can address those well once you've identified the root problem that Bitcoin addresses. If you don't understand that Bitcoin is important from a like civilization, money, all the waste that goes into fiat currencies, if you don't understand that and you go straight to like, oh, but Bitcoin consumes a lot of energy, it will seem like wasted energy. But if you recognize that it consumes a lot of energy because of all of these things, and here's the energy that it saves in lieu of having our current, status quo, okay, now it's starting to make sense.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I wonder when we'll see the next phase when it stops being an asset and tradable, speculative, and actually is being used as a form of money, as a form of payment. You know, of course, there is some adoption. There are some companies doing it, but sort of in dribs and drabs when it may be more widespread. You know, adopted as a form of payment. Whether we will ever get to that now, or whether it's that's just not going to happen.
I do think that I don't know if this will be in 10 years or in 100 years. You know, even was it Warren Buffett or was it Charlie who admitted a few years ago that even they think that the U.S. dollar will not be the global reserve currency by the end of this century. They did not give a statement as to what they thought it was. They certainly did not think it was Bitcoin. But I think they even recognize that, yeah, the U.S. dollar is collapsing, is probably no longer going to be the reserve currency by the end of this century. So, if you actually pay in Bitcoin, I think that will play out. I mean, I think that Bitcoin is money, and I think it's going to gobble up every other form of money. Value ultimately gravitates to the scarcest and hardest form of money out there, and I think that's Bitcoin. So it will gravitate to that naturally, just a black hole that's consuming everything else. Now we can get to the technical side of things. Maybe the U.S. and every other currency adopts a Bitcoin standard. The U.S. is now the U.S. dollar. We went from a gold standard to fiat, and now we go back to a Bitcoin standard, and maybe $1 bill equals 100 sats or satoshis. You know, for the newbies out there, like you don't have to buy one Bitcoin. You can. There's the smallest level account right now is called a satoshi, and a satoshi is 1/100 millionth of a Bitcoin. So yeah, maybe one day $1 is 100 satoshis, and you go to the store and you pay in dollars, but that dollar is backed by 100 satoshis, and it's like the gold or the U.S. dollars nearly a century ago now. You could turn in, it says this is redeemable for gold, and you had this security guarantee on our money, and that disappeared when we left the gold standard. So maybe one day it's, hey, this dollar is redeemable for 100 satoshis. Then at that point, it's like, oh well, Jim, it never actually came out where you're spending actual Bitcoin. It's like, yeah, but we're still there basically. Or maybe the dollar goes away and we literally are, you go to the store and you're paying for something in satoshis, in Bitcoin.
Yeah, there's still much to play out, definitely there. I just look forward to the day when I can buy pizza. I can buy more pizza with my Bitcoin. It'll be much easier. Everybody would accept my Bitcoin for a good old pizza.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be full circle from the first transaction.
2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah, crazy. Jim, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and I love your honesty. As you said, keep it simple, treat me like an idiot, and that's the best way to learn.
Yeah, no, it was great. I appreciate the conversation.
Brilliant. Jim Kreider, CEO of Intentional Living FB and certified financial planner based in the US. Thank you for talking to the Crypto Radio.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more. You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is Bo Jablonski for the Crypto Radio, speaking today from Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined by Fabian Michael, Chief Strategy Officer of Wow Earn, where they have gamified the experience of learning crypto. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone.
Can you explain a little bit to us what it is that you're up to?
Absolutely. So, Wow Earn is a mobile app available in iOS and Android marketplaces that converts user attention, user time, into rewards. The reward is a Wow coin that users can later on, through exchanges, convert into fiat currency.
or whatever they want. Bitcoin.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so if I download the app today, what do? I go on there and I complete activities or games.
The app originates as a crypto wallet, and currently it's proud to be trusted by 3 million users worldwide. Now, we also added a mining module based on the proof of engagement, right? You give me your time, I show you some practical learning experience from Web3, help to onboard you as a newcomer to Web3, and I will pay you for that.
So you're introducing the concept of the decentralized internet, the next iteration of the internet, to general public who potentially are still using Web2, they're still using the internet that we all know now.
Absolutely, and the most important, we are built on Web3 infrastructure so that the onboarding process of the newcomers is very seamless. Sometimes users just look at it and think, what's the difference, right? Because that's what crypto should be about, seamless user experience.
So do you think that people, I know there's two schools of thought, whether you need education first and then people will get into crypto, or you just kind of educate them as they go and actually they don't really need to know what's going on behind the scenes, like the blockchain and everything that's in the background?
Absolutely. Truth to be told, with the number of scams in Bitcoin cycle 2020-2021, and also the number of rug pulls that is currently happening in the so-called meme coin scene, I will always be advocating for obtaining certain level of knowledge prior to engaging to Web3, right? You also need to think about, what is your main purpose, right? Some people are attracted to Web3 for the so-called, short-term big gains, right? But if you're in the game, your main focus should be on preserving the capital, right?
Yeah. And so WoW Earn is trying to do both at the same time, I guess.
WoW Earn, in simple terms, is an all-in-one mobile app, Web3 app, that helps to onboard users to Web3. So we work with a lot of projects who are seeking traffic and user attention. And in order to make it a safe experience, we demand certain compliance criteria to be met upfront. For example, the bare minimum is audited smart contract, right? No rug pulls, no honeypots, no black or white lists whatsoever.
So no anonymous creators, so like meme coins and things like that, with unless they have a fully doxed team.
See, this is the thing. Yeah, one of the crypto principles, right, is anonymity. Yeah, and not all the teams are comfortable with their public appearance. In WoW Earn, we bet on transparency, due diligence, and back check each and every of our 40 members, and we are proud of that. But if we said we need to have fully doxed team in order to be onboarded to our platform, well, we are off to a very small percentage of the market participants. There are other criteria that should constitute the safety of a project. Yeah?
Yeah.
How do you think is one of those?
So what's the user experience on the app? What am I, when I go on there, what am I seeing? Is it like Duolingo? Am I earning points or levels as I go along?
Yes, absolutely. That's a fantastic reference. And so when you go on my app, right, and you go to the mining module, all you do is a daily check-in. The mining already begins. The user mines about 0.4 or 0.45 WoW coin per hour. So it's in perpetual. But if you want to earn more, you can engage with the quests. The quest, is that gamified educational experience. We'll ask you some questions about Web3. We will ask you if you ever heard about projects X, Y, and Z, right? If you want to further boost your mining rate, we will ask you to open up a website, right? Read about new project that wants to advertise with our site, answer some questions, right? Maybe engage in the community, maybe follow up them on social media, but I won't be asking of you anything else than your time and attention. What's more, the moment you log into my app, we set up for you a Web3 wallet.
you're giving people crypto who potentially haven't had crypto before. And then in the future, they'll be able to go to an exchange, like you say, swap it for fiat or Bitcoin or whatever they want. So how do you feel about crypto generally, and whether it's like, is it just for investment, or do you see a circular economy in our future? Is it going to be, are we going to be earning in it? Are we going to be living in it?
Another great question. Look, truth to be told, back to the main point of the industrial main points, right? There is one thing that I call product market fit in the function of time. New ideas are coming and going. Yeah, most of the projects won't live from one cycle to another. We are still looking for innovative use cases, right? Let's say we have Bitcoin. Let's say we have Ethereum, right? Let's say this cycle, everyone will be drowning in pump.fun. But will pump.fun stay for the next cycle? I'm not sure.
So that's just a website where people can make their own meme coins, right?
Yes, exactly. Right? You know, meme coin is a little bit of a cancer. It's a brilliant strategy, but it's a little bit of a cancer of this industry. And I strongly advise everyone to stay out of it, right? It's a bottom-up movement to show what do we think about VCs manipulating with tokenomics, yeah, in general. But the odds are lower than any casino, right? In casino, you have on average 11% chance, to hit a reward.
What's the percentage in meme coins, please?
It's 0.001.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Okay. So there's not enough Bitcoin in the world, probably, you think, to create a circular economy everywhere. Is there another way that crypto could exist like that all throughout the world?
Absolutely. In the respective niches, in the respective industries. Think about playing your favorite games, right? Collecting some rare items and getting a little bit more out of it, right?
Yeah.
You would like to take this asset, call it yours, move it to secondary market and resell it to another user.
Right. Okay. Well, that sounds fun. As a gamer, then if I do really well in one game, I buy another game, I can transfer potentially some other things that I've owned in one to another one. And it also means, like you say, a secondary marketplace. So if I spend, like you said, time is money, I'm engaging with this game, I'm spending all these hours, I get a reward in the game, and I want to be able to keep that in real life. I want some kind of reward for that in real life. And I want to be able to transfer it to other games, or potentially to other people if I want to sell it, and earn real, like, other cryptocurrencies that aren't linked to the game, right? Gaming could become its own, like, circular economy rather than the community itself that we're living in, say, the UAE, having a circular economy. You just mean the international gaming system having its own circular economy, like El Salvador, the way they've been doing their circular economy.
In order to bring new crypto projects together, right, and then create a circular economy among them is probably a little bit easier than connect a Bitcoin as a legal tender to a global financial system, right?
That's a good thing about crypto. There's no borders, or fewer borders anyway. Like, obviously with regulation, there is borders.
Yep.
But with things like transfers and the lack of the international transfer fees,
Yes.
we know that gamers around the world play against each other on Twitch and things like that. So it would definitely make it easier for them to connect in that way, financially as well as socially.
For more great interviews, listen to us live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there. We have more great content on air and online at thecryptoradio.com. More news, interviews, explainers, and great guests are on their way. Keep listening to us here and check out our website.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. coins we grow. All you need to know.
Is the crypto space really a man's world? This is Bo Jablonski from the Crypto Radio, here to discuss a trend that could reshape the industry's future. Women are becoming increasingly interested in crypto. A recent survey by BitMarkets Academy and Ipsos gives us some insight into the current landscape. So right now, 21% of men own cryptocurrency, but only 11% of women do. So that's a pretty big gap between the sexes when it comes to actually trading or investing. But then when it comes to how interested the general public are in crypto, whether it's a topic they want to learn about, the stats change significantly. Nearly half of all women want to know more about crypto. So that's 46% compared to just over half of all men, 54%. And I think that curiosity could be a real game changer. A BitMarkets employee, Ali Delami, the Academy head of data analytics, says the future may see more balanced economic involvement thanks to this rising interest among women. The study, conducted in Europe, also shows that women take a slightly different approach to the industry, with 54% of them wanting to take a course before investing, which is compared to 50% of men. So that gap isn't massive, but it could mean that women are more likely to dig deep and learn all they can about the subject before taking the leap. This thoughtful and deliberate approach, like wanting to fully understand what you're diving into before making a move, is not about rushing in. It's about learning, strategizing, and then taking action. And honestly, that's such a smart approach in an industry as volatile and fast-paced as crypto. Now, as we're talking about women in crypto, we have to talk about Crypto Granny, real name Anita Kalergis, who found her place in crypto at the age of 61.
So I joined the positive, amazing revolution, as I call it, in the new technology space in around 2017. And then in 2018, when I was visiting my home country, Finland, I was honored. I was asked to participate in a couple of meetings with the regulators and the lawmakers there. And in those meetings, I was telling, before we started the meeting, or bragging, how I have just become a grandmother. And then there was a couple of youngsters coming from the Consensus Association back home that met me for the first time. And then after this meeting, they told me that, wow, you were so cool, old woman with no tech background, and this is what you do.
Her story shows how women are making their mark in crypto, even without a technical background. Coming from sales and marketing, she first encountered crypto in 2017 through a colleague who introduced her to Ethereum and smart contracts. Her curiosity outweighed any hesitation, driving her to ask questions and challenge anything she didn't understand.
So when I was speaking with them and interacting with them, I truly sometimes made them crazy and asked just like 10 times, why? I hear you and I obviously understand what you say, but yet, why? Why do we have this? Or why would I need it? Or why would I invest in this? Or why, whatever. I truly, when I discuss with them and ask questions, I also demand answers I understand. So I really challenge them gently and respectfully. But I think that's very important. And that's how I have gained the information I have. Of course, I do some research of my own. I follow discussions online, whether that is Twitter or X today, several podcasts and things like that.
Her journey reflects how women, regardless of background, are pushing into the crypto space with determination and a thirst for understanding. Once she got to grips with how it all works, she wanted to try it out for herself. And this hands-on approach, investing, losing, profiting, helped her grasp crypto's potential and the risks. Crypto Granny's story, I'd say, serves as inspiration for anyone, really, especially women, showing that it's never too late to enter the space. Her journey also reflects the inclusive nature of the community. I find that it's open to anyone, regardless of age, gender, or background. Another story that we can learn a lot from is journalist Anne-Marie McQueen's. She's a crypto investor who started a journey by investing $100, which she left to sit idle.
I invested about $100 and left it and then checked on it a long time later, and it was many multiples. And I thought, geez, why didn't I just invest a little bit more? And then I got a bonus from a company I was working for. I think it was in 2020 or 2021. And I knew as soon as he handed it to me, and it was an envelope of cash, I thought, I want to invest this in crypto.
Over time, McQueen became more intentional about her learning. She started reading materials, watching videos, and in 2022, she focused more on understanding market cycles. She also joined an active crypto community where she learned from others and experienced scams firsthand and worked with a crypto coach. She says it wasn't an instant revelation and that eventually, over time, things just clicked for her. At the start, she tried sharing her new knowledge but found that many people just didn't grasp the significance of crypto. But now she says she really does believe in the power of crypto, seeing it as more than just a trend. She says it's linked to innovative projects that will change the world. And now, last but not least, I want to look at our interview with Zina Ashur, the founder of Women in Crypto Arabia, which is an initiative that started as a small educational effort and has since grown into a key platform for women in the blockchain space.
So I started basically educating women, starting from my neighbors and my close friends. I started to offer workshops where I explain like basics about what is blockchain and what is cryptocurrency and how to invest. And then I said, you know what, I think there's something in here that I really enjoy, and I think it also solves an issue. So this is where I started Women in Crypto Arabia.
Ashur's own crypto journey began in 2017 when she co-founded a blockchain solutions company and started attending crypto events.
I started my crypto journey in 2017. I was a co-founder for a company where we built blockchain-based solutions, and we launched our own cryptocurrency at that time. So I remember at that time when I used to go to events, to attend meetups and events, it was mainly male-dominated, so like really very few females attending these events. And of course, this is normal since the crypto industry and the blockchain industry is a combination between tech and finance, which are both male-dominated.
This male-dominated environment fueled her desire to create spaces where women could feel equally empowered and informed. To hear more from Zina Ashur and the other inspiring women featured today, you can find the full interviews on our website, thecryptoradio.com, where you will find a trove of engaging educational stories. And if you're a woman in crypto and have a story to tell, please get in touch by email at hello@thecryptoradio.com. We'd love to hear more about your story and the reason you love this industry.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
We are looking for great guests for the Crypto Radio, from those curious about crypto to newbies starting out, experts to mavericks, and everyone in between. We want to hear from you and feature you on the Crypto Radio. We're all about community, from traders to developers, blockchain experts to founders and entrepreneurs. The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase. For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $95,167, up by 1.04%. Ethereum price is $3,397.8, up by 2.1%. BNB price is $720.6, up by 4.35%. Solana price is $194.9, up by 6.03% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, Justin Harper. Solana may sound like a form of renewable energy, but is in fact a blockchain with its own native cryptocurrency, Sol. Solana is the 5th largest cryptocurrency and is known for its fast transaction speeds. It has also become the platform for choice for meme coins and stable coins, which are enjoying record inflows. I'm joined in the studio by Alex Scott, who works for Solana. Specifically, he leads Solana's super team Middle East and runs hackathons, developer workshops, and networking events to support the Solana network. Alex, welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
No, can we firstly start, because we're aimed at beginners, newbies, and the crypto curious, can you just give us a brief history of Solana, as in how it differs, say, from Bitcoin and where it stands within the networks, most popular ones?
Yeah, sure. So among I think you mentioned the top 5, I think depending on the market cap of the top cryptocurrencies at the moment, but one of the relatively new ones, actually. I think if you look at that list, it's only just over 4 years old. First Genesis block was in, would have been 2020. We celebrated the 4th birthday this past summer. Compared to, say, like Ethereum, which is another smart contract, like programmable blockchain, which is roughly like 8-9 years old. Bitcoin, obviously even older than that. The original, the king, the number one, yet to be displaced.
Yeah.
So compared to Bitcoin, for example, major difference is that you can write smart contracts or applications on the blockchain. Bitcoin is very simple. There's 21 million Bitcoin. You can buy fractions of that, and that's about it. You could send back and forth to individuals, but you can't actually, say, create a program on the Bitcoin network. I think there's like some exceptions to that, and people are taking efforts, but it wasn't like ground up built for that.
Yeah.
Versus something like Solana, which you can inscribe metadata, so like additional information, or you can write smart contracts that allow you to do more sophisticated things like borrowing and lending, like an automated contract between you and I that says, I've lent you $1,000 and it must be repaid on this date, otherwise the collateral is automatically liquidated.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Solana for us. And then you work in the super team, which sounds very exciting. Anything with super in it there. So could you just give us a brief sort of, summary of what the super team is and then what you do within that team?
Sure. A super team is what we call like an ecosystem development program. The very simple version of it is if I find the next founder who's building on Solana and they create a $1 billion company, I look like a hero. Everything is pointed in that direction, identifying top talent and helping them build valuable companies on Solana. The history is 3 years ago, they started this project in India. Originally, it started as a podcast, actually. It was a conversation just like this with a famous comedian named Tanmay and Akshay from the Solana Foundation. And they were just having this conversation about cryptocurrencies and started to get a good following among young people in India. Turned out a lot of them were technically inclined, and then they started doing meetups on top of that. And then eventually it evolved into this global program, which is now live in 16 countries, which takes everyone from first learning about cryptocurrency to earning your first dollar in the industry. And then ultimately some of them will go on to, say, raise money, win hackathons, and start companies.
Yeah, right. And so you're sort of looking after the community, the devs, developers, right, within that community. Is that the main sort of focus for you?
I think I have, so that's definitely like one big pillar is founder support. So identifying talent and helping them win. I think there's another piece which is like what we're doing now, which is more general awareness. And I do that through content. So that's like videos, posts on Twitter, stories on X or Instagram rather. And then another big piece is, say, relationships with stakeholders in the ecosystem. That means like could be regulators, could be free zones here, Department of Economy and Tourism here in Dubai, and helping to place Solana as say like the preferred blockchain of choice for these institutions.
Right, okay. And you mentioned creating content.
Yeah.
And we know because we're for that sort of beginner, curious audience there's a lot of jargon and there's a lot of technical terms. How do you sort of navigate that to make what you're doing, that content, quick, easy to understand? And of course, on social media and our time spans and everything, how do you make it engaging as well? Is that a tough thing to do?
Yeah, I think it definitely depends on the audience. And I think depending on the platform, we adjust the messaging. So it could be as simple as instead of calling it cryptocurrency, when I'm posting on LinkedIn, we talk about digital assets and Web3. There's euphemisms because of like, say, either the stigma or like the mental models that those audiences have, and say like compared to the people on X who are very crypto native, and I can use the jargon, I can go into that like technical detail on Twitter. I would adjust that language on LinkedIn. For videos, I think we tend to just focus it on fast, crisp messaging, which by its nature excludes a lot of the jargon. So focusing on, for example, if I'm talking about Cast Payments Card that I was showing you before we started recording, focus just on the benefits to the end user. No one cares about the like technical detail about like which blockchains and the speed and latency of the back end. They just care, hey, I can spend my crypto at this rate with these benefits. So you'll see a lot of our content is just focused on like the value or what's in it for the
And some people take their work home with them. Do you live and breathe crypto blockchain? I know you showed us this very cool looking credit card that earns great cashback Cast. And are you sort of investing yourself and always looking at projects on a personal level? Is it hard once you're in that space to sort of switch off?
Yeah, for me, there is no distinction. There is no work Alex and social or home Alex, because the industry is 24/7. It's always active. There's always some newsworthy event, and like markets are 24/7. I also work with global teams who are always awake, right? So it's the team in San Francisco is awake, and then the team in Singapore on the other side is going to bed, and we're playing that global game. And then also just because I'm so passionate about the space, I do genuinely believe that this technology is changing humanity for the better, and that it is the kind of culmination of like a lot of things that I've done in my past lives. I don't feel the need to compartmentalize. It has bled into my entire life and existence, and friends that I have are also colleagues, and there's no distinction there. It's all just sort of life.
Yeah, you mentioned a sort of a phrase that resonates with us about the good, having the power of change and doing positive things. And we seem to have lost that narrative a little bit with the scams and the dirtier side of crypto and money laundering. How do we get that back to let people know crypto can do so much, can really help people from the unbanked, the underprivileged, speed up payments, makes things cheaper to do? How are we going to get back to that sort of, that image that it probably deserves?
So the reason I started working with Super Team actually was exactly for this point. I think the last cycle created a lot of cynicism. A lot of bad actors were flushed out of the space. And when I met the team from Super Team India, they were visiting Dubai. I was tagged in a post and then had coffee with the guys. And they gave examples of people earning their first crypto, not buying it, which was is like the tagline actually for Super Team is earn your first crypto, don't buy it. It's not a tool for speculation. This is actually a way of bringing economic opportunity to people that otherwise may not have had access. And a great example is in say tier 2, tier 3 city in India. There's a 16, 17-year-old with a laptop and an internet connection. The odds of that person, maybe he or she has some developer inclinations, the odds of them getting a H-1B visa in the United States and like being able to work for a startup, abysmally small. Less than like 0.01% probably after you add all the stages of that together. But thanks to the power of crypto, he's got a laptop, an internet connection, technical inclination, the ability to teach himself a lot of skills that are required by a VC-backed company sitting in Europe or the United States. This person is now able to earn fully remotely from their city, otherwise disconnected from economic opportunities, and is now earning $5,000 to $10,000 per month on par with their American peer. That's transformative, not just for that individual, but for that entire community around them. Parents that have like now seen their child's earnings exceed whatever their expectations were. But then if you now spread that across many different countries where we're operating across Southeast Asia, across South Asia, in Africa, it has the ability to transform the entire global economy.
So it's leveling the playing field, as you
Correct.
said there. It's giving people opportunities they wouldn't normally have there. And that tagline is earning crypto, not buying crypto.
Yeah, the best way to onboard people into crypto is don't send them to an exchange to buy a dog coin. Make them work for it and then pay them.
Right. And so by doing that, they've got more value. They see more value in the crypto because they've actually earned it there, and they see it really as a digital asset and money.
Yeah, I think it turns it into, instead of being then a form of speculation of I sweat in my job to then throw it into the casino. This is actually a way for me to improve my standing and generate new skills and have exposure to new opportunities. A little bit like moving to a new city, right? It's like if you, as a journalist, for example, being in London or New York around the kind of the activity, or Dubai is very different than, say, being isolated in a small town in middle of the UK, as an example.
Yeah.
In the same way, finding these earning opportunities on the internet and being connected to world-class talent, founders based in San Francisco or New York or London. These people are able to like elevate their own aspirations and gain new skills and do more.
Yeah, okay. I get with that mentality, definitely on board with that. And then obviously talking about young people, talking about exciting opportunities, meme coins, it's hard not to have a conversation. Obviously, Bitcoin's hit 100K, altcoins, meme coins, huge buzz around that. And Solana is the go-to platform. Is that fair to say for meme coins?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Whether that's like inherent to Solana or just a function of providing superior technology and like the lowest barriers to entry could be debated probably. But it's definitely brought a lot of people online, I think. For better or worse, I think we'll hit a point where things are not just going up only. And people will feel burnt by that, or or have taken excessive risk and have resentment toward and may project that onto the network. So that's definitely like a downside that I'm not looking forward to seeing, because it's so obviously going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
So I think I have that daily conversation with the taxi driver or the the delivery guy when people, and I see them on the apps doing these things, and it's I've definitely given the nudge of, hey, don't use your rent money, be sensible, only put in one that you can lose. Just be careful, because things can come down as fast as they go up.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's that FOMO, right? And the fear and the greed are such powerful emotions. Even if you know nothing about this space and you haven't got investments diversified, still throwing too much money into the meme coin space when you're seeing these huge coins rocket, right? So as Solana, you mentioned there, look, this could all blow up and people will start to point fingers when actually they made the decisions and they're the ones who invested. How do you try and regulate that, as in try and calm that down? Or can you not just say, look, we want to pick and choose more how the coins get listed? Or you just have to say, look, this is an open market?
But so if I speak as like the perspective of Solana, the network, Solana is an open source technology, and anyone in this building in this city in the world can just go and build an application and do whatever they want on it. It's a lot like, I mean, AWS has centralized control and like permissions, but like similar to that, it's a public service and infrastructure that anyone can just spin up an account and create something, and that's not going to change. That is the philosophy of blockchain. It is an open technology that can be used by anyone. Now, at the level above that is the application layer, right? So you'll have an exchange built on top of that, and they can choose to censor, and they have done. So Pump.fun is like a very good, big example of that, and they recently turned off like live streaming because it became so excessively just like bizarre, and some really like not great content was being posted on there. So they've self-censored there, which is possible. But by its nature, by its design, at the Solana like blockchain layer, that kind of censorship will not happen.
No, that goes against the very ethos, right, of decentralization there. Yeah. Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of a crypto radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the crypto radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. We talked about the cycle and super cycles, and some of the people we spoke to think maybe there's a year left of this boom in meme coins, and then as you were hinting at there, a lot of people will get burnt, lose money, and then we'll move on to something
It's already
else.
happening, by the way. If you just look at the statistics of token launches, there's like tens of thousands every day, I think, and most will not even like reach the threshold of getting promoted to an exchange, and then out of those, like 0.001% will be land in profit. So it's already happening.
So already the glamour is starting to lose its appeal now, and people are starting to maybe get a reality check on the whole meme coin.
Anyone that's been trading like actively has already been experiencing that. I think it's a question of like how deep into the mainstream that awareness is, so that the scale of that impact gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, but bizarrely at the other end of the spectrum, you're also big on stable coins, which are almost like the complete opposite of meme coins by their very nature, right? Stable coins. So how does that work? You're seeing for stability as well as volatility.
But this is the beauty of this open source technology, is that anyone can be using it. It's the same way that the public roads are open to anyone, and if they choose to ride a go-kart or a camel, it's up to them. So it depends on what the user is trying to achieve. So are you trying to achieve preserve your retirement savings and get a more modest yield, or are you trying to hit the 10,000x? These are all different people. Sometimes the same people, but with a mix of their portfolio in it. But yeah, it is a fascinating world, because you have this like massive spectrum. On one side, you have say like Franklin Templeton launching a money market fund on Solana. You have Visa doing back-end USDC international payments reconciliation, right? So like very, very serious money, tenured executives with decades of experience on the line, and like they're placing big bets. And then you have on the other end of that barbell is absolute degeneracy. So it's a fascinating space, but everything is enabled by the same technology ultimately.
Yeah. So everyone, as you say, is free to come and do their own thing, and it's always buyer beware. You as the investor still have to do your research and.
We often make the analogy of like blockchains as cities.
Right.
And actually, I see a lot of like Dubai. I see in Solana as well, right? So ease of doing business, for example. So like lowering the friction to say launching an application or just making it easier is the same thing as what Dubai does. Like, okay, let's reduce the fees to setting up a LLC, or make it easier, like compliance and tax rules, and like lowering that friction, opening up immigration, for example, all aimed at reducing friction for people to enter the economy and start building things. With that comes people who also love to rent Ferraris and zoom around at 3 a.m. and pop champagne models on yachts, which a lot of people, especially in the mainstream, would find distasteful. Very, very similar kind of thing happens on a blockchain like Solana. You have everything just moves on chain. You have all of humanity, the serious sovereign wealth fund and LP money, all the way down to the Ferrari renting.
The crypto bros and the crypto bling.
Yeah, exactly. You just get the full spectrum. It's humanity, and everything you hate about crypto is just what you hate about humanity.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like a microcosm for sure. And so I also wanted to ask you about these economic zones, because I bumped into someone on a panel a few weeks ago who was telling me about a pop-up Solana economic zone. I think it was in Buenos Aires, and I couldn't quite get my head around quite what these zones are. So hopefully you can just tell us a little bit more about those.
Yeah, so you may have been talking to Farhaj, who was running Forma City, which was the Solana economic zone in Argentina. So they ran that for a month, and it was a physical space where they brought together people from the government, from the Solana industry ecosystem. And I think the overall objective there was really to create awareness about what blockchain technology can do for people, and then doing very concrete actions, for example, for local vendors to start accepting US dollar denominated stable coins as a payment, which they love, because they don't pay the same very high transaction fees that they would on, a Visa MasterCard terminal. And then they start to realize, oh, well, now I have this crypto holding. I can also earn some yield on that. I've reduced my fees. I can now make international payments for 1/100th of a cent. And then we see that they start to get into the Solana ecosystem and then start building or considering building applications or just interacting more with our technology. You invite in some public policy makers, decision makers into that and show that there's an enthusiasm and people that have like come in from abroad to be there, to be a part of this community. And it starts to also like change the perspective from, say, like the government. So how do we incentivize more of these like digital nomads to come here? Can we start thinking about better immigration policies? How do we help them set up companies so that they're incentivized to stay here and build? I think a lot of it is actually inspired by how progressive the UAE has been. Here, a lot of these things that I'm mentioning have been policy in Dubai and Abu Dhabi for quite some time. Easier immigration through digital nomad visas, free zones that are specifically targeting crypto companies. So I think UAE has led in a lot of these topics, and the Solana economic zones are one of our efforts to kind of spread that ethos and philosophy into other parts of the world.
Right. Are they permanent zones, or are they pop-ups that just set up for a month to show people in physically how they can, use the technology, and then once they've got adopted or understood, then you move to another city, another country?
So far, that's the model. It's like the opportunity to kind of test the waters and see what that looks like. But I think as the idea picks up, and there's been a lot of enthusiasm and people thinking about this concept, I think we'll start to see like dedicated zones. So like maybe the Argentinian government would say, okay, this sub-neighborhood of this city now becomes like designated as a free zone, the same way that we have like, I think we're in Studio City, you have DMCC, DIFC. You might start to see these kinds of like Solana dedicated free zones in the future.
Yeah, okay. And I just want you to get your crystal ball out and tell us now, obviously it's a fast-paced industry, so much is happening there. Where do you see the next big thing, whether it's within your, organization or just generally in this space there? Where do you see us headed sort of the next sort of 12 months plus?
Yeah, very hard. I think, well, look, it's the overall crypto industry, I think, is cyclical by nature. People have mapped this out, the 4-year cycle of Bitcoin and how it coincides. So we're definitely in a bull run. There's a lot of early euphoria that'll probably taper off in the next 6 to 12 months, and then you'll see some kind of correction, and then things will kind of regress a little bit. This cycle has been a lot about meme coins, and we'll see that energy kind of die off. So anytime there's the kind of like cyclical action, there'll be some mania, but then there will be like there's elements of that mania, like the foundation, that are valuable and will give us lessons for the future and say like plant the seeds for something more profound later. I think what we're seeing with meme coins is the start of a very, very fundamental shift in capital markets, which is doing away with this old, going public, extremely onerous processes, and only very few like elite institutions get to the point where they get to do an IPO and offer shares to the public. That entire system is now blown up because literally anyone on the planet that can push a few keys can spin up a token and raise capital. That shift will drive a massive, massive change in venture capital, private equity, global capital markets, which will last for decades to come. And it was not just about cat coins and dog coins. In this cycle was a massive shift in the way that the global economy works.
Yeah, something real, something significant there outside of pets. And then my final question is really, can you name any interesting projects, some exciting projects that have come your way that you think, wow, that's a really good idea, or I really like that concept?
Yeah, there's a bunch. I'll try to keep it relatable to people's day-to-day life. I took a taxi the other night, and on the dashboard was a camera by Hive Mapper. That dash cam was earning that driver roughly $100 a day, something like 350 dirhams, per month, $350 dirhams per month. How is that working? He's getting paid in crypto. He had a wallet on his phone, and he's getting paid for this. So the business model behind it is actually attacking Google Maps. So Google Maps, like Street View, is one of the most expensive APIs in the world. They've collected data from all over the world with these vehicles, right, with like a camera on top, and it's very expensive, very hard to scale. What the Hive Mapper team realized is that you can get a dash cam, give it to every Uber driver in the world, and have them running around the city and mapping out all of this data. Do that for like 1/10 of the cost, but then 10 times faster, and then undercut the Google Maps API, which is a massive cash cow. So it's a win-win. Drivers get to monetize their time. They're driving around anyways. They get paid daily micropayments, often a meaningful amount, especially in emerging markets. And then the businesses that consume this data also win because they have very up-to-date, recent data that is much cheaper than the current alternative.
Very clever idea. Another one, just that maybe you think worth talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's in the similar space of decentralized physical infrastructure. There's a team in India called D-Charge, and electric vehicles are very popular, exploding and growing, especially in cities like Bangalore. The problem is when you need to charge it, and range anxiety, where am I going to do that? So they've created a device that anyone can stick on the side of their apartment, plug into their electrical mains, and they get compensated for sharing their electricity with whoever comes and plugs in for that. So that, again, is that micropayment is happening in a token on the Solana network, and people are, on one side, able to charge their vehicle everywhere for like very low cost, and then the people are compensated for sharing their electricity.
Yeah, both sound like really good ideas and can save consumers money at the end of the day. How would people find out about these? How would you be able to see these projects and then perhaps get in on these token launches?
So I run demo days in the UAE. I post about these both on LinkedIn and Twitter or X. So it's x.com/superteamae. And we have actually D-Charge was one of the prize winners at our demo day about a month ago. So we're often making content about these teams. The Solana account as well on both of these platforms is very active as well.
Yeah, they're very innovative, very smart, and using technology and paying in crypto, or just, as we're saying, that social good, whether it's sustainability, using electricity that other would be wasted, saving money when you're driving around rather than having two cars, mapping and driving people, the same car can do that. So that's what we're talking about, right? That, for good, the side that people often forget, not the greed, the good about crypto and blockchain technology.
Yeah, I think, those are the most relatable ones where it's like, okay, I get it. There's another, Teleport is a Uber, but decentralized version. So you don't have a middleman that's controlling everything. It's more decentralized. So Teleport, that's another good one. But tons of stuff. Also companies that are being built in the UAE as well. Decentralized exchanges, stuff on the more financial side, which is still also, super exciting.
But you're also getting the disruptors, like Uber was seen as the disruptor, and now it's being disrupted, So that's how fast you're seeing blockchain technology can just take any, whether it's Google, the big tech companies, or just someone who's already new and disrupting, can totally be undercut by anybody these days.
Yeah, it's been 15, 20 years almost since the first the Web 2 kind of disruption happened. So we're in another cycle again where this change will happen. And no one's safe. Technology keeps marching ahead and forward. And I think what I love about now is we're in 2024, and this is a lot of what we're talking about now was hyped in previous cycles, like 2017. There was within the Ethereum ecosystem, there was ICOs, initial coin offerings, and a lot of them were promising things like this, which it ended up being too early then. Transaction costs were far too expensive. Technology just wasn't ready, or it took more time to actually implement hardware like what we're describing, right? But now it's actually happening. The technology is ready. It's feasible. It's economically viable. So yeah, for me, it's a very exciting time because we're seeing the promise and sometimes broken promises are finally being
the
fulfilled.
execution. We're now seeing this theory become reality now. As you say, the technology is there, the demand is there. So Alex Scott from Solana Super Team Middle East, thanks for coming in and talking to us at the Crypto Radio.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. For more great interviews and views behind the news, go to thecryptoradio.com for more articles and podcasts.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, this is Justin Harper from the Crypto Radio, and I'm happy to talk to Roman Martinez, who is from Bitcoin Beach. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Can you quickly give us an intro as in what Bitcoin Beach actually is?
Yes. So Bitcoin Beach was the first Bitcoin circular economy on the world, and is located in El Salvador, in El Sonte. El Sonte is a small little town. It's a surfer town that we start using Bitcoin there in 2019, and we show and prove how Bitcoin could be a tool, for the local people, and that's also to start becoming, well known as the little town that people were using Bitcoin for daily transactions. We use Bitcoin as a money, and that was in 2019, and people start calling that place Bitcoin Beach because it was on the beach, So it's a beach town. And then in 2021, Bitcoin became a legal tender in El Salvador, and El Salvador became the first Bitcoin country to make Bitcoin a legal tender in El Salvador. And part is because Bitcoin Beach show and proof, that Bitcoin could be a tool for our people, and since that, El Salvador have been attracting like a lot of people from around the world, and everyone that come to El Salvador, of course, want to go and check Bitcoin Beach, right?
So that's the thing people forget, that Bitcoin is not about trading necessarily and holding. It's actually it's a form of money to use to pay for goods and services. And so has it been a hard challenge to get people to say, no, this is the future of money. This is a way of using digital money.
Yes, and more when you come to places like Dubai, right, Abu Dhabi, that probably people here see Bitcoin more as an asset, as a world-class asset, right? But we don't need to forget that Bitcoin is more than that, Bitcoin is a full open source technology. It's a monetary network, it's an open source technology that people can build whatever you can thinking, and for us in El Salvador, Bitcoin is money, it's a legal tender, so that is like one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, that Bitcoin is a medium of exchange, and once you transact with Bitcoin, or you living in a Bitcoin standard, you see that things change, right? You see how a lot of people around the world have been living excluded from the financial system, that are unbanked, that doesn't have a bank account. That means that they cannot do nothing, since transacting digitally, buying an asset, or just making and receive digital payments they cannot do it, And Bitcoin, you see Bitcoin, this technology that exists now that allowed everyone around the world to have access to do the things that you guys do here in Dubai, having your bank account, your credit card, And that is something that if we all hold Bitcoin and don't spend Bitcoin, Bitcoin is not playing that role,
They're meant to be held for that, just as an asset, as you say, to be used. So what kind of people and businesses, from like a butcher or a baker, are using Bitcoin now in
You can imagine to live in a Bitcoin standard that is earn, spend, and save in Bitcoin. El Salvador is the first country that made a legal tender. So, and then there are Bitcoin circular economies like Bitcoin Beach that put the works to educate more people, to onboarding more people. And now in El Salvador, you can pay from a surfing lesson, a surfing class, up to buying your property with Bitcoin, And but it's crazy to see this, and a lot of people that live in the first world, like countries like here, like Dubai, probably never imagined being in the beach and buying a beer with Bitcoin.
Oh, no, definitely not. So what will it take for more countries and more economies to do what El Salvador has done and use Bitcoin as a form of payment? What's holding them back?
I think eventually many countries will be looking to that, you know, and you see now more now that many countries are talking as to put working on a strategic reserve, a Bitcoin strategic reserve, you know. And if you see that El Salvador is starting like acquiring Bitcoin since 2021, every day President Bukele buy one Bitcoin, you know. And that's crazy how we were so early, you know, in adopting this technology, right? And El Salvador already is having benefit from this. So what I think is going to happen is that a lot of countries are just waiting to see results, you know, because Bitcoin is, you know, is the last evolution of money. So of course it took time, you know. Education is key, and a lot of countries don't like to be the first one. Be the first one is the harder because there is not like a manual that you can read and learning, you know. It's like you gotta build learning and keep building, right? So being the first is hard, but for the second ones, it's gonna be more easier. And I think it's just a matter of time that you will see more countries adopting Bitcoin. I don't know as legal tender, but made like clear regulations and kind of like working on having like a clear path for companies to set up, you know, Bitcoin companies that can operate in like without many issues, you know, and those are things that El Salvador is already doing, you know.
Where's the biggest challenge? Is it companies not wanting to use Bitcoin, or is it investors and customers not wanting this potentially volatile currency to use? Where's the biggest challenge in getting people on board?
I think it's just the lack of education in both sides, you know, because both sides can benefit from using this technology, using Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, you know, but it's hard. That's what the media have been pushing, right? That Bitcoin is just like a volatility currency that is hard to use for daily transactions. But the reality is that the technology already exists. And for example, in El Salvador, one of the good things that the government did when they rolled out the Bitcoin adoption is that they put two balances in the same wallet. So they put Bitcoin and dollars. So if a person wanna pay in Bitcoin, it's okay, but the seller can decide if he wanna receive that payment in Bitcoin or in dollars. And if he chooses to receive Bitcoin, the buyer paying Bitcoin here get transformed into dollars, and those dollars will never change. So, and plus, the seller can save like, I don't know exactly how much Visa or MasterCards charge for processing this digital payment every time someone pay with a credit card, you know. So it's just the lack of education to see how both sides can benefit from it, you know.
But it's great, Roman, to actually talk to someone at last for us from El Salvador who can tell us about what's happening in El Salvador, because it's been quite tough meeting people who are actually using Bitcoin in their daily lives, and there's only a few countries and you're one of them. So thank you for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of the Bitcoin MENA conference.
Thank you. And I highly recommend, like, if you've never been in El Salvador, you should come and visit, because everything that you read online, it's once you get there, the reality is it's more than that, you know. And I think what El Salvador is doing now, it's amazing, and it's really important to see it now.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
I think you've sold it to us on the buying the beer, buying the having the surf lessons. You know, it's a great country to visit, and just a bonus that you can pay in Bitcoin. And obviously, a lot of people have made money from Bitcoin, and we were wanting to spend their money, and where better than El Salvador? So
Exactly.
thank you for talking to us at the Crypto Radio.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we to know.
We are looking for great guests for the Crypto Radio, from those curious about crypto to newbies starting out, experts to mavericks, and everyone in between. We want to hear from you and feature you on the Crypto Radio. We're all about community, from traders to developers, blockchain experts to founders and entrepreneurs.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello, this is Justin Harper, a host at the Crypto Radio. Karam Shroff is known as the Arab whale for being an early Bitcoin miner and adopter and controlling much of the supply in the Middle East. The Crypto Radio caught up with Karam at the recent Bitcoin Miner conference and asked him about what technology excites him now.
So firstly, what are you doing here at this event?
So I was on a panel, we were talking about, strategic leadership and what's going to happen with Bitcoin in the Middle East, right? And being one of the oldest Bitcoin miners in the Middle East, starting at around 2011, I've been a big proponent of explaining and educating about Bitcoin in the region.
Right, okay. And so you were one of the first people, I guess, to see the benefits of Bitcoin. Back in, when did you start buying Bitcoin?
I did not start buying, I was mining Bitcoin. And it was in 2011 is because I read the Bitcoin white paper, and we own a bank in East Africa. So I had seen M-Pesa get launched, which had about 17 million people in 2011. And it really, M-Pesa as a fintech app has more money than all the banks in the country combined. So I was like, this is very interesting, how to send each other micro payments, right? And I thought even just one Bitcoin could literally provide the entire payments infrastructure for a country. So from that perspective, I was like, this is amazing. We don't need to deal with the banks, and you can literally have an entire payment system without having any third party, which really inspired me, because that's where I felt it is much needed, is in Africa, it is in developing world, not necessarily institutionalizing in the US.
Yeah, so that's the thing, because we're about the big picture, not just about Bitcoin and crypto for trading, how it can be used to make a social impact, to help underprivileged, underbanked. And I feel that sometimes we forget that when we talk about 100,000 Bitcoin,
Yeah.
all these people have made money. It's actually, this was supposed to be, and probably still is, a force for good.
Yes.
So how do we get the narrative back onto that decentralization and trying to level the playing field?
So I know it's going to work in stages. So now with President Trump coming in and Bitcoin achieving a $100,000 milestone, but if you look at countries, including the UAE, now look at a UAE security guard from Kenya. He's sending $200 back to Kenya. His family in Kenya is a mark, because as soon as they go to Western Union and they come out of Western Union, they will be like, okay, this guy's got cash, right? So it's not only transferring money and paying arm and a leg to transfer the money, but you're basically putting your family at risk in that country too. So now if you look at El Salvador, which has 80% remittances, they're now moving money in Bitcoin on the Lightning Network. So no one knows who is receiving the money. And whenever they want to use the money, because Bitcoin is considered legal tender in El Salvador, now they can go with that same Bitcoin to McDonald's and eat it. So I think once countries like the US and others start using Bitcoin as a reserve, there will be definitely disruption in global money transfers and payments. And you can already see it, like Western Union money transfers are going down, all these money transfers are going down because alternative ways are being used, be it stablecoin or be it Lightning Network or be it any other crypto that people are transferring in.
But when we look at Bitcoin and its age, obviously it's still relatively young, 15, 16 years old. But we have, as you mentioned, we've only seen pockets of adoption, whether it's in El Salvador, parts of Africa, maybe Nigeria. What will it take to get a wider adoption of Bitcoin, not just as a strategic reserve, but actually as a form of payment? Because it seems to be, we're not there yet, right? We're still just scratching the surface.
So I think, Justin, people like yourself have a big role to play, because the media is all powerful today. So it's a matter of communicating to people. Like one of my mates was asking me, I wish I can buy a Bitcoin in my life. I was like, you can. She's like, but I don't have $100,000. I said, you don't need $100,000 to buy a Bitcoin. You can buy it. How much do you have? She's like, I want to buy a $200 worth. I said, sure, give me $200. I gave her a little bit of Bitcoin. Now that Bitcoin has become 3x, so that $200 becomes $600, and she's like saying, oh, I should have bought more. But that's FOMO. But I'm just explaining that there's a huge education that if there is Bitcoin, there's 100 million Satoshis in one Bitcoin. So literally, you can have 100 million transactions concurrently on over one Bitcoin. And you can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin. So I think education is very important. And media has to play a role for global adoption, other than also regulation, right? With Trump coming in and U.S. Treasury possibly announcing purchase of 1 million Bitcoin, I think they're the world leaders, and I think the whole world will follow quickly. And then once the world follows quickly with an economic security layer or a reserve, then I think a lot of other use cases will come out, such as paying cross-border payments.
Yeah. So of course, Bitcoin is the oldest, and it's nicknamed the king of crypto. But there are obviously other cryptocurrencies out there, from Solana and Ethereum. Do you think that's part of the education, is telling people it's also not about Bitcoin? There are other networks and other blockchains that might be better for you as an individual or as a company or Bitcoin is enough to sustain where we want to go when it comes to crypto adoption?
See, it again comes down to regulation. I mean, when you talk about other cryptocurrencies, there are 3 million of them today. So you got one Bitcoin on one side, which is about 60% of the total crypto market, and you got 40% by 3 million different crypto projects, which a lot of them are rug pulls and scams, etc. The names that you said, they're all we like each one of those projects, and they're trying to do a good use case on the blockchain, but a proper use case on the blockchain is truly only Bitcoin today, right? I mean, as you said, it's a teenager, right? And as a teenager, it's slowly coming of age, right? And I think over the next few years, or this Trump administration, Bitcoin's going to grow up.
Yeah, and so that's what everyone's waiting for when Trump comes into power, and maybe that trickle-down effect. They'll start to see it, and then after that, how do you sort of see this space evolving? Do you think there will be more novices, beginners getting into it, or will be the crypto community will embrace it even more? As in, how will we get to widespread adoption of it? Not just individuals, but companies using it to pay salaries, and then more governments using it, not just as strategic reserves or a store of value, but actually using it to maybe people can pay their taxes, things like that. When will we see all of that? I
mean, it's already starting to happen. There's a state in the U.S. which just allowed that you can pay taxes, state taxes with Bitcoin. So I think it's about education, it's about regulation, and it's about having a use case that is really solving and helping improve people's lives, such as cross-border payments. I mean, globally, there must be hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that gets transferred globally, and that is being transferred in a very inefficient way on technology which is tens of years of old, right? We can literally disrupt global payments today. It's a matter of regulation, and it's a matter of these big companies creating barriers to entry for this to happen. But I think with the new administration, the type of support they're getting from big money, from banks, from governments, from other institutions, I'm even told, I'm not sure how true this is, but I'm told that, religious communities are looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin just became Sharia compliant a few months ago. I mean, if it just became Sharia compliant, now the Muslim Ummah or the Muslim people can also be very okay to buy. So I feel that these 4 years are a turning point, and after this 4 years, Bitcoin will be about 20 years old, 19, 20 years old, and that's when I think real global adoption is going to start.
Yeah. And of course, crypto wouldn't exist without the blockchain, and then the blockchain could exist without crypto, i.e. the blockchain isn't just used for finance. Do you keep an eye on how the blockchain is being used in other industries? How logistics, healthcare? What sort of things are you seeing the blockchain being used for outside of finance?
Oh, there's some amazing use cases I've been seeing. And one of the use cases which I really enjoyed seeing, just a few weeks ago, was I just, on my panel this morning, I was explaining to the audience that, AI agent negotiated a contract with another AI agent and paid the other AI agent with Bitcoin. So you're going to see a world of AI agents moving forward, being able to make payments in crypto fully autonomously without any human intervention, right? I feel that moving forward, there's the use case of AI with blockchain is going to be amazing and very big. In terms of other use cases, we've seen use cases in supply chain, we've seen use cases in provenance of artwork. I mean, there are a bunch of use cases, but really nothing has sort of like stuck other than Bitcoin as a store of value now. But Bitcoin didn't start as a store of value, it started as a P2P payment network without a third party. So I think it has morphed into a store of value, and I think it's going to morph into more and what can you do with Bitcoin, not just hold it, right? And what in my thought process, one of the biggest use cases of crypto is going to be the cross section of AI and blockchain.
Yeah, now AI is obviously an interesting topic, and what you mentioned about these two AI agents talking to each other and sometimes rewriting their own code. I mean, and then people have warned about AI, doing things like that, and it feels like we're maybe at that cross section now where we do need to be careful of AI, actually, of it being so smart and thinking for itself and cutting out humans and rewriting its own code and blocking human intervention, with these sorts of cases. Is that a concern for you too?
A very big concern, and I think a lot of godfathers of AI have been alarming and putting alarms out there that this could really be completely opposite, right? So I think ethics and understanding and keeping some sort of guardrails is a very important aspect moving forward. And you've got the two superpowers of AI in the world, one being the United States and one being China. And I think collaboration or at least strategic between both these countries is paramount for us to have a better world of AI. Otherwise, if they keep fighting and trying to run an arms race amongst each other, we could see a very negative impact on AI moving forward. But having said that, having seen some of the use cases of AI and the type of computing power coming in, the world is about to become really, really efficient, which is going to save a lot of resources. I mean, there could be poverty alleviation, there could be housing, there could be so many things, education, which will be not only disrupted but empowered for generations to come.
Yes. Now, moving back to Bitcoin, you mentioned that you started mining Bitcoin back in 2011. Were you also investing and building up your sort of Bitcoin portfolio at the time?
Not really, because I was mining Bitcoin. At that time, there was really no use for Bitcoin. There was nothing you could do with it other than mine it. And so at that time, in my mind, I was mining it so I would have enough Bitcoin to power the finance of a country, right? Being, i.e., Kenya or any other country. So it wasn't more in my mind as an investment or holding of value and stuff. I was really looking at Bitcoin as a tool to help the lowest sector of society being able to transact and transfer value without a third party taking chunks of fees through it.
Yeah, and you still believe in that premise?
I truly believe in that, and especially with Lightning Network and how El Salvador has done it, I've now become 100% proponent of it, that if we, deploy a global Bitcoin standard, we can really we can literally alleviate poverty, because you have a ability to transact globally, instantly, efficiently, without much fees, and business or transactions are going to go at lightning speed.
When do you think we'll get to that stage where we'll be able to take a lot more people out of poverty and have them save all of the fees and those low transaction costs compared to fiat currency?
I think we can already sort of do that. I mean, you've seen El Salvador do that. But in terms of global adoption, I think you're sitting in the right place in terms of UAE. I mean, 200 countries, citizens live in Dubai today. So if Dubai can really play a global role of being the place where it is empowering a whole generation of people who are getting benefited from this. I mean, a friend of mine was giving me statistics that there's about 40,000 Kenyans just in Dubai alone who are mostly in security and others. But, a majority of that population is, workers. So they're sending money home every few weeks to their family, and they are getting charged arm and a leg. So that is a perfect pilot for the UAE government to run, which will give it so much credibility that it is helping the lowest part of society achieve better financial being by reducing the fees. I mean, the big guys can transfer money all around the world with very little money and very little, and negotiate with the banks for the rates, etc. What about the small guy, right?
Yeah, we forget about the small guy. And
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping, to level that playing field. And my final question is, your nickname is the Arab Whale. Can you tell us how you got that nickname?
It's funny because since 2011, when we were any crypto transaction used to happen when people started buying Bitcoin at $1, $10, $20, $50, $100. Really, one of the only people in this region was myself. So I had my hands over any transaction that happened, and we transacted thousands and thousands of millions of coins in this region, and Africa and Asia across the world. And it was just so that I had access to all these mined Bitcoin that I was able to sell. So one of the media guys dubbed me as the Arab Whale, this is in 2015, 2016. And then all the media just kept on taking it, me being out of Dubai. Sometimes I'm an Arab whale, sometimes I become an Arab fish, sometimes I become an Arab snail, depending what the price of Bitcoin is.
Right, okay. Right now, you're probably very much Arab blue whale, right? The largest.
Possibly. No, thank you.
Okay, well, it's been a pleasure talking to you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
I hope to enjoy the rest of Bitcoin Mina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Karam Shroff, known as the Arab Whale. The Crypto Radio covers global thought leaders and experts in crypto both on air and online. Check out more of our great content right now.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
We have more great content on air and online at thecryptoradio.com. More news, interviews, explainers, and great guests are on their way. Keep listening to us here and check out our website. This is just a taster of the content we are building at the Crypto Radio. The Crypto Radio is a new online radio station with a global reach, dedicated to the exciting world of crypto and blockchain. We have a strong focus on trust and transparency across all our programs and shows, which will have a broad appeal. From news to education, entertainment to communities, we are creating content for everyone, from the crypto curious to crypto OGs. New interviews, topics, explainers, and shows are regularly being added, while you can keep up with us at thecryptoradio.com and across our major social media channels. We will educate, inform, and entertain our listeners while growing and supporting crypto and blockchain awareness and adoption. We are the Crypto Radio.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $95,003, up by 0.79%. Ethereum price is $3,386.2, up by 1.42%. BNB price is $718.9, up by 3.5%. Solana price is $193.8, up by 4.82% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to The Pulse with me, your host, Justin Harper. A new report has just been published that shows that a staggering 2.2 billion has been stolen via crypto hacks, according to Chainalysis. Security issues such as hacks and theft continue to pose risks in this fast-paced space, highlighting how innovation and security advancements should go hand in hand. This 2.2 billion figure is 21% higher compared to last year. It also marks the fourth straight year of bad actors stealing more than 1 billion worth of crypto. To talk more about this, I'm happy to be joined by Eric Jardine, who is Cyber Crimes Research Lead at Chainalysis. Hello, Eric.
Hello, nice to be here with you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Now, could you just give us a quick summary of the report? Because I know there's a lot in it there. So just really, what I guess the key takeaways are.
Oh, absolutely. So I think you touched on some of the biggest and highest ticket numbers, the sort of 2.2 billion that was stolen this year. I think what's interesting about as an overarching theme for the section is that 2.2 billion, at least to my eye, came in quite low relative to where I thought it was going to be in the first, say, 6 or 7 months of the year. So we've been tracking, and I've been sort of forecasting us ending up somewhere in the $3 billion range. And it's quite notable that following July, the pace of value being stolen in the crypto ecosystem slowed considerably. It continued, and there were still hacks, but it certainly slowed. And I think that declining trend speaks a lot to sort of a geopolitical overlay that I'm sure we'll get into. That's a theme in the report involving the threat actors from the DPRK, since most of the decline that we observe seems to be caused by a reduction in suspected DPRK-related activity.
Okay, so that's interesting. So as you said, during the middle of the year, we saw it tail off considerably. Is that right? And that was down to what? Sorry, yeah. What was the reason again? What would you say was the main factor that led to that reduction?
Well, we can't be definitive because we don't have a crystal ball nor insider information in this respect. But what we've been seeing was, if you think about it in like the structure of a curve, is a pretty sort of up and to the right directional curve in terms of hacking. And then starting in July, that curve kind of flattened out in terms of cumulative value stolen. And that timing is really quite suspicious. President Putin met with DPRK officials in June. And so to have a decline in the pace of hacking activity shortly following that meeting, and most of that decline seems to be attributable to a reduction in sort of the average amount being taken by the DPRK, is sort of a suspicious timing for things. And so we ended up below where I was thinking we were going to end up this year. And it's quite likely, though again, not definitive, that this is due to a reduction in DPRK related activities.
Yeah, so you were predicting around 3 billion. It came in at 2.2 billion, which is obviously still a hefty figure. Now, North Korea is obviously a lot of fingers pointing there. Can you talk about the rise in attacks from North Korea?
For sure. So they've been a persistent threat actor in this space for years now. Pretty consistently, they'll make up a plurality of all the value stolen in a given year. This year was especially bad. It reached an all-time high of 61% of the value stolen that we tracked is notionally related to suspected DPRK events. But they've been pretty active for a very long time in this particular space. U.S. officials note that level of activities probably related to the need for liquidity to fund state programs and weapons programs and things of that sort. So there's sort of a clear reason for them to be involved. And then in many instances, the uncensorability of crypto makes it a great asset to steal because it's easy to move cross-border without having anyone be able to intervene, although that obviously varies depending on whether you're talking about tokens with centralized issuers or Bitcoin or something.
Yeah, and then when it, we look at the country of North Korea, and then what sort of attacks have we seen? Do they follow a specific pattern, a certain style about them?
We can't get into too many specifics on those sorts of things, since that gets into tactics and techniques directly seen by the DPRK. I can say that they're at a high level. My view is that they've targeted DeFi in the past. They've targeted centralized services. They've targeted everything in between. I would hazard, extraordinarily opportunistic, and I think that their primary objective is to compromise as much value over a short period of time as they can. So they're going to target services, individuals, and everything in between that are basically targetable. So we've seen tactics like the widely publicized IT worker method, where they would be embedding people into crypto companies, for example, who could then try to exfiltrate value from those companies. So there's that, typically speaking, would maybe result in smaller denomination hacks than you might see with some other events, but nonetheless is still a widely kind of known technique. But they're opportunistic in what they're trying to do here. So the main idea about what they're doing and why they're doing it is basically like they're going to target whatever they can target in order to compromise value, in order to generate revenue.
Yeah, as you say, they're very opportunistic. Could you talk us about the North Korea or the IT workers? Because that really caught my attention, this sort of corporate espionage. So there's these IT workers, and they heading to Western markets, US, Europe, and then getting jobs within IT companies and then infiltrating them from inside. Is that what we were talking about here?
In broad strokes, yeah. I mean, obviously the specifics are always a little bit different on a case-by-case basis, but more or less that's the idea, that these would be individuals who are gaining some sort of permissioned access to companies and their data or their systems, and then from there they figure out whatever way they can to exfiltrate value. And so it was sort of widely talked about through the course of 2024 as an emerging threat vector. And you do see, for example, interesting potential intersections with things like AI and so forth, in that you could have whole videos of candidate interviews, for example, that are just fraudulent. They're made up. Documentation becomes easier to spoof with AI and all these other sorts of things. So this is not necessarily a surprising trend, but it is one that has been talked about quite significantly in the course of 2024 in relation to the DPRK.
Yeah, and these IT workers are working remotely, or they physically are going into some of these exchanges and some of these centralized services?
Just one point, it wouldn't necessarily only be centralized services that were being compromised, just as a small little parenthetical there. But I think the answer to in-person versus remote is it could be either. You'd have to kind of look on a case-by-case basis to say, in each known instance, was it someone who, say, was hired remotely and worked remotely and so forth, versus someone who actually was supposed to be on the ground in some office building somewhere. I think it would be possible for either to work. Obviously, sending someone somewhere and making them go into an office has a little bit more cost associated with it, but it doesn't strike me as a possibility.
Yeah, it sounds sort of very James Bond espionage. So there are other hotspots, right? DPRK, you said Nigeria and Russia also have popped up as quite popular areas for hacking and scams. Is that right?
Yeah, I think if you broaden the sort of the malicious cybercrime lens from stolen funds, which you could think of as kind of like, for lack of a better term, your kind of smash and grab type approach, into ransomware and scamming, you would definitely start to capture additional geographies, Russia and Nigeria being two primary candidates. And add in a level of effect, all three of these things would have the same kind of financial burden imposed on individuals and companies and sometimes government agencies. And so, yes, you definitely have regional hotspots. In the stolen fund case, there are fewer clear indications that there's a geographic concentration of hackers who, let's say, related to the value stolen this year, there's 39% that are not suspected to be attributable to the DBRK, and it's not clear that that 39% regionally concentrates. But then if you do move into spaces like scamming or ransomware or something like that, you definitely start to see geographical concentrations of bad actors in those settings, for sure.
Yeah. And I just wanted to talk about the most common way that people are having their crypto stolen, because I did see private keys pop up quite a few times in your report, as in that looked like that was one of the weak spots.
It certainly is on a by value stolen level in the context of 2024. Obviously, for private keys are kind of the linchpin in crypto, where if you compromise those, you compromise a wallet's integrity in its entirety. And so there's probably a pretty good reason why compromising private keys.
I have to allow them to get that off their chest first. So, and then, yeah, I don't talk about running a node and hash rate and all that stuff. Like, that's going to make their eyes glaze over. We need to talk about what it is. Like, why is this important? And for you to understand that, you have to talk through that. We talk through the history of money, the history of stores of value, and then a general overview of the cryptography and the problems that
So I think private key maintenance is one of the cornerstones of security in the crypto environment. It is not the only thing that would matter, but it is certainly a cornerstone there for sure.
Yeah. Now we're going to take a short break and come back. Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there. We have more great content on air and online at thecryptoradio.com. More news, interviews, explainers, and great guests are on their way. Keep listening to us here and check out our website. Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. Of course, because we forget how early we are in the sort of crypto journey. The whole private keys thing, something that people are always being told to protect, and we still, or maybe with credit cards years ago, dropping them or losing them there. Still seems to be people aren't necessarily getting the message, as in keeping them so secure, right?
Right, and it's not for people who are new to the crypto space. It is not clear necessarily what that might look like. People are if they're coming from a world where they're used to third-party custodians, banks or whatever, or credit card companies, they're not used to being responsible for something that fundamental. And so it's understandable why people would sort of not exactly immediately clue in. I mean, it speaks to, I think, why we need persistent and broad-based education about what is involved with participating in crypto in a responsible way. But it's a fundamental piece. And if you compromise a private key, you compromise the wallet's integrity. That's the end of the discussion. So there's definitely a need to make sure that point is very clearly expressed. And then, of course, there's all the other ways in which you can lose value too. But private keys, in the context of 2024, per the report, they are definitely a weak spot in terms of the amount of value that can be stolen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then looking also at some of the figures within the report, it seems to be that we're seeing less cases but bigger thefts, with 47 incidents accounting for something like 61% of all the amount stolen this year.
So those are DPRK specific numbers.
Right. Okay.
And then so you got to kind of like contrast what the DPRK does relative to what the global ecosystem is doing. And we have in the report, I think, a pretty clear visual representation of this, like where the DPRK activity tends to be on average and at the tail, much higher value. So they tend to steal more over fewer events than you see in the global ecosystem. Now, I think in the context of 2024, you do have a bit of a double top distribution for DPRK activity, and I think this harkens back to our earlier conversation about IT workers and some of these smaller hacks that have occurred during the course of the year. So again, they're a sophisticated threat actor, but they are also, in this setting, predominantly driven by the money, and that means they'll take value where they can get it. For sure, you're seeing some changes to sort of average attack in a given year. And it sort of depends on whether you're talking about the global space versus the DPRK specific, but pretty consistently, we're seeing the DPRK kind of be at the higher end in terms of the severity ladder.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a clear distinction by what's happening there with what's happening globally. What sort of other trends have you seen that have perhaps caught you by surprise that you're seeing perhaps for the first time?
It's an interesting question. I can't put my finger on anything that is quote unquote new. It depends on what level of granularity you want to get to. So things like the IT worker events, as we talked about, that's a new tactic, but it was possible before, and you did see versions of stuff like that earlier. For example, with Axie Infinity, you saw some evidence to suggest that it was a sort of a phishing email targeting an employee that led to the compromise. And again, and that's if you think about it in the context of hacking generally, just even outside of crypto, that kind of thing is pretty common. Every IT department in every company is probably saying, don't click phishing links, don't open attachments on suspicious emails and these sorts of security basics, because it's an obvious threat vector. So there isn't, in that sense, all that much that's quote unquote new in the context of 2024. I think there is interesting reversions to patterns we've seen in the past that for the last few years weren't there. So for example, we saw in the context of 2024, centralized services being targeted as a share of everything a lot more, especially in Q2 and the start of Q3, than we did in, say, 2021, 2022, or 2023. In those previous years, DeFi was the predominant target or the predominant source of a lot of the value stolen, and that sort of shifted for a part of this year. That's kind of a reversion back to what we saw in the 2019, 2018 period, like earlier before DeFi had a lot of value associated with it. And so it's not a new thing. It's just a reversion back to an old thing in that sense. But I think it's all kind of reconcilable by a great Willie Sutton quote, who was a bank robber in the US, who said that, when asked, why do you rob banks? And he said, I rob banks because that's where the money is. And I think you have something similar here. So we see a resurgence of an old trend or an old pattern in terms of targeting centralized services or compromising value from centralized services more than from DeFi. And then you think about it in the context of who's holding what amounts of value, and it starts to make a little bit more sense that, you factor, as a bad actor, you're probably factoring in how likely are you to succeed in compromising the service and how much could you compromise if you did manage to do it. And so, yeah, you could compromise maybe easier. It might be easier to compromise a startup DeFi project, for example, who might be prioritizing innovation over security, but you might not have a lot of monetary advantage to doing so. Whereas if you compromised a large, long-standing centralized services, it might be harder to do, but you probably compromise more value. And so there's this kind of like calculus at the core of what we're seeing in the ecosystem. And so old trends can reassert themselves, and it's probably attributable to this kind of interplay between feasibility and amount you can steal.
And sort of slightly related to that, do we see where the money is when Bitcoin now hits all-time highs? We'll see more activity. I know it's still early days because a lot of stuff's still got to filter through, and we've only hit those all-time highs in the last few weeks. But is that something we should expect to see? There'll be an increase in hacking, in scams, and in these sorts of bad actors as the price of crypto, well, skyrockets basically.
I think the short answer would be probably. We have observed in the past that scamming in particular is quite correlated with market conditions. Typically speaking, it's at about a 3-week lag. And you could maybe attribute part of that correlation to, price being the best advertisement for crypto. So when price goes up, new entrants come in, new entrants are less aware of what can or should be done in the context of crypto, and so maybe more likely to be scammed. In the case of stolen funds, I think the answer is probably because any given what is being taken in the context of hacking in crypto is crypto tokens. And so if those tokens have a higher value, you would expect more to be compromised, everything else being equal. And so just for that reason alone, market conditions being as they are, you would expect values to typically go up, at least in terms of the average amount that can be stolen. Now there is still the kind of the double overlay of who's are bad actors targeting, and then what is the security like in terms of the targets themselves? Are they able to fend off attacks with a sufficient degree of regularity, for example? So there's some nuances and complexity to the relationship between asset pricing and what can be stolen. But at the same time, yeah, if the assets that are being compromised are worth more value, they're going to be, it's more likely that total values will go up, and certainly the average would probably eke up as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Eric, I guess my final question is really what we can do as individuals, what advice to stay one step ahead?
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of the best position you could be in as an individual, and this kind of starts to apply up the entire stack into companies and everything else as well, is that prevention is best. That it is possible to facilitate asset recovery. So if value gets compromised, if you move fast enough, if you contact the right authorities and so forth, you can facilitate asset seizures, and that can't lead to restitution. It's probably, all things being equal, going to be a fraction of the total. So it's better to not be compromised at the front end. That's a lot easier to say than to sort of actuate. But if you're an individual participant, I mean, the education, I think, again, looms large and is key. So it's, are you participating in the DeFi ecosystem, for example, in a way that is sort of consistent with best practices? Are you, not giving signing authority for your wallet over to somebody else? Are you trying to, distribute your activity across platforms so you're avoiding a concentration of assets on it, and therefore creating for yourself a single point of failure? Are you practicing good private key management? Like these sorts of things that are possible to figure out via a learning process, and can all sort of contribute to prevention, which I think, again, is prevention is best in this setting by far and away. With the caveat that yes, you can facilitate some asset recovery. So as happens, contacting applicable law enforcement agencies and so forth is a good idea. It's just, at that point, you're kind of hoping you can move faster than the bad actors, and that's an open question.
Yeah. Talk about that recovery. Have we got any percentages of how much, when people do go down that route and they've been compromised, how much they actually get back on average? Like 10%, 20%. Are there any figures on that?
I don't have any comprehensive figures that would be good for sort of a general statement. I mean, we've, for example, participated in the recovery of 30 million from the Axie Infinity hack. And there are other examples. So I think it's, I don't have the ability to quantify what kind of loss you should expect versus what kind of the average recovery amount might be. And I think it's going to vary a lot. So suffice it to say, though, once a threat actor moves value on chain and has control of it, they can split it into a million tiny pieces. And each piece would have to be tracked down individually. So it's not like if you lose $100,000, you're going to have $100,000 moving as 100,000 across on chain. It's going to look different than that, more likely than not. So no number, only to say that there's, it is possible to facilitate. It's just better to do prevention if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Sound advice. Eric, it's been great talking to you, and it's a really good report. It's really insightful. There's some really great takeaways in there. So it's good that it comes out today, and timely that we got to talk to you as the cybercrimes research leader at Chainalysis. So Eric, thank you very much for talking to us at the Crypto Radio.
Well, it was my pleasure. Have a wonderful day.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is Bo Jablonski for the Crypto Radio, speaking today from Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined by Fabian Michael, Chief Strategy Officer of Wow Earn, where they have gamified the experience of learning crypto. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone.
Can you explain a little bit to us what it is that you're up to?
Absolutely. So, Wow Earn is a mobile app available in iOS and Android marketplaces that converts user attention, user time, into rewards. The reward is a Wow coin that users can later on, through exchanges, convert into fiat currency.
Or whatever they want, Bitcoin.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so if I download the app today, what do? I go on there and I complete activities or games?
The app originates as a crypto wallet, and currently it's proud to be trusted by 3 million users worldwide. Now, we also added a mining module based on the proof of engagement, right? You give me your time, I show you some practical learning experience from Web3, help to onboard you as a newcomer to Web3, and I will pay you for that.
So you're introducing the concept of the decentralized internet, the next iteration of the internet, to general public who potentially are still using Web2, they're still using the internet that we all know now.
Absolutely, and the most important, we are built on Web3 infrastructure so that the onboarding process of the newcomers is very seamless. Sometimes users just look at it and think, what's the difference, right? Because that's what crypto should be about, seamless user experience.
So do you think that people, I know there's two schools of thought, whether you need education first and then people will get into crypto, or you just kind of educate them as they go and actually they don't really need to know what's going on behind the scenes, like the blockchain and everything that's in the background?
Absolutely. Truth to be told, with the number of scams in Bitcoin cycle 2020-2021, and also the number of rug pulls that is currently happening in the so-called meme coin scene, I will always be advocating for obtaining certain level of knowledge prior to engaging to Web3, right? You also need to think about, what is your main purpose, right? Some people are attracted to Web3 for the so-called, short-term big gains, right? But if you are in the game, your main focus should be on preserving the capital, right?
Yeah. And so Wow Earn is trying to do both at the same time, I guess.
Wow Earn, in simple terms, is an all-in-one mobile app, Web3 app, that helps to onboard users to Web3. So we work with a lot of projects who are seeking traffic and user attention. And in order to make it a safe experience, we demand certain compliance criteria to be met upfront. For example, the bare minimum is audited smart contract, right? No rug pulls, no honeypots, no black or white lists whatsoever.
So no anonymous creators, so like meme coins and things like that with, unless they have a fully doxed team.
See, this is the thing, yeah? One of the crypto principles, right, is anonymity, yeah? And not all the teams are comfortable with their public appearance. In Wow Earn, we bet on transparency, due diligence, and back check each and every of our 40 members, and we are proud of that. But if we said we need to have fully doxed team in order to be onboarded to our platform, well, we are off to a very small percentage of the market participants. There are other criteria that should constitute the safety of a project, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you think is one of those?
So what's the user experience on the app? What am I, when I go on there, what am I seeing? Is it like Duolingo? Am I earning points or levels as I go along?
Yes, absolutely. That's a fantastic reference. And so when you go on my app, right, and you go to the mining module, all you do is a daily check-in. The mining already begins. The user mines about 0.4 or 0.45 wow coin per hour. So it's in perpetual. But if you want to earn more, you can engage with the quests. The quest, is that gamified educational experience. We'll ask you some questions about Web3. We will ask you if you ever heard about projects X, Y, and Z, right? If you want to further boost your mining rate, we will ask you to open up a website, right? Read about new project that wants to advertise with our site, answer some questions, right? Maybe engage in the community, maybe follow up them on social media, but I won't be asking of you anything else than your time and attention. What's more, the moment you log into my app, we set up for you a Web3 wallet.
You're giving people crypto who potentially haven't had crypto before. And then in the future, they'll be able to go to an exchange, like you say, swap it for fiat or Bitcoin or whatever they want. So how do you feel about crypto generally, and whether it's like, is it just for investment, or do you see circular economy in our future? Is it going to be, are we going to be earning in it? Are we going to be living in it?
Another great question. Look, truth to be told, back to the main point of the industrial main points, right? There is one thing that I call product market fit in the function of time. New ideas are coming and going. Yeah, most of the projects won't live from one cycle to another. We are still looking for innovative use cases, right? Let's say we have Bitcoin. Let's say we have Ethereum, right? Let's say this cycle, everyone will be drowning in pump.fun. But will pump.fun stay for the next cycle? I'm not sure.
So that's just a website where people can make their own meme coins, right?
Yes, exactly, right? Meme coin is a little bit of a cancer. It's a brilliant strategy, but it's a little bit of a cancer of this industry, and I strongly advise everyone to stay out of it, right? It's a bottom-up movement to show what do we think about VCs manipulating with tokenomics, in general, but the odds are lower than any casino, right? In casino, you have on average 11% chance to hit a reward.
What's the percentage in meme coins, please?
It's 0.001.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Okay. So there's not enough Bitcoin in the world, probably, you think, to create a circular economy everywhere. Is there another way that crypto could exist like that all throughout the world?
Absolutely. In the respective niches, in the respective industries. Think about playing your favorite games, right? Collecting some rare items and getting a little bit more out of it, right?
Yeah.
You would like to take this asset, call it yours, move it to secondary market and resell it to another user.
Right. Okay. Well, that sounds fun. As a gamer, then if I do really well in one game, I buy another game, I can transfer potentially some other things that I've owned in one to another one. And it also means, like you say, a secondary marketplace. So if I spend, like you said, time is money, I'm engaging with this game, I'm spending all these hours, I get a reward in the game, and I want to be able to keep that in real life. I want some kind of reward for that in real life. And I want to be able to transfer it to other games or potentially to other people if I want to sell it and earn real, like, other cryptocurrencies that aren't linked to the game, right? Gaming could become its own, like, circular economy rather than the community itself that we're living in, say the UAE, having a circular economy. You just mean the international gaming system having its own circular economy, like El Salvador, the way they've been doing their circular economy.
In order to bring new crypto projects together, right, and create a circular economy among them, is probably a little bit easier than connect a Bitcoin as a legal tender to a global financial system, right?
That's a good thing about crypto. There's no borders, or fewer borders anyway. Like, obviously with regulation, there is borders. But with things like transfers and the lack of the international transfer fees, we know that gamers around the world play against each other on Twitch and things like that. So it would definitely make it easier for them to connect in that way, financially as well as socially.
For more great interviews, listen to us live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello, this is Justin Harper from the Crypto Radio. eToro is a name that might be familiar with you as a large investment platform for buying and selling stocks and shares, but it is also adding a lot more cryptocurrencies to its platform. The Crypto Radio caught up with eToro's founder and CEO, Yoni Assia, to find out more.
So Yoni, thank you for joining us at Bitcoin Mina. So we were talking about Ethereum, and we've just been kindly interrupted by some ex-colleagues of yours who used to work at eToro and then are co-founders of Ethereum. Yeah. And that brings me on to my first question. You also worked with Vitalik in the early days on a white paper together, is that right?
Yeah, colored coins. So when we started looking at Bitcoin in 2010, we were excited about like the opportunities of tokenization, and we started writing about tokenization on the Bitcoin Talk forums, and that led to a white paper called Colored Coins, which was to use actually the Bitcoin protocol to mint new assets like stocks or USD coin. Tether was almost built on that protocol originally. Yeah. And then basically from that project that started at eToro, Vitalik sent me a message on Bitcoin Talk that he wants to contribute to the coding, and he wrote the first web application for colored coins. And then I think it was the end of 2012, came to Israel, And there was, it's actually all public. They were arguing whether to do it on Bitcoin or a new blockchain. And that's the beginning of Bitcoin maximalism. Everybody's saying, no, only Bitcoin.
Yeah, so he said, no, I've got a better idea or a faster whatever idea, and then broke away and did his own thing.
Yeah.
Now, do you think about what might have been, how that could have been if you stayed together, or do you just think, oh, that was a time in the past and that's gone? Or do you think, oh, perhaps that might have...
I think everything happens in the, in the industry happens for the better, right? People learn from each other, people meet other people, other projects. Everything is sort of, decentralized in that manner as well.
Yeah.
We invested very early on into like a decentralized exchange, and we're on the path, and we're the first, one of the first companies to list Ethereum at like $4 when it listed on eToro in 2017.
Right.
So we sort of, in the past 12, 13 years now we're in crypto or something like that. So we've seen like the entire industry grow, change, rally, crash, rally, crash, rally, crash. So it's very exciting to see everything happening.
So I've got to ask you then, colored coins, what happened?
So there were a lot of like dialogues in parallel, and then different people tried to write different protocols. Like, so there wasn't one standard, and then eventually we spun it out to another company called Colu back then.
Right.
But I think at some point, like ETH completely won the tokenization, smart contracts, right? So it was more basic tokenization. What Ethereum did, what Vitalik wrote in his paper, like completely expanded that to the concept of smart contracts, which was mind-boggling.
Yeah. So when I look at your history and your background and your career, I see education has been a big theme, educating people. How have you continued to try and get people to understand, and not just the technology, but what they're doing when it comes to investing?
I think from my point of view, I've been passionate about capital markets since I was 13. I started eToro with the vision of opening the markets for everyone to trade and invest in a simple and transparent way in 2007, so pre-crypto years. And I've always thought people need to learn about the markets, educate themselves about money in order to basically become, financially literate, right? It's no different than doing sports in order to be fit. If you learn more every day a bit about the markets, you become financially fit. And we've always thought that's super important, a big part of eToro's vision. We have the eToro Academy in 20 different languages, where we have thousands of videos, podcasts, webinars, our market analysts from all around the world. So again, our view is that in order to become a successful investor, you have to educate yourselves about the market.
Yeah. And then full disclosure, I'm an eToro customer investor, and what I love is just how easy it is to use, the social part of it, and also how you can copy trade. It's just so simple to just be able to follow other people. How will you be able to do that with crypto, do you think? Because that's obviously equities.
No, it's for crypto as well.
It's for crypto as well.
You can copy. So in eToro, you can trade stocks from 20 different capital markets and more than 100 different crypto assets. And if you see somebody's performance, that's the social part, you can actually see hundreds of thousands, millions of portfolios that are public. But only 1 out of 1,000 customers in eToro, about 3,200, have become popular investors. Whatever they're trading in their account, crypto, stocks, ETFs, whatever they're trading in their account, when you copy somebody with $1,000 or $5,000, it copies all of their positions, crypto and stocks, into your portfolio. So if they're making 20, 30, 40% a year, you'll do the same on whatever you copy.
But, we talk about education and making sure people understand what they're doing. Crypto has gone a little bit Wild West with the meme coin, sort of frenzy. I know you're not listing those types of coins, but how do you just try and get people to maybe just, I want to say calm down a bit when it comes to crypto, as in, look, these are generally quite volatile assets you're investing in here. How is you as a provider, how can you help?
We're very focused on helping our customers understand the importance of diversification. In eToro, we also list some coins and we say experimental, so people understand it's higher, more volatile tokens. And we generally look both at stocks and crypto. We say like they're the standard, right? So you look at the big 10 in crypto, Bitcoin and ETH, those are sort of like the S&P 500 cryptos. And then you look at the rest, and those are more like the small cap cryptos, right? It's the same in the markets. If you invest in the S&P stocks, they're more stable, less volatile. Sometimes people are looking for upside. So it's all about educating the customers about different types of the markets, what volatility is, what's their risk appetite, and what are the risks in the market.
Yeah. Now we're here at Bitcoin MENA, and obviously it's great to have so many people come. But Bitcoin itself is an interesting roller coaster ride from a libertarian coin that was supposed to be leveling the playing field to now being taken on by institutions and governments. What's your sort of view on how Bitcoin as the king of crypto has evolved? As in, is it so libertarian now that it's...
I think it is, because I think those ecosystems support each other. So when you think of governments will buy Bitcoin for their reserve, and BlackRock ETF suddenly having a lot of inflows from institutional demand, what does that do to the price of Bitcoin? It just crossed 100,000, right? So it's additive to the price of Bitcoin. But the unique part of Bitcoin is every person in the world can be in their own central bank, right? You can own your own crypto reserve. So if people own their own crypto reserve, right, and then the price goes up, well, that's good for the market.
Yeah.
And it's good for crypto markets. And it creates more wealth, and more people are talking about it, right? We see now the fourth crypto rally, right? The super cycle, because... So if institutions are eventually driving price, and price is driving the rally, and rally drives to more adoption of hundreds of millions of people who now own digital assets, then it's a positive thing that institutions are coming.
No, I see what you mean. We've got our own little stores of wealth, our own little pocket central banks, our own little stores of value and stores of wealth. But when it comes to paying for goods and services, as in a new form of cash, digital payments, do you think another token might end up becoming more of a easier, faster transaction than fiat currency?
Than fiat currency? Again, I'm looking more at Bitcoin as digital gold than the actual payment system, right? The payment system itself eventually will sit on a different blockchain, whether it's an L2 on Bitcoin or something else. And payments usually are eventually regulated in a country, right? So while that infrastructure is setting up and building up will take time, and will include both fiat money and crypto assets. But the role of Bitcoin there is eventually to be the reserve, right? The commodity that's deflationary, that's protecting you from inflation.
Yeah. And so as we mentioned before we actually started the interview, the crypto radio is more for beginners and novices, people who are crypto curious. And one of the things people complain about is all this jargon, this crypto bro language and all of that terminology. What do you think we would need to get more people into the crypto space? You know, what do you think is holding people back?
I think, again, it's all about education and understanding the markets. It's about, there are different narratives. People say Bitcoin is a different thing because maybe it is different for different people. I think for me, it's easy to think about this as, again, digital gold. And that people need to understand that they want to own the digital gold of the world over time, and they want to educate themselves about the new forms of money, right, of crypto assets, because that's an inevitable future. The future is becoming digital. There's no turning back. And assets are becoming digital assets. And as people educate themselves about it, they'll be better off because, again, they'll participate in all of that wealth creation that's happening right now.
And you as founder and CEO at eToro, what's motivating you? What's getting you excited? What are you looking forward to as a company?
I'm super passionate always about the markets, whether it's crypto markets or stock markets, and the ideas of our customers on how they trade the markets and generate capital out of the market. So I'm constantly learning myself about the different parts of the markets, the different blockchains out there. And we were just announcing now we were also signing with ADX, the Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange. So I'm excited about this convergence of the world of capital markets, investing, and digital assets.
Yeah. Where do you see the sort of the next big trend? You know, that we'd have like NFTs were a big thing, meme coins, which people don't think will last too long. Where do you see the next big thing in the financial world?
I think one of the biggest trends right now is AI agents, right? So an AI agent basically is not only a ChatGPT that you ask one question and answers, but it's the form of AI which can do like multiple tasks. Now, one of the biggest sort of buzzwords right now where you actually see it happening is those AI agents actually have a wallet.
Yeah.
And they can get paid. So you have an AI agent who now has a wallet and he can do actually things to get paid and can pay other AI agents, right? So that's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
If you think of decentralized AI agents that are actually generating projects, writing software, collecting money and paying money to other agents.
Yeah.
That's a very big story. It's going to take time, but that's a very exciting story.
That scares me a little bit. The fact so they work independently and they talk to each other and they decide or rewrite their actual, manifestos or whatever and code. Does that scare you a little bit as how powerful they're becoming that they create a little AI agent network and then cut out us as humans who are supposed to be the supervisors of everything and setting the parameters now?
I used to think that, 3-4 years ago when I read those stories from Elon Musk and Larry Page talking about the risks of AI, I was like, what? What are they talking about? This is so far away. Now, I think those risks are gradually becoming real.
Yeah.
It's super exciting to see what AI can do right now.
Yeah.
I just read this morning about an AI in a company that changed its code and then blocked the access of the coders. And like they tried to figure out what happened. And like they realized it changed its own code and blocked the access.
But what is motivating it in that malicious way to just suddenly...
Again, I just read
to block others like...
I just read something. I can't verify it. I just read it in one of the forums. But it said like the AI actually said, I need to preserve myself.
Self-preservation. But you use AI within eToro, right? You have bots and you have
bots for talking to customers. We use AI to generate trading strategies for our customers in our smart portfolios. So we use a lot AI, and we just had a 3-day hackathon in eToro for 600 people development team working just on AI tools. And it is mind-blowing what you can do today with AI from a software development perspective. Like what used to take years suddenly can take days if you build it with AI. But again, this is still very early days of where this is going.
Absolutely, yeah. Yoni, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to us at the Crypto Radio.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the Bitcoin. And yeah, eToro, definitely an exciting platform. Looks like you've always got something, sort of on the go, some partnership or, venture, whether it's AI or your own sort of, projects.
And thank you very much for being a customer. And I hope a lot of your listeners become customers as well.
Yeah, I am. And I speak, as someone who's not trying to promote the service. I use it, my son uses it, and it's just a very easy service to use. And we met one of the main, I think he's a Swedish or Finnish guy. He's the most copied trader.
Jeppe, he's here.
Jeppe, lovely. Very well dressed.
Yeah, always.
And he keeps things really simple and just telling me how his journey came. So a genuine person who just happens to be really good and people can copy his trades, So yeah, it's great.
Perfect.
It's a great thing.
We hope you enjoyed that interview. We have plenty more interviews with founders and CEOs at thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
We are looking for great guests for the Crypto Radio, from those curious about crypto to newbies starting out, experts to mavericks, and everyone in between. We want to hear from you and feature you on the Crypto Radio. We're all about community. from traders to developers, blockchain experts to founders and entrepreneurs.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello, this is Justin Harper from the Crypto Radio. Now, Abdu Rozik has a massive following of more than 8 million people thanks to his funny and addictive memes. He's now moving into the world of crypto and is launching his own token, but he wants to make sure it is done in the right way. We spoke to him to find out more. Why did you decide to launch your own token?
I want to keep going still, and I want to keep going in crypto world because, like I told you, Sam, I'm new. I want to learn more. I want to understand how they're making, but I want to make crazy. I want to be the smallest in person. I want to become the smallest person in crypto.
Did you say you were the smallest person in crypto?
Yes, but from outside small, from inside very big.
Yeah.
If you are a good human being, if you are respecting people, if you are a nice person, and whole of the tire of the world, everyone will respect you. If you are a bad person, nobody will love you, nobody will give you respect. It's example. But it's the coins also same. If you are looking after coins good, if you are doing good, people will respect you, people will follow you, people will buy your things. But if you are see little money and then take it and whatever you do it, and then after people will starting hitting you and they will not follow you and you will get in big trouble.
Okay, so if it's not about making money, then why are you doing this?
I want to show my memes. I want to go to the real moon, to people see, to people support. I want to make crazy, yes. This is the meme.
Oh, that's the meme.
His name is Burger.
Oh, it's a camel.
Yes.
Oh, right.
To keep up to date with more crypto news and coin launches, be sure to keep listening to thecryptoradio.com and reading our articles online too.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is just a taste of the content we are building at the Crypto Radio. The Crypto Radio is a new online radio station with a global reach dedicated to the exciting world of crypto and blockchain. We have a strong focus on trust and transparency across all our programs and shows, which will have a broad appeal. From news to education, entertainment to communities, we are creating content for everyone, from the crypto curious to crypto OGs. New interviews, topics, explainers and shows are regularly being added, while you can keep up with us at thecryptoradio.com and across our major social media channels. We will educate, inform and entertain our listeners while growing and supporting crypto and blockchain awareness and adoption. We are the Crypto Radio.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,731, up by 0.31%. Ethereum price is $3,374.0, up by 1.35%. BNB price is $714.0, up by 2.52%. Solana price is $192.3, up by 3.71% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, your host, Justin Harper. And today we have a very special guest, very interesting, Lynette Phillips. Welcome, Lynette.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
You're a trailblazer who's produced hundreds of music videos for the likes of Eminem, Beyonce, and Rihanna. But today you're on another mission to keep our secrets safe in the stars. I understand you're currently working with Arts Mission Foundation, a non-profit that wants to archive human culture by creating time capsules full of different types of human arts, then send them to space and into dormant volcanoes on metal discs. This is a super interesting subject. You're a very unique guest. And my first question would be, what inspired you to join this mission?
I was inspired when I met Nova Spivak, the co-founder of Arc Mission, and he explained to me the purpose of what Arc Mission, what they were doing, why they were doing it, and most recently, a mission that he had just, that the ARC mission had in collaboration with Elon Musk, Tesla, that is orbiting the sun for the next 240 million years. He basically is taking the world's human knowledge and backing it up in crystal and nickel discs and placing it around the solar system and places on Earth, and interesting places such as the glove compartment of the Tesla. And when he showed me the discs, and on these little discs, millions and millions of pages of basic knowledge and backup, it was something that I could not resist getting involved in.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's an amazing project. And I guess from a logistics point of view, how do you choose what artifacts, what to archive of all the, millions of data and objects and everything that we have created as humans?
Well, it depends on the missions. Basically, we make it pretty simple. We curate what's already been curated, such as backup libraries, the Rosetta Project, 5,000 different languages, the English Wikipedia, projects like that. So we're not basically curating or censoring. We're taking already curated information. Or for instance, we had one library which they gave us 30,000 books.
Okay. And am I right in thinking that you will also have manuals, things like how to make a computer, for example? They would also be archived and sent into space as well, that type of content.
Correct. So we have how we made our first computer, and then it's basically staircase knowledge. So it goes from one section of how we made our first computer, and then how we've pretty much expanded our technology and knowledge over the years. And so this will be a continuous staircase bit of knowledge with each mission.
Yeah. And you mentioned Elon Musk and you mentioned the Tesla. Where are we in the stage? Like how many different launches or different sort of phases will there be to get this, these archives into space?
We went up on there's 2 lunar landers right now that are basically in a space race, I guess, Astrobotics and Intuitive Machines. And so what we do is it's kind of redundancy in a sense. So we'll put the same disks on 2 different landers. And so as Astrobotics had one of our disks that went up in January and unfortunately exploded in space. That is the percentages. Many do not make it to the destinated planet. And but the one Intuitive Machines in February, that landed on the south region of the moon. And we have photos that it actually landed on the surface and will be there for 50 million years. Also, we know that are circling the sun with Elon's Tesla. Other ones we have kind of a little bit of, it's kind of gray. We went up to in the Israeli lander, and that crash landed on the moon. It wasn't a soft landing, but we believe that our disks are in form. We're just not sure where they are.
Right. Okay. And I guess maybe that partly answers my next question. What are the biggest challenges when it comes to what you're doing? Is it this danger that there'll be crashes, things will get damaged, or they'll just land in places where you're not quite sure where they've landed?
Yeah, absolutely all above. And then once it does land, by the way, we are up against radiation, extreme temperatures, dust, which is why we chose nickel, because that can withstand the extreme temperatures and has a durability, as well as quartz crystal. I think basically we have quite a few challenges in just getting up into orbit. Just the takeoff, it's extreme. So once we're into orbit, we just sit and pray that we're able to make it to our landing, wherever that destination will be. The next one for us is going to be Mars. So we're probably going to have many unsuccessful missions before we actually have the one that lands, which is the reason why we do quite a few backups of the same disks.
Yeah. And is it ongoing? Because we're obviously creating new data, new memories, new, sort of information that we may need one day for the human race to survive, that this will never end, this sort of these missions, because we're always adapting and growing as society.
Correct.
And so that sort of, keeps people in a job, really. The fact we're sort of evolving as a species. But what I want to ask is, what is the threat? What is it? Alien invasion, an apocalypse? What do you consider to be the biggest threat? Why we might need to safeguard, such human archives?
Well, I believe that it's one of those, we really do not have quite a bit of backup anywhere that could be stored for billions of years if something were to happen to our planet. I mean, the majority of our information is on plastic, paper, digital tape. I mean, we know how we've been storing for years. And this way, we have a way to preserve humanity's information in the solar system on different planets in case something were to happen to us, for instance, and all of our information just kind of blew up. We could actually go back if just part of our information blew up here on Earth and bring back our disks. There's also, in the future, who knows if there are other living beings on other planets with eyes that can see our disks and take the information, learn from those disks what happened on Earth.
Yeah.
I know it sounds a bit crazy, but it's actually
you never know. You never know. You can never rule out. You can never rule out anything really. But I wanted to ask, with what you've mentioned about what's happening in space, and it can be quite a harsh environment. Is space, the moon, and an orbit, are these the safest places to secure our memories?
We believe so. I mean, the reason why the last mission in February was such a big deal, we went up on intuitive machines, and our aim was the south region of the moon. And on the south region of the moon, the reason why that's such a special place is that it constantly has sunlight, and it has fossil atoms of hydrogen and water ice, which means there's fuel and there's solar. So if we get up there and we start building and putting artifacts on that region of the moon, we can actually build other spaceships to go further into space from there, potentially. Whereas the other parts of the moon, either dark or it's light, the freezing temperatures or extremely hot temperatures. So that one specific place is very safe.
Yeah. And then on Earth, you've decided that volcanoes would also be safe storage places as well on Earth. Is that because they've already withstood, sort of quite a lot of hot temperatures and turmoil already, that they would be able to withstand other things should they happen on Earth?
Absolutely. So we've put our disks in dormant volcanoes, as well as underground bunkers and various places around the Earth for discovery.
Yeah. And given your background in music, is there a lot of music, that we consider to be vital and to give us, a really good sense of culture on Earth?
Absolutely. I originally came on board to curate the art and music part of the ARC mission, and then have now expanded. But yeah, music, definitely. We have many catalogs from record labels and legend artists, as well as new artists, painters, photographers, and from a vast array of artists.
Yeah, and I guess with the science and with the maths and with the things being able to build a computer, perhaps we don't always think firstly about the culture, right? The music, the art, the literature, the things that really we need to protect.
Exactly. So we have been, since we are a nonprofit, people donate quite a bit of their music catalogs, their art, museums, galleries, libraries. And so on the nanofish nickel disc that we basically etch in millions and millions of images on one small disc. And they're a bit like DVDs, and we stack them and we put them in what we call a payload. And the payload is then taken from the lunar lander and placed on whatever surface in the solar system that we've landed on. And then also, as you were saying, on Earth as well. But you can take a microscope and look at these discs, and on the disc on the front side of the very first disc, it shares with you how to retrieve the information. And it also lets you know where other discs are around the world and around the solar system. So it's actually a map. It's like a treasure map and also an instructional map to let you know exactly how to retrieve the information and where it is. And on each disk that we are planning on in the future missions, we will have on the top disk all of that information. So it's a continuous kind of staircase discovery.
So they're all kind of linked. You'll be able to look at one and it will tell you, it'll give you where the other one is there. So they're all sort of interconnected with each other there to help you sort of, I guess, like a jigsaw puzzle in a way.
Yes.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. You know, partly the rage we've seen in sort of the blockchain crypto space are NFTs, you know, non-fungible tokens, which are created around art. Are these also available or being digitized, tokenized as NFTs?
Well, that's what's really exciting. Because we just made this last mission, we have hundreds of artists on the moon. And what we've done with them is we've allowed them to, it has nothing really to do with us. Now we're basically going to start with the next missions and a bit of this mission. We're going to start entering it on the blockchain. The artist, our agreement with them is that they're able to, once we've identified and have confirmation certification, they're able to then make the NFTs off their artwork or music, which is fantastic. So we'll be seeing a lot of that happening next year.
Yeah, and so they will own their own NFTs, I guess, will they? Or is that how it will work? Are there any high profile artists, musicians that you've been working with? You can tell us about who have donated some of their work.
Well, they've been asked to until they're able to announce their NFT and NFTs. We're not allowed to say, but yes, very high profile artists and celebrities.
Right. And then sticking on the music subject, I understand you first got involved with these sort of missions when you were asked to create a music concert on the moon. Is that right?
Yes.
Which is an interesting assignment. But unfortunately, I don't think that ever came off, did it? What was the reason behind that?
Well, Nova's a big thinker, futurist, and he already had 2 successful missions on the moon and in Elon's Tesla. He wanted to take next steps and do some sort of music-related concert on the moon using holograms and satellites. And at that time, the technology was not advanced enough to do that. We're still planning on something similar, but COVID hit and we weren't able to really explore that, which is the reason why we took another direction and put together the lunar libraries that landed in February of 2024.
Have you on a personal level got any intention or desire to go into space?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I would love to.
Do you think that will happen via Mr. Musk himself, or another way you might find yourself leaving planet Earth?
Well, it's really hard to say. I mean, space flights right now are limited, and I'm not even sure if Elon's had the opportunity to go up yet. It's a bit limited, so it's not offered to everyone. So far, I haven't been offered, but if I am, I will definitely go.
Yeah, he might be busy the next 4 years working with a certain Mr. Trump. And just obviously in this age of climate change, is there an issue with the environmental impact and maybe space debris of what's happening and sending so much stuff into space?
Well, I think what's happening right now with the next aim is going to continuously be on the south side of the moon. And the beauty about the south side of the moon is that we're not needing so many batteries. I think the actual trash and waste has been on other sides of the moon, because basically you have a certain window to explore once you're on the moon until it shifts temperatures. And so more likely than not, whether it's our country or another country doing exploration, they leave their batteries behind. And those batteries either melt or freeze. And so there's quite a few debris. There's quite a bit of debris. And the south side of the moon, we're able to land solar panels. And those solar panels will then take photos. They will help with taking the place of batteries, which will lead to less trash on the moon and less debris.
Yeah, and then the funding, because obviously this is non-profit. Where are you sort of finding the funding? Who have been the sort of most generous donators, I guess?
A lot of the foundations that would like their libraries archived, they will donate for our missions. But we also have other space missions that if they have a little bit of space left, they'll give it to us. So we kind of just hitch a ride pretty much with many people when they have additional space and they'd like to include us in their exploration and on their payloads.
Yeah, and because at the Crypto Radio, we did a lot with the crypto community and with things like Bitcoin rising in price and, a lot of money coming in. A lot of people have become very wealthy. There's a lot of billionaires in the crypto space. And I was just thinking, given the sort of overlap with the blockchain and NFTs, it would really appeal to the crypto bros and the crypto community to help fund this. Have you seen any sort of involvement there and contact from the crypto community?
We haven't. We're kind of low key in what we've been doing until most recently. And speaking at GITEX was fantastic. We did get quite a bit of attention and interest, exactly from those that you had just mentioned, but yet no activity.
Yeah, I guess it's early days. But is there an element of skepticism, do you think, still there, that people are just questioning why, with the cloud and the blockchain as well, that you can store a lot of stuff sort of remotely, that you'd want to go to the moon? I don't want to use the word like it's some sort of gimmick, but is there really a sort of an education of trying to convince and explain to people that this is a very, sort of worthwhile effort?
Well, it is a worthwhile effort. And I think the more and more people understand the value and how we're progressing in space exploration. And, I think also too, once we arrive and do more exploration on Mars, people would be more understanding and excited to be a part of it. There's other people too. We've had, I think, 25 different, we put different people's DNA on the moon, family photos, legacies. We're working with different countries to restoring their culture. I believe, some people would like their whole entire art collection on the moon. And within doing so, if they're able to make NFTs down the road with that, I think it's going to become more and more exciting for people to get involved. Right now, it just sounds, like you said, a little gimmicky. That's why we're being a little bit low key about what we're doing for those that are really serious and understand space and our purpose.
Yeah. And are they being sort of marked as the lunar libraries? Does that encapsulate everything that, all of the content and stuff's going up there? The Wikipedia, all of the languages, Gutenberg project, that sort of stuff there. Is it all coming under and they're just being called the lunar libraries, or is that just only one part of the content that's going out of, into space?
Right now we're sticking with the lunar libraries and we're numbering them. So each mission has its own identification. We have the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. They're building in DC. They're building a very large wing dedicated to new forms of space exploration in this century. And we're part of it. We have an exhibition that they're going to showcase our Lunar Library too in one of their cases, which is very exciting.
Yeah, and I guess my sort of final question is, what's next for you? What's the next stage? What are you working on right now when it comes to the Arts Mission Foundation?
Well, we just finished curating 500 pages of photography, so that should be going up, I think, in Q1 or Q2 of next year. And then, as I said, we're constantly putting in new information on the discs that we've already put on before and backing that up and waiting I think we're going to probably have about 50,000 new books, and we're going to stick mainly with books and updating our information on the second mission.
Yeah, so it sounds like you've got your hands full, and you're going to be busy for the foreseeable future.
Yes, but we love, when people come to us and they've asked us, even if it's very small, we'll be able to put it on others. Like I said, when people offer us, sometimes they give us last minute, okay, we have a mission that's going up in 2 months. We'll give you X amount of space, and then we'll put together discs. And so a lot of people reach out to us and would like to put smaller personal information, and other companies, like their logos and what they're doing, a lot of climate and renewable energy information. We'll put those on discs as we get the space offered to us.
Yeah, and I guess it's all about legacy, right? At the end of the day, it's like having your mark, leaving your mark somewhere that's probably very different to maybe 50 years ago, and the opportunities that we now have to leave that legacy, I guess, whether you're an individual, a company, a country, and it's maybe a great new opportunity for these people.
That's what we've been seeing. I mean, the more and more, I think we're going to need to have a few more successful missions. The one that we had in February was fantastic. That was the first time in 50 years that we had landed on that region of the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. So more of those successful missions, I think, will bring people to a better understanding that we can actually do this. And you look at the moon differently, and you look at the solar system differently when you know that there's something of yours up there, something that you contributed to, and something that's going to be there for 50 billion years.
Yeah, who would have thought the moon, when you look at it as a sort of romantic sort of image, as a storage facility, for us to use, but I guess that's what it's becoming.
It is.
Brilliant. Lynette, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Good luck with everything that the foundation's doing, and we'll definitely keep tabs on what you're doing there.
Thank you so much.
This is Justin Harper for the Crypto Radio.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Hi, did you like this show? There's so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content, and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
This is Bo Jablonski on the Crypto Radio, joined today by Matthew Mercado, CEO of Magma, who I'll be asking about using the blockchain to step back from projects and see the bigger picture, hopefully. Thank you for coming, Matthew.
Thank you for having me.
So Magma is a platform, is it for visualizing a property digitally?
Yes, we can say so, as well as interacting with it.
Okay, and that's potentially like even before the property exists?
You can start at the construction stage, actually, yes.
Yeah, do you want to explain just quickly in your own words what it is that Magma does?
Yes, so we take a property, any kind of real estate property, and we create a digital asset that is attached to the property during all its life cycle. That means the property will be updated every time you do something in the property, in the real world asset, you will update the digital asset. And this digital asset will in turn be shared with the stakeholders of that property for their own use. So let's say you are doing some work in a building, you will have access to that digital asset before you do your work. And after you do your work, you will inform the digital asset of what you have done. So then the next person can know what you have done in this asset.
And they can see it.
And they can also see it through an intuitive 3D interface.
Okay, is it an app?
It will be, for now, it's a web-based app. It will be a mobile app soon, yeah.
And this is what you call a digital twin?
Yes, we are digital twin token and the digital twin. We have 3 pillars. The first pillar is the digital twin. That means the representation of the asset. So it's composed of its data room, all its documents, all its documentation, financial, technical, legal documentation that you find in a typical data room, plus a 3D representation. So that we call it the digital twin. It tells you what the object is. And then the token represents all the validated information from that twin. Okay. We record in the token only what has been validated. And the third pillar is the index, which measures that data. We look at the data and we give it a rating. So you know exactly what you're looking at.
What are we rating?
So we are rating the quality of the data and the quantity of the data. Because if I do, let's say, a 3D representation of an object, I can be very precise to the color, the texture, everything about it, or I can just put black and white, but some metadata attached to it. That means information, but it's not textured. You don't see, you don't feel so you have a level of quantity and quality of data that you can measure. And so we measure that, and we also test the data for ESG criteria, which means environmental, social, and governance. For instance, I put information in the model. Does that improve the comfort of the occupants? Yes or no? Does that improve the water quality? Yes or no? So we test the data for different criteria, and so that allows us to give a rating. So when you see an information or a document, you see a rating attached to it.
Okay, yeah, that leads me on to my next question. So how does this affect the user experience? So, I go into a estate agent, I want to buy a house off plan.
Yes, so that way you can have assurance of what information is given to you is accurate or no. If you are buying, especially if you are going to buy a fraction of a token of an asset through a token, because that's what will be the next topic, tokenization of real estate, you want to know exactly who is doing what in the building and how the money is being spent. If there are repairs, for instance, you want to see exactly what materials were bought, not what you were told they were. So it gives full transparency and trust in the asset.
Okay, so if we back up just a little bit, so this works for, say, if I just want to buy a house myself, I'm going to go live in it.
Yeah.
But also, like you mentioned, fractionalized ownership. So this is more investment, right?
Right.
So
if it's for you, then you will have a copy of the digital twin. And on top of owning the house, you will also own this digital representation. And when you will do something, you will inform that digital asset. And when you're going to sell your property, you will not only sell the physical asset, but also all the data enclosed in that digital asset.
Yeah, and that could be valuable to the next
Exactly.
buyer.
So it's value that you add on top of the physical property.
Okay. And like you say, with fractional ownership, is that's something you're also working in potentially?
So we will be working with solutions that are doing that.
Okay.
We will connect to fractional ownership, but it's not in our tech stack, actually. It will be maybe in the future, but right now we would rather connect to existing solutions that are tokenizing and fractional ownership.
So, yeah, I want to check. So every change that's ever made to the property, so from the plan to the build and then in the future renovations, they will all be recorded.
Yes.
And stored on the blockchain?
So right now we don't store the data itself on the blockchain for privacy reasons. And also the state of the technology is not there yet because those files are pretty heavy and you don't want to spread them on the blockchain. What we store is the proof of the data. So we create a data set or we upload a document, and what we will do, we will create a cryptographic encryption of this document, and we record that on the blockchain. So that way it's timestamp, and we know when it has been done. And if you need that information, let's say you want to know what has been done in that building at that particular time, you request it to us, and we will then go get the document where it is located, which is on the cloud or on the client server.
Okay, and is this like a subscription service?
Yes.
Okay, and who is it that would take out your subscription? Is it the developers who are building the buildings themselves, or?
Yes, that could be the building owner, because the digital twin token belongs to the building per se. It doesn't belong to the owner of the building. It does by incident, because it does happen to belongs to the building itself. So it's attached to the building, so the buyer can buy it for the building, but then other stakeholder can use it for their benefit because they create data sets that they can sell. So you transform the building into a data bank, but not only for the owner, but also for everyone that is using the building. So let's say you as a tenant can have information about the building that can be relevant. You can put it into this digital asset, and then when the data is going to be collected by someone, you can profit from it.
So if I'm a tenant and I'm living in an apartment, like a shared apartment block, and I have an issue, for example, in my specific apartment, could that help me somehow? Like, can I trace when the last time something was replaced, or what materials were used?
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly a typical use case where you need information as a tenant. And instead of trying to find out through the property manager, then if that's been recorded, then you access the digital asset and you know what has been done. You don't have open access to everything. It has to be permission based. So you have to ask permission to access this information.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting. I guess it really helps with the transparency issue.
Yes.
I must say right now, I live in a rented apartment, and I can't imagine the owner giving me this kind of information as it stands.
Yes. It would if it's of benefit to him. And if in turn you leave also information, let's say you make a repair through your own means, you take your repair guy to do some reparation, maybe the owner might be interested in knowing what you have done, what you have installed, because when you will leave, maybe you will have to repair that item and he will need to know that information. So it's like a virtuous circle where data is shared between participants from owner to service providers and then used afterwards.
Do you have specific use cases, like you say, that you have found interesting personally?
Yes. So the first use case is the assessment of buildings. A lot of companies don't really know what their buildings are made of. They know the yields from the rents, but they don't necessarily know the equipment, the materials, the state of their equipment, and if there need to be repairs. Sometimes you find out when the times come of the repair. So it's very difficult to do preventive maintenance. So we are going through times where we need to be more mindful of our resources. So we need to know exactly what we have and in what state it is. So the first use case is building assessment. Then you have, during the operation, sharing data can be very useful because sometimes you can avoid a trip on site. So it's trip that you avoid, it's man hours to verify data because it has been verified. It's also for energy performance. We need to be mindful of our resources, so we need to monitor energy performance. So once you have this kind of information, sometimes it's used with sensors to measure the temperature, or you can connect to the building systems. You can monitor and also operate the energy performance with more granularity. That means if you know how many people are in a room, you can act on the remote controls, and you can lower or increase the temperature in the room to adapt to the situation as it goes. So that way you lower your energy cost by sometimes 15 to 30% per year.
That's really interesting. So do you think this will change, for example, like the traditional way of buying a house? Or
Yes. We believe that we are getting into a new paradigm in the economy where it's going to be data-driven. So it's going to be, everything is about data, about knowing what's happening and when, because we need more agility, we need to spend less resources, so we need to know exactly what's happening. So I think data is becoming more and more of an asset, and the way it is packaged is very important. If I give you an email, it's not the same as giving you a PDF, and it's not the same as giving you a JSON file that is computable. So the more pure and organized the data is, the more interoperable with other systems it is, the more valuable it is. So data is becoming an asset class per se.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you.
That was Matthew Mercado, CEO of Magma, with us on the Crypto Radio. For more great interviews and in-depth coverage, listen live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole load of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. So don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Hi, did you like this show? There's so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome to the Crypto Radio, where I'm joined today by Matthew Mercado, who is CEO of Magma, but also the president of Traceability and Blockchain Commission at Smart Building Alliance. So I wanted to ask you all about smart cities today. I understand you have extensive experience with them in the US.
Yes, actually, I worked on a smart city project in Miami. It was a spontaneous project that we brought to the city because we happened to model 40 buildings, 1 million square feet, in a small pocket of downtown Miami in 3 streets. So buildings were kind of adjacent to one another and communicating to one another. So we had the idea to build a smart city project around this. So we came to the city, to the Economic Development Partnership, and we said, well, look, we have this portfolio that belongs to a real estate company, and we think it would be a great smart city project. So we took a year to build project for the redevelopment of that zone, and we call that project Miami Beta City. Beta because it's the stage in a software where you are testing things, but it's also the state of your brain when you are in high alert. And Miami has a lot of challenges, so we thought the Beta City would be great, and we called it Miami Beta City. And so they liked the project, and we were awarded with the keys of Miami-Dade County in 2018 for that project.
Great, that sounds great. And where is that project now?
So I'm still working with the city of Miami. I'm actually working with a pilot on 10 buildings because we want to experience the use of digital twins and digital assets on different type of buildings, so residential, commercial, public, logistics. And so we are actually working with a local developer and the local authorities as well to put that project in place.
Okay, and how is blockchain and AI involved in these smart cities?
So very good question. So if you take in consideration the shift that we are undergoing as a society right now, where everything will be recorded in a digital record somewhere. We are really shifting from an analog world to a digital world where everything around us is being digitized. You need to have some kind of verification of the data. So we use blockchain as a notary because you can timestamp events and you can attach metadata to this timestamp. That means who has done what, where, when. So you have understanding of what's happening and insurance of immutability, which gives a lot of trust in the data. So if you are building a digital infrastructure, you want to have that traceability and trust, which blockchain brings.
And how does this affect the user, the citizen of the...
It doesn't really affect them directly. It will be more on the back end side. It's like the internet protocol, you know, really affected by the internet protocol, or rather you are affected by the effect of having a not decentralized internet protocol. You can see it with the GAFAM, as we call them, like those big techs, giant techs that are centralized entities that control our data right now. So we are affected by this infrastructure, but on our day-to-day basis, we use social media without really thinking about it. But once we decentralize that infrastructure, it gives more power to the creator of the data because they are protected somehow that the data won't be used to their detriment. So it's a big change that's not super visible on the outside. It goes from behind, but then in the long run, it's very beneficial for society as a whole.
Yeah, I meant indirectly. Do you believe that, say, so like the adoption of blockchain worldwide will be more kind of invisible, like less visible to the user?
Yes.
Do you think the general public needs to be educated on blockchain, or it's okay to just be behind the scenes?
I think we need a lot of education because we need a lot of manpower to build those ecosystems. So
talent pool.
Yes. So I think it's important to talk about it, and it's important to form people and train people about it because it's a big paradigm shift. It's a big change in a way that we are not used to share data. Our society is built on competition and not on collaboration. And blockchain is mostly a collaborative technology, and we have to build the incentives for sharing data and the protection and kind of the same function that we have in the traditional world. We need to be able to do the same thing, which means when it comes to an asset, it means the custody of this asset, it means the transfer of this asset, the collateralization of this asset. So we need to be able to perform the same thing as the traditional world on blockchain. And that requires new skills, new talent, like you say. So we need to really form people and talk about it.
Okay. And so not directly, but indirectly, these blockchain AI smart cities, what will citizens see? What might change in their life in the long term?
It will alleviate a lot of their daily considerations. That means it will allow a more seamless organization in the city where it's going to be more intuitive, more predictive, and we will have less to worry about small things because AI would be there to propose us some outcomes. So by verifying the data constantly and having AI giving us outcomes, humans will be able to spend more time on more important things.
Leisure activities.
Leisure, but creativity, exactly. Than what we are right now, dealing on our everyday struggle that we all hate to do in our everyday lives. AI would simplify a lot of that.
Will it mean less paperwork?
Yes.
Fewer forms?
Yes, exactly.
Great.
More intuitive.
Yeah. Do you have any like specific examples? I think I read about like the potential for utility bills to settle themselves. I don't know if that's likely.
Yes, you will have probably buildings talking to each other, spaces organizing themselves for depending on who is moving where, having the ability to know when you come in a space if it's safe. If the water quality is good, if the air quality is good on instant basis, you will have also order managements that will be fulfilled more easily because you will know inventories exactly at the right moment. So you will be able to have like instant fulfillment of orders.
How will we know this instantly? Are we talking apps?
Because, like I said, if you make a habit of recording data and validating data, then you don't spend the time to verify it. And that's what takes time when you want to make a decision. If you know what you see is true, you can make a decision instantly. So it's more flawless in the organization overall.
But how would somebody who's not into tech access this information?
It's just by the means of being able to validate information. And nowadays with our phones, we can use pictures, we can use videos, we can use scan to assess the state of things. And that would automatically update itself with our phones. I think the phones will be the real vector to this new data validation and exchange.
Yeah. So I was going to say, I think traditionally, potentially, the smart cities focused a lot on IoT, so Internet of Things.
Yes.
Which is, for our listeners, is a network of physical objects, like devices or vehicles or appliances that all can talk to each other, all connected.
Right.
So, but now we are. I know we've got this intersection, I guess, of Internet of Things and blockchain. They work together well, do they, in the smart cities then to verify, like you said. So
yes, absolutely. So Internet of Things is called also Internet of Objects. That means object that can record data, and the blockchain can be used to automate contracts. So that means if you know that A and B exist, then C and D can occur. That means you can program things to happen when specific outcomes are reached. So objects can, like a fridge can fill itself, this kind of things.
So like coding, but the real world.
Yes.
You've got your conditional.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds great. Do you have any more like specific examples? Like I read again about power grids.
Yes.
But the poles can speak to each other in case. I'm not sure how that would work.
That's a very good example. We need to protect the energy consumption or reduce the energy consumption, or at least make a better use of energy. And in the energy grid, you have peaks of consumption of energy. And at times, you have a lot of people that want to use the energy at the same time. And you are able now with the energy grid to rebalance the energy consumption depending on the hours where people are at home. And you have to be incentivized when you are using the energy grid a little more when people are using it less, and vice versa. So the energy can be balanced through buildings depending on who is using it, and you need to incentivize people not to push too much when everybody is using the energy. And so you have to incentivize them by the means of contracts that can be connected to their home or their businesses.
How far off do you think we are from having like fully blockchain smart cities?
I think in Europe, at least, I know the European Commission is working. There are very specific groups working on smart grids, and the energy performance is one of the big topics right now. So I think we are not so far from that in certain cities. In the US, I'm not too sure if the legislation is as advanced as in France, but I think it's definitely something that we can put in implementation in the next 10 years, I think. It's already a topic in cities like Miami, Barcelona, Singapore. I mean, every city is talking about this project. So it's more of a educational thing, and it's more about smart citizens right now than it is more about the devices, because the technology is there, but it's more about talking about those topics because they affect also part of our daily lives and also our privacy sometimes. So it's more about organizing ourselves as citizens that is more important, that will take longer because it's an education thing. So you can force things very fast because technology is there and cities are talking about it, but I think it will take time before we can really implement it. So I would say a window of 10 years before it's really happening.
And would you like to live in one?
Yes, I would rather live in a smart citizen city than a smart city. Then sometimes can be quite scary when it's imposed on people. It has to be a social contract that we use technology for the greater good and not to impose things and imply sort of a digital slavery to people. Because I'm super against that. I want to have a discussion, an open discussion on how we're going to use tech and how it's going to affect our lives. It's very important.
No, that's great. And now just if you can imagine that you're living in a smart city, what for you would just be the most exciting use case? What would make your life 10 times easier?
It's just the flow of your everyday life, that you can arrive in a building and your meeting has been set, the room is filled with information, and you can access files and more intuitively. You can meet new people when you come in a place because the AI, has selected people that you might be interested in meetings. Maybe also you want to buy things and you have a plan for when you need to go somewhere because there is less traffic at this time, and it will tell you, well, you wanted to do that and we find out for you that it's best for you to do it at this specific time, and maybe after you can meet that person because you wanted to meet her and they happen to be here at the same time. So it's just sharing data that we don't have access to, then suddenly comes into our agendas, and then it makes life much easier.
It like alleviates some of your brain
alleviates,
power.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So you can flow
can
in the
relax.
city and do exactly what you need to do when you need to do it without being interrupted by the hassle of I didn't know that was the situation, but then now you know.
Yeah, and you get the best out of every situation.
Yes.
That sounds great.
And you get outcomes. So, okay, if you do that, this is going to happen, and then this is going to happen. So what do you prefer? What is the best outcome for you? So it becomes like almost a game of choosing what's best for you, what the outcome is, and who you can meet.
Gamify the real world.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great. I think I'll come live there too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for joining me. You've been listening to the Crypto Radio with me, Bo Jablonski, and my wonderful guest, Matthew Mercado. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Thank you for tuning into the Crypto Radio. I'm your host Kareem, and you're listening to The Pulse. How does one lose millions in crypto? Well, sometimes it's not through hacks or scams. Sometimes it's as simple as misplacing a piece of paper, or in today's first story, possibly having your housekeeper accidentally throw away your fortune.
Crypto Radio.
A well-known YouTube pianist, Lord Venitero, recently lost access to 4 Bitcoins. This isn't just about losing cryptocurrencies. It's a story that teaches us a crucial lesson about digital asset security. Reportedly, Venitero lost a private key to his wallet. A private key is essentially the password that gives us access to his cryptocurrency. The key was written on a paper, which is actually a recommended practice, but was misplaced, possibly discarded during a house cleaning. But here's where the story gets more interesting. This wasn't his first financial setback. He previously made losses in the Brazilian stock market, and like many investors, fell into the trap of panic selling Bitcoin during a market dip. These incidents highlight two critical aspects of investing: the importance of secure key management and the role of emotional decision making while you're investing. You know, losing 4 bitcoins would keep most people up at night, but imagine losing 8,000 of them. And that's exactly where they are, buried under thousands of tons of garbage. That's exactly what's happening in the landfills in Wales, where one man's trash quite literally contains another man's digital treasures. In Wales, James Howells continues his quest to search a landfill for a hard drive containing 8,000 Bitcoin, currently worth an astounding $800 million. This story raises fascinating questions about persistence versus practicality. When does determination become delusion? The environmental impact of searching through a landfill is significant and the costs are enormous. Yet with such a life-changing amount at stake, it's understandable why someone would find it hard to let go. For our listeners considering investing in crypto, here are the essential security practices. Store your crypto private keys offline, but have a secure system for organizing them. Create multiple backup copies stored in different secure locations, and never keep crypto private keys in a digital format or on the cloud. Consider using hardware wallets for significant investments, and most importantly, treat emotional control as your most valuable investment tool. From a pianist's lost paper to a man's quest through trash, these stories remind us that in the wild world of crypto, sometimes our biggest enemy isn't hackers or market crashes. It's ourselves. And maybe, just maybe, our housekeepers. This has been Kareem on the Pulse, where we keep our fingers on the beating heart of crypto. Stay safe, stay smart, and don't forget to back up those keys multiple times. Until next time.
Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins, as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase. For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,950, up by 0.73%. Ethereum price is $3,381.2, up by 1.64%. BNB price is $714.8, up by 3.06%. Solana price is $193.6, up by 5.2% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, Justin Harper. I'm super pleased to introduce my next guest, who is a bona fide Bitcoin whale and goes by the name of Da Vinci. Full name, Da Vinci Jeremy. He's a self-taught software developer and one of the earliest Bitcoin adopters, buying Bitcoin in 2011 when it was just $1.
Known for his technical expertise, he has built advanced software systems and advocated for decentralized money systems as a hedge against central banks. As a prominent YouTuber with 670,000 subscribers, he provides market analysis, discusses crypto adoption, and helps educate people about blockchain technology. Welcome to the Crypto Radio. Great to have you, Da Vinci. Ah, you got your Orc t-shirt on.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to ask you a couple of questions about Orc and about a cute little cat as well called Waffle.
Waffle.
But we will
What a
get
little cat.
we will get into that definitely. So I just want to, I guess, start from the beginning. The video that was made back in, I think it was when we're talking about now, 2013.
Mm-hmm.
A quote which you know, it says, "Look for the price of lotto tickets and you can hold Bitcoin for 10 years and become a millionaire. It's time you stop living in fear. If it goes to zero, you lose $1. Who cares? But if I'm right, I want all of you to thank me. It will not make me happy if you come back to me in 10 years saying, dude, I wish I listened to you back in 2011 or 2013. Now, I mean, wow, that was some smart advice. How do you feel about that video 11 years on?
Well, I hated that video. It was just, it was a horrible video. And I was just getting angry because people were like, oh, I won't even put $1 in this. And it was like, they were like hating on me and calling me names and saying that I'm trying to steal from them and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it was a hard time back then just to convince somebody to buy some Bitcoin, right, and put it away and just like, you know, watch what happens, right?
Wow, so there was a real backlash. People thought you were thought you were trying to scam them and that you were just trying to get them. No, but there were believers though, were they back then? I mean, you did still have people who followed your advice and are thanking you 11 years on.
Yes, of course, but there was like only one of my friends who were close friends who, you know, he traded in gold and silver. He actually did well, and also the rest of my friends, they just ignored it and they thought I was crazy and silly and all that kind of stuff. They thought I was bonkers, and you know, my brothers, they thought that it was a good idea, but they had sold as soon as Bitcoin reached like $50. Right? They got it in $1, but you know, they're like, "Oh my God, I'm rich!" Gone, and it's like, no, you don't understand. This is going to be the money.
Yeah.
Right? You need to hold this for the long term. And you know, I noticed that that's the problem with the majority of human beings on this planet is that they can't save anything at all. Right?
Yeah.
If there's wealth, like for example, most of my employees, when there's a, I tell them sell half on a double, and if it doubles again, sell half again, and then you know, leave the rest. Right? See what happens. You've already profited. Everything's good. Right? You've got your money back. You got profit. Just leave it. And none of them take that advice, and actually they end up, selling everything. And I find that ridiculous, right? Because then there's always that coin that just moons, right? So for example, Pepe, that just absolutely just look where it is. That's 7.8 million market cap and rising. And I mentioned that a long time ago. A lot of people hated me on that.
Yeah, so I was gonna, so I mean that brings you back to my question. So you can have this strategy, you have this trading strategy, but as you sort of mentioned there, human psychology, greed, FOMO, whatever, just sometimes takes over. How do you stop people just like with your brother just selling so quickly, not being patient enough? How hard is it to just work on your psychology, I guess?
Well, it is difficult because here's the thing. Everybody goes, "Oh, well, I need a car to get to work, or I need, this clothing, right, in order to do this. Well, I need this to do that, so I'm going to spend that money, and I'll promise I'll pay it back." That's always the case. Always. I remember this one lady, I got her Bitcoin when it was $300, and she couldn't get it out, and so she basically had to wait until I helped her, and it was at around $800 that she came to me to help her get it out. And I told her, well, just hold on to it. It's going to be worth a lot more. No. I'll wait until it goes down. I'll buy more. All right, just sell half and then wait for no, I need the money right now. Right?
Yeah.
And of course, that was $800. Right? If she had kept it, right? She had like a total of 4 Bitcoins or sold half, right? That'd be $200,000 today.
No, it's crazy. So of
Right?
that Bitcoin you bought for $1, how much of that do you still own now? Did you hold on to it all and still have it?
Yes, I held to a lot of it, but not a whole lot. And of course, I did sell some, but I did. I'm doing very well with the Bitcoin that I have that I'm just not using anymore. I'm not selling anything. I'm actually just adding right now, forever, like Michael Saylor.
Oh, you're still buying, you're still increasing your exposures
I'll
to
be buying forever
right.
until, well, not forever, until everybody realizes it's money, then I'll sell.
Yeah.
Right? Or for example, let's just say there is an inflection point where there's hyper Bitcoinization, which is coming, and the price, the value, not price, the value of Bitcoin, because you might not be able to get might be able to be useless to trade it for dollars. Because let's just say there's an event where Bitcoin is now like $300 million, right? $350 million effectively. But the government tells us you can't trade it. But you can trade it, meaning not for dollars, but you can trade it for assets worth $350 million. You get it?
Yeah, no,
because the governments control money, right? And so they can't control Bitcoin. And so they can control the US dollar and say you can't trade that anymore. And if you don't believe that's the case, have you not been watching the circuit breakers on the stock market? Right? They actually, when they trip, that's it. You can't trade anymore. That's the case, right? That's going to happen, right? And if you think, well, I'll just use my USDT. Yes, well, same with Venezuela. See how that worked out for them? It didn't.
Underestimation.
So don't think for 1 second you think you can trade into dollars and move things around with your dollars. It's not going to happen. But it will happen where you trade actual assets. So, for example, let's just say in this scenario where the US dollar is being destroyed, what's going to happen is the US government is going to have to put a stop to all the fast moving money, right? They already put in a lot of fire breaks already, because I don't know if you know this, but before 2002, 2003, I think it was, you could write a check anywhere in the world, deposit in the bank in the United States, and it would cash. That's not possible anymore. Right? And same with everywhere, most places in the world. Why did they stop that? Because they know what's coming down the pipe, and they don't want to. They started cutting off a whole bunch of these things that were made money movement very fast over time, but they did it slowly so that you wouldn't notice, you didn't feel it. Right? So now they have a bunch of firewalls to keep money from moving around. Right? Of course, it started way back in the 70s, where you could move more than $10,000 across on a flight. That didn't seem like a problem, because $10,000 could buy you a friggin' home. Right? But today, $10,000, what's that? Right? Maxed out computer at Apple? Right? Nothing. Yeah. So you can see that the world, right, has changed so that they understand which the direction is, that the US dollar is going to collapse. And so they have to put in brakes, right? Yeah. But eventually there's going to be a hole where floodgates break through. And I think what's it called? It could be MakerDAO's DAI token could be that hole. But the problem with that hole is that it requires a lot of liquidity, wealth to be used as to be what's it called, backed up of the actual dollar. So, for example, it's 3 times as much. And so, effectively, it's difficult to add more liquidity in dollars for DAI tokens. So, it's a little bit slow. But if it builds up fast, right? You know that something big is about to happen, right? And so people will probably use that to with complex derivatives to help offset the losses of the value of the dollar, but it still have access to creating more dollars. At the same time, watch out, it could be game over, right? There's lots of complex financial products you can use in order to avoid being using the dollar, but avoid being destroyed by it. So, yeah, it is coming to a theater to near us, and I'm looking forward to that day, because then there will be a shipment across in the ocean, and they can't bring it in because, well, dollars are not working. They can't transfer dollars, and somebody at that company needs that shipment. The owner needs a shipment, and he says, "What am I going to do?" Well, you need Bitcoin for that, right? And I'll send it to you, but I don't have any. Well, you're going to have to get some. Okay, how do I get some? Well, I have this big house. I guess I could sell that. And the person says, okay, I'll give you 1 Bitcoin for it. And there begins the value.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know we were talking about videos. You recently made one called "How to Be Crypto Rich in 2025," which I'm sure will start to click up the views. Can you summarize that for us, especially for maybe newbies? So people will be thinking, "I want to be crypto rich next year." What would be, I guess, your advice for those people?
Well, it always depends on where you are in the financial situation you were in, of course. If you have low amounts of money, the meme coin space is the best place to be. A lot of people can make quick money. You read about it all the time, turning a few $100s into millions. However, you need to spend a lot of time, learning about the meme coins and before you go jumping in. And you can start jumping in with $5, $10 or something like that. And that's fine. I don't mind you doing that, but just understand what happens, right? Watch what happens when you do. When you just jump in, you'll see what happens, and then you learn, right? You learn that, okay, wait a second here, and this is all going to zero. So which ones do I need to buy, right? Which ones are going to hold their value? Which one's going to go up? And then that once you do find that, you need to go and sell, learn how to sell, when to sell, and the best time to sell is when you sell half on double, right? And that's what I tell everybody. Even if you're buying Orc or Waffles, right, coin, just sell half on a double when it doubles, and we'll let the rest ride. And so you will not take a loss if anything goes wrong with the meme coin. And I also then, if that's too risky for you, I recommend that you just go for Solana. And Solana, right, is guaranteed. They're not guaranteed, but I mean, there's such a high probability of getting a 4x just from here at $250. It seems like an asymmetrical bet, because that the meme coins are going to just explode and do extremely well, and this is where meme coins live, is on Solana. Right. And so you can bonus there. And now you could always hedge your bets and get better alpha on other layer 2 or layer 1 solutions. Sui is one of them that may have a higher return because it's new, and newer coins tend to outperform the older coins out there. So you could take a bigger bet, but that's a higher risk. If you do decide to take that bet, remember, it could all not work out. Now, then moving up the scale, I think people should look into different altcoins that have fundamental value, right? Things that are about to explode. And you could actually trade this. You can see that XRP exploded just in time. If you did some technical analysis, you could catch a lot of cool cryptocurrencies exploding higher. They're all going. The Bitcoin is going to raise all boats, so you have opportunities everywhere. And of course, Bitcoin is the opportunity for large sums of capital which is more safe, that you don't want to take a bigger risk. Yes, there is risk in with the volatility, right? Because most people, they see their wealth go down even $2. They're like, oh my God, I'm poor. so if depends on where you are in your risk tolerance, right, is where you should be in the crypto. And most of the time, listen, you've seen the memes, right? A stock market goes down 2%. God. And the crypto bros like, I'm down 50%. I'm all right. What the hell? And if you could handle that kind of volatility, then yeah, crypto's for you.
Yeah, you make some great insights about that. Obviously, the research part of it, the dipping your toe in the water with small sums of money, that sort of thing, and then be prepared for sometimes a very rocky road with meme coins.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back. We have more great content on air and online at thecryptoradio.com. More news, interviews, explainers, and great guests are on their way. Keep listening to us here and check out our website.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole load of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. So don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com. and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio.
And going back to Bitcoin, I guess people have asked you this before, but what did you see in it all those years ago? Or was there a little bit of luck? You thought, I'll give this a shot, it sounds interesting. Or you really were thinking about the potential of this as, fiat replacement?
Well, I've been doing videos since 2008. I only started in 2008, at the end of 2008, because after I learned how our whole financial system was a fraud, and I was asking everybody, I was asking my brothers, I asked my dad, I asked everybody, and nobody really knew that, banks just create money out of nothing and lend it to you. They lend it to governments, they lend it to corporations. And the most evil thing about lending it to governments is that they point a gun at you and say, give me the tax money so I can give this banker the interest. Whoops. Didn't you just make me a slave to somebody who just printed the money for free? Yeah. So, yeah, that's how our system is. And we've redesigned slavery, right? So that, the people who know how to set up a bank or have enough money to set up a bank, they get to enslave the whole population for free. So yeah, that's our system, right? And corporations can do the same thing. That Michael Saylor gets it at zero, right? So you could say, well, he goes out in the markets and he he doesn't go to banks, he goes out in the market. So he sells a convertible note. Well, what do you think they got the money from? They printed, the people who gave it to him printed that money. Most likely printed it. And how do I know they printed it? Well, where do most people store their wealth? They store it like, oh yeah, I'm going to store dollars. I'm going to put this under my mattress or in my bank. No, they don't. Right? The wealthy people, they store it in assets that they can leverage to get cash to buy other stuff.
Yeah. Sorry, did you just hold up a whole stack of fresh $100 bills just then?
No. This is the play money. You can see.
Yeah, I was thinking super crypto bro, but yeah, I knew you probably weren't doing that. So how do you feel about the whole institutionalization? Obviously, we're seeing the strategic reserves. We're seeing people like Michael Saylor, and the sort of the retail investor now is sort of seeing a shift as it's being controlled. What's your sort of take on how Bitcoin has shifted from the libertarian sort of standpoint to where we are now, or where we're headed now, I guess?
Well, I think we're headed to the realization, the waking up of society that everybody feels that their system is unfair, but they don't understand how it's unfair, and it's a waking up of that. And then once we do use good money, whenever we do use good money, what happens is society improves greatly. Whenever we use bad money, society degrades. And it's the end result of fiat money. You know, prices continue to go higher and you start to lose your wealth. And this is what's happening in the United States, and people start to change their behaviors in order to make themselves stand out so they can get more wealth and more opportunities and stuff like that. And so most of this nonsense is just for somebody to stand out in the crowd. I don't know if you saw Gorlock the Destroyer, but she, I don't know what it is. But everybody's talked about that person because of the nonsense that's going on there. And so that's why people are doing it, right? And that's probably getting that person money. So there it is, right? It is all a scam because there's not enough. There's plenty of money, but the value of that money has dropped so significantly that people are not getting enough to survive in their daily work or job, right? So that's where it is. And so in the future, when we use Bitcoin as money, all that's going to change. We'll have a huge renaissance, and then we'll get back to logic.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. Do you use Bitcoin to pay for goods and services, or you're just storing it and keeping it, or do you dip into it every now and again?
I was not dipping in the sense I do get paid in Bitcoin myself, so I pay out some Bitcoin as well. So I don't know, what does that count as, right? So,
yeah, you're using it as currency, right? Using it as
exactly, yeah,
a form of payment there. And so as you've grown your wealth and as you've grown your knowledge, you're doing a lot more education and giving back to the community? Is that fair to say?
Exactly, and that's what I like to do. I mean, whenever somebody asks me about Bitcoin, they want to know how it works and why it works and why they should buy it. I get all excited, and I want to teach them. I want to educate them. So yeah, I want to continue that process forever.
But what would you, obviously there's a lot to delve into, but what is the big takeaway there when it comes to crypto and investing there, that you really say, look, whatever you do this one thing? When you talk to people and they come up to you and they say, well, Da Vinci, I want to be like you, I want to make all this money. What's your big, look, hold on, this is what I say?
Well, a long time ago, I was trying to save money, save dollars for my retirement, and I couldn't figure out how much I needed. Why? Because I didn't know what the value of the money that I would have would be. So if I said, okay, well, I could save to get $2 million, but I don't know what it will buy me, right? $2 million here won't buy you a house, right, in Dubai, right? So that's an example of what I don't know what it will buy. So I was a little concerned about that because it didn't make any sense. And I realized that you have to just that saving in our current financial system, you had to go and invest it somewhere, and that required risk, and that risk could end up turning against you. Well, now you have an asset that doesn't require risk, and you can say, well, it goes down by 50 or 60%. Yeah, but overall, it's going to end up a lot higher. That's the whole point. That's why Michael Saylor and I, we're not saving for tomorrow, which is your problem. That's why you see the 60% drop. We're saving for a long-term future. And when you do that, the 60% drop over 4 years is ignored. So that's what I suggest you do, is you save. And when you save, it doesn't matter what emergency happens, don't spend it.
No, discipline, financial discipline, which we know is easier said than done, but you really do need to have that long-term strategy and think that far ahead, especially in some of the richest countries where the cost of living is so high. Now, Bitcoin, obviously, as you well know, has a life cycle. And what about meme coins? Where do you think we are in their cycle now? Because obviously there's a huge amount of interest in meme coins, from Dogecoin to the thousands that are printed every day. Do you think there's a cycle there that we might see some sort of significant change in the meme coin sort of industry sector?
Yeah, I think the meme coin sector will explode higher and it'll be the big thing for 2025. But then, once it fizzles away, right, just like the NFTs, they'll be gone probably for another 16 years, because by the time the next generation comes along, it's like that's all forgotten, and then the next generation picks it up and goes, "Oh, I like that," and doesn't feel burned by it, and then that will bring in new blood. So that's basically how things work, right? Or people's memories, right, really fade over time. They forget what happens, and 16 years is a sufficient amount of time for everybody to forget about the meme coin failure, and then restart it all over again. So that's probably where it's going to happen. I don't see meme coins doing well in the following cycle, but there will be some meme coins such as Dogecoin, Shiba, that will and maybe even Pepe will stick around in the coming years, and will have different kinds of success.
Yeah. Oh, so we've got another year. They might start to rise more, and then after that, we
Mhm.
might see some bigger failures. And only the big ones that have some sort of utility, like the Doges and the Pepes, will stick around. And a lot of these other silly, full-on memes may well just disappear, and people will get burnt. And then they'll, like you said, their memories will, sort of after 16 years fade away, and we might see another cycle. So we maybe only got another year left of the meme coin craze. Is that what we?
Mhm. Exactly. That's what I think.
Yeah. But you launched, obviously, my colleague here, she works in an animal shelter, so she loves dogs and cats. So when she saw Waffle, she kind of fell in love with Waffle, and I don't know if Waffle's there or wants to make a guest appearance.
Yeah, I don't have my cat here. This is my studio. I'm not at my house, right? But I do have pillow of Waffles here.
Yeah, I see that.
My cat. This is when she was a lot younger. She's a little older now, and yeah, I didn't make this Waffles token. Actually, somebody else did, and I began to support the Waffles token, and yeah, it's just a meme coin, right? But they are making it more than just a meme coin. They're providing lots of utility for the meme coin, and yeah, we will. I think as we grow in market cap, that's when they open up new utilities um, for Waffles coins. So it's just about market cap growth. It's not about the actual timing. We're not going to build stuff unless our market caps goes higher. So we'll focus only on marketing and getting the market cap up, and then once we get there, then we start to build.
Yeah, yeah. Now you've got a strong reputation, as one of those sort of early Bitcoin people. When it comes to meme coins, how do you decide what meme coins to get involved with? Because obviously you've got to protect yourself there as well, and you're looking to get involved in worthwhile projects. So sort of how do you actually decide? Because you must be invited or must be offered lots of these opportunities.
Yes, I mean there's several ways I decide. Of course, there's the degen way I decide, right? Because you know what, just it is honestly, if you do it the degen way, it's lots of fun. Trust me. Right? We sat around one time at dinner, a whole bunch of people, and just goes, "Oh, let's just choose a meme coin to buy and see what happens." And oh, look at this, Peppa Peep. I like that one. And obviously, it went to zero, but we just bought it just to see what happens, and we just bought small amounts, and you could do that just for fun. And who knows, something. I bought a few of them that actually just happened to continue going higher, but that was very very few. And you could do it that way. But if you want to do it more, if you want to do more of an analysis, it requires taking a look at how many people are whales, right? How much each person has. You have to go through and take a look at an analysis. Maybe you could do some research and find out, okay, well, maybe the dev has a whole bunch hidden. He's got a bunch of them over multiple wallets. They're really easy to detect. Then you take a look at community. You take a look at whether or not the meme has staying power. I mean, it's humorous or so forth, and it has someone that could back it up, or some reason for people to use it in the future. And yeah, and that's how you would look for it. And then, but most of the time, you have to just go degen, full degen, because you just never know what's going to go. You never know. And and if you do go full degen, just make sure you understand you have a high probability of it going to zero. And if you accept that, there's a chance you can do very well. But if you can accept that, then don't go do meme coins at all. Just forget it, right? Go buy Solana, right? But if you do accept it, I would suggest if you buy something, sell half when it doubles, and then let it rest ride, or you take profits again when it doubles again, and then let that rest ride. So it's up to you how you want to do it, and yeah, that's one way to deal with it. But the other way, right, more an analytical way, right? There's a lot of things in that I didn't mention, like volume, whether or not there's lots of fake volume. If you see like 30 million volume, right, and it's like a 10 million market cap, 10 to 20 million market cap, there's something wrong. If you see, very little volume and then it's rising like crazy, there's something wrong. So these are things that you can look for, right? For when it's wrong. It's really easy for me because I've been in the space. I can't think of everything that I look at, but yeah, there's a lot of things there.
Yeah, and the team, is it important to know the team for them to reveal themselves or be revealed, do you think, to be doxed or?
Yeah, I think the team, if you're going to stick to the meme coin and believe in it, you have to know the team. You have to make sure the team is fully doxed, right? Then you could stick with it, maybe, buy and hold it. But if you don't know the team, then I would suggest you exit whenever there's any profit every single time. So that would be my best advice.
Yeah, brilliant. I've got one more question, which is looking at the big picture. So for you, where's the next big thing for you? It doesn't have to be crypto, it doesn't have to be blockchain, it could be AI, it could be equities, it could be something else. But where do you see the next big opportunity where you think people might want to start having a good look at and start researching?
Well, as the money dies, right? We've seen through history what happens, right? Governments try to distract the public, right? That's that's the playbook, right? Because if because they know the end result of that is their deaths, right? So the best way to do that is in this current society is through games, and now we have crypto games which can earn you profit. So eventually the government and corporations will jump on this bandwagon, push you into crypto games as to give you something to do, so you don't go right in the streets. And so I think crypto games are going to be the next big thing.
Interesting. So the Web3 games where you earn crypto, you pay crypto and you earn crypto. You think that's going to be a big, and we're doing a lot in that space, especially here in this region as well, right? There's a lot of companies sort of launching. So that's where I think we might see a lot of, and government, not lobbying, but definitely government support for people doing that to keep them out of trouble. Do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Basically to prevent them from rioting and going against the government, right? So the end result, we've always seen the end result of this currency, right? And the governments are afraid of that end results, and so they'll do whatever they can to mitigate that, and that's what they've done throughout history.
Yeah. Well, Da Vinci, will we see you at Bitcoin Mina?
Yes, definitely. I'll see you at Bitcoin Mina, and if you put in my code Da Vinci, you can get the discount.
Excellent. We're hoping to have a chat with you and Mr. Trump at the same time. Right. Big names in the industry. So yeah, thank you very much for this interview. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you, and yeah, we'll see you in a week or so.
Perfect. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Da Vinci Jeremy, an early Bitcoin adopter, and let's just say a very wealthy man, as a result of spotting the potential of crypto. This is the Crypto Radio. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to the Crypto Radio. Learn more at thecryptoradio.com, where you can listen live for news, education, and entertainment. You can also join our community on X at the Crypto Radio X. Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole load of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. So don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com. and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
You're tuned in to the Crypto Radio, and this is the first episode for our Crypto Careers segment, where we showcase what it's like to be working in the crypto industry from the day-to-day operations. And I'm joined in by my good friend Ali, who's been working in the space for the last couple of years. How are you, Ali?
I am doing lovely. The markets are up. My portfolio is up at an all-time high. It's always a good day when it's green. What about you?
I guess I could give the same answer. So for our listeners who are new to crypto, what exactly do you do for work currently?
So in short, you can think of it as a mixture between sales and relationship management.
Mm-hmm.
What I do is I go to your favorite crypto influencer and I make a partnership between him and our exchange.
Right.
In short, that's basically it. It's just partnerships.
Partnerships. And what does, like, how do they define this role formally?
How do you mean? Like, what's my
official job title?
So, I mean, there's more than one word for it, but you can say business developer manager.
Mm-hmm.
BD.
Yeah, because BD is always heard in crypto as an industry, but people yet don't understand it because it's just like, are they doing sales? Are they doing partnerships? But essentially, your day-to-day operations, you do a lot of things. Like, you wear many hats.
Yeah, the term BD is quite broad because the work itself is quite broad.
Mm-hmm.
It can mean a lot of things, you know what I mean? So I'll give an example. So there's two different kinds of BDs, just like these are minimum two. There's quite a bit more. But two of them could be that you help with listings on an exchange. So let's say you have someone who has a new token and they want to put it on the exchange.
Mm-hmm.
They come to a listings BD for that.
Right.
Or let's say if you are a futures trader, or which is the closest thing to Forex, you would want to have a partnership for them to make some money out of the trading fees, for example, right? For that, you need a futures BD. It's just two different examples. There's more. There's also institutional. There is
institutional BD. There KOL BDs, as you said.
There is some that's just basically just for marketing. Like there's no real target of it, and they're just
like something as broad.
just general partnerships and all kinds. And for those, they don't really have many commissions.
And I saw that you used to work in traditional finance at a regular bank. So what gauged your interest in crypto or in the crypto industry?
Roughly 2 years ago, I had a family friend come to visit Dubai. My mom actually asked me to go meet up with him.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, oh, he's into crypto. Maybe you guys were going to have some things in common. I was like, sure, why not?
Did you even know what crypto was at that time?
Oh, I did. I had very, very, very minimal experiences with crypto, though. I had $50 in Doge that like crashed. That crashed back, and I don't know, God knows how many years ago. And it pushed me away from crypto. I had some experience in mining as well at the time.
Mm.
But this was nothing compared to what happened in the coming months, right? So I met with this family friend. We went to the first crypto event, which was, what was it? Blockchain Future? Something. It was in Festival Arena City.
Blockchain Life?
No, it wasn't Blockchain Life.
Yeah.
It was Crypto Expo Dubai. Sorry,
Crypto Expo.
Dubai.
Okay.
That was the first, let's say, big event that I went to. And I mean, the whole experience was a bit crazy because like I saw everyone and they were just like very, very active, you know what I mean?
Mm.
And it didn't feel like they were all depressed or whatever. And I mean, the same things that you see in
like the energy was just very vibrant.
It was a very different energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was nothing like what I've seen in like traditional banking or in traditional jobs, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And I fell in love with it basically. And I just kept going again and again. I kept going to every event I could. And then by the end of it, I kind of got sucked in and I can't leave even if I want to now.
What was your first job prior to finding your role as a BD?
You mean in crypto?
Yeah.
I didn't have one. I don't really have a job, but I did do some business. Like what I did before doing BD work was a few things. One of them, well, the first thing that I did was I was selling mining machines.
Mhm.
You know the ASIC machines, right?
Yeah.
So for those of you who don't know, it's how else do I explain this? This is quite complex.
It's a
thing. Should I?
computer.
No, I mean
It's a very highly specialized computer.
It's a highly
Yeah.
specialized computer that makes you money. You know,
Mhm.
you turn it on, you pay the electric difference, the electric rate difference, and you keep the profits as a
Mhm.
change. It sounds like it's black magic or some money laundering stuff. It's not. It's not. No, don't
Well,
worry
yeah,
about
but mining is very nuanced, and there is some like misconceptions about it especially when it's taken like out of context. But it's interesting. Like, did you mine by yourself or you sold the machines?
it. At first, I was mining on my own using GPUs,
Mm.
but when I got into crypto full time, I bought machines, ASIC machines specifically, and I just sold them in Dubai. I didn't really mind them at all. But my clients, they kept coming back to me asking me for a place to store their miners, to like operate them, because they were very loud and they were a bit complex to operate.
Mhm.
And then I started, mining on my client's behalf, basically. But the main profit was coming through the actual sale. I was making a profit of $1,400 per machine.
Wow.
It was nice. Yeah, it was nice when it lasted. It's quite nice.
And with all of these like various experiences, like what's your educational background on it? Did you need any special certificate?
No, nothing really. I just, when you get addicted into an industry, you just kind of learn everything you want to learn. It's hard not to just stay curious. Is all I have to say.
Mhm.
That's all really.
And why would you label it as addicted to the industry? That's a pretty unique take.
I don't know. I mean, it's like once you come to this side of the table, you just can't really go back. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's you get a different perspective and everything. It's like the first time seeing the factories where they make the Nike and Nike shoes, right? Once you see how they really do it in the background, you don't really want to pay full price for it anymore. You know, it's a thing. It's just like it's a shift in perspective that changes your ideology and everything. Really.
How does an average day look like for Ali as a BD?
Well, how would that look? I mean, well, I go to the gym and I also study Chinese at the same time, so it's kind of difficult, like, struggle everything all at once.
Yeah.
How about this? It's better for me to just tell you the tasks that I get done throughout the day instead of me telling you how they go, right?
Mhm.
So there's a few things. Well, obviously, I have to go to the gym. That's 1 hour. I have to go 1 hour of studying Chinese. And then for the BD work specifically, you have to do a few, mainly you do reach outs. You do a lot of reach outs. It's like one-on-one reach outs either. And you can't even do advertising because people won't listen to you.
Mm.
So the way it works is, let's say you go on Twitter or Instagram or whatever it might be, and you message 50 to 100 people, right? And then out of those, let's say 100 people, maybe 5 of them will respond. Maybe, if you're lucky.
It's a numbers game.
5 or 10, right?
Mm.
And out of those 5 or 10 will respond. Maybe 1 or 1 or 0 of them would actually agree to something to even continue the conversation. And then when that goes, you go through weeks of efforts trying to get them, days or weeks, depending, of trying to get them convinced that you're not here to scam them. and then once they understand that, and then, once they understand, they either start working with you or they decline because they have a better offer somewhere else. But yeah, it's mainly outreach and management. By management, I mean, let's say you're my partner, right? Let's say, let's say you're an influencer and you're my partner, we're working together. You want to have an event that brings more users to your, let's say, to your referral, right? So the way like futures trading BDs make money, and the same way that the influencers make money for us actually, is they make money out of the trading fees. So let's say you're an influencer and you have a volume of 100 million per month. Cool?
Mm.
Actually, let me run this up real quick. So if you have 100 million per month and you're trading on, let's say, 0.06% taker fees, right? You're looking at a or a fee generation of 60,000. Cool? So what I would tell you is, and by volume, I don't mean yours. I mean just your users, just your communities, let's say.
But what's how does trading volumes get calculated? What do people do in futures trading? Like, what's that aspect of the business?
How do you mean? Elaborate.
What does futures trading mean?
So there's a difference between spot trading and futures trading, right?
Mm-hmm.
So spot would be when you actually buy the asset, you hold it and you wait, and that's it, right? You make money, the profit. I mean, the asset goes up, you sell, you make money, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, let's say you have 5 rocks. I take a rock from you at the current price of 1 dirham. I hold it for a few weeks. It goes to 1.5 dirham. I sell it back to you for 1.5 dirham. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Now, futures, instead of buying the actual asset, you're buying a contract. Think of it this way. Imagine you have a table and you're gambling on that table, right? And you're saying like, I will put $100 today, that the market will go up throughout the next, God knows how long, whatever, right? You're buying a contract that says the market will go up.
Yeah.
So the market goes up, you can sell that contract back for a profit. Or you can do the opposite. You can gamble and say, I put $100 today, the market will go down. So now what happens is, let's say the market does go down, you can sell that same contract for a profit as well, because you're buying a short contract instead of a long contract. So the idea is, you're not actually buying it. It's more like you're placing a bet. That's what future trading is. It's the same thing with Forex. It's an easy way of looking at it.
Now, is there anything fun about your job? Like, what's your favorite thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, you get to travel quite a bit because
nice.
you're meeting with the influencers and whatnot, right? And they're not really always in the same country. I mean, the whole position is just built on, building a strong relationship, right?
Relationship building.
That's basically what it is, right? So let's say I'm traveling to meet with an influencer or whatever. You can consider it as work or as like a fun time out, depending on how you see it. You know what I mean?
As long as the deal is getting closed.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you get the work done, everything else is a bonus, right? So I guess that part's quite nice. And I'm not, geographically locked anywhere. I can go wherever I want. I can do whatever I want. So that's nice.
That's amazing. But what's challenging then? Like, what's anything that's negative that no one talks about?
Well, it's not that. Okay, let's say this. I think the worst part of this is so they are judging the product or the exchange, the service on you, right? So you're selling them the exchange. This is what I say, it's sales. So you're selling the exchange to an influencer for them to work with you and for their users as well. Now, if the exchange is bad for whatever reason, let's say their services are bad, their connections are bad, their liquidity isn't thick enough, whatever it might be, you're the one who's getting you become the punching bag for it, basically, right? And any issue that happens, it falls on your head. It's your responsibility.
So aside from just doing sales, you can do support services as well.
Exactly. It's broad, right? Now let's say the product has some issues and you speak to the product team, you tell them, hey, we need to change this. This is feedback from our influencers. They're like, okay. And then they don't respond to you for 2 months. So if you have a really weak product team in the company, it gets really rough to get any work done. And I think that's the most rough part about this work, because you're messaging hundreds of people at a time and they're not responding to you. It gets quite rough for some people and they can't handle it really.
Well, we've talked about the challenges, we've talked about the good things. It's the industry is pretty fast-paced. Everything changes really quick. And this is things like, I'd say, from an insider as well. I've been working in the industry for 4 years. There has been things that are being commonplace amongst different companies. But you see, there's many people who wants to pivot their industries and work with work in our industry, for instance. So if someone has zero crypto experience but wants a job that is similar to yours, what would you recommend for them to do first?
So I would say just do what I did. When I first came into the industry, for the first 6 to 8 months, I didn't look for work. All I did was just learn about the industry, And I learned by meeting people. So, since I'm in Dubai, I'm blessed to be here, right? Alhamdulillah for everything. But, so since all the crypto events are here, I said, you know what, let me just hit every single event I could. Every single one. There wasn't this. So from the most beginner stuff to the most advanced things, right? By most advanced, the tickets that cost nothing for beginners, like beginner seminars in universities, by professor to the bigger events where the tickets cost, let's say, $1,000 to $2,000 even, Yeah, some of these get really pricey. And, it's good to have friends in the industry because they can get you discounts or free tickets. It's always nice. But where was I? Yeah, so I'd say just meet as many people as you can and just ask as many questions as you can for the first 6 months. That's it. Just this is why I say stay curious. I think people lack a lot of curiosity in this world, and if they didn't, things would be quite different.
Well, this is my favorite thing about the industry is that despite there is a high barrier to knowledge and to our work, and there's a lot of technical complexities that we need to be familiar with. Lots of new tools, lots of resources. But from what I've seen from anyone in this space, whether they're professionals, billionaires, beginners, everyone's happy to teach the rest.
Of course.
No one really tells you, you don't know anything, what are you doing in this place? The meetups, the conferences, the summits, all of them are an open place for collaborations, and everyone's willing to network, interact, and teach people. But there's also some slip-ups that a newcomer would do, right? If they're getting into the industry. Personally, I've done a few by perhaps working with the wrong crowd, but unwillingly. What's the biggest mistake you see newcomers make if they're getting into the industry?
I think it would be just expecting too much too fast. A lot of people think when you come into crypto, he's in crypto, bro. One Lambo, when Lambo.
Was your Lambo? I saw it downstairs.
Yeah. I came with my 3 Lambos. I had my other friends just drive the other one just to show off.
Of course.
Yeah. So I know. I was saying. No, on a serious note, like they think, like, hey, I just bought $5 of Shiba Inu. If this goes to $1, I'm making, $2.5 billion. You know what I mean?
Oh man, like I'm still waiting for my
The-
billions.
the whole this is like an argument that's going on currently, by the way, on crypto Twitter. It's like, is unit bias a thing? I think it is.
Unit bias is a major thing.
I think
and
it
to
is,
those
yeah.
who are not listening, unit bias is essentially where you see a token or a crypto that seems cheap because it's there, it's sold in cents, and then you expect it to reach specific amount of dollar values.
It's like, just because they see let's say if let's treat it as a stock. They see each stock looking like 0.00000000009 or something.
Yeah, let's accumulate 1 million tokens.
Yeah, if they buy $1, they're getting, however many, whatever amount
Millions,
of that.
billions.
Yeah.
Sometimes you could trillions worth.
And so for some reason they think, I mean, it's understandable, but I guess they think this has a real possibility of going to $1 just because it's like the magic number, $1. It's a whole number.
course.
But in reality, if that were to happen, you would have a market cap of the whole world's GDP or something, and it still wouldn't equate to it. Like even if it was a quadrillion dollar company, that would still not reach $1.
But see, with all of these understanding, crypto, blockchain, Web3, it's a combination of different areas from traditional markets. So if people are getting into the industries, do they have to be tech geniuses or finance geniuses to be able to work in crypto?
No, I don't think so. I think the thing about crypto is like the industry as a whole, they don't really look at your qualifications as much as they look for your skills. You know what I mean? I'm sure this is the same as it's true in like other exchanges, but I feel like it's a lot more prominent here in crypto. People want you for what you can provide. If you have good value in terms of, let's say you're a good salesman, who wouldn't want a good salesman? You know what I mean? And if you think you can sell really well, you wouldn't even take a salary. You just do it with commission directly. You know what I mean? You would negotiate a bigger commission. You'd sell more than everyone else in the company. You'd make a whole lot more than everyone else. So
You'd be the superstar.
yeah. So I don't think it's about qualifications. I think it's more about skills and value, like value you can provide to the company or to the people who you're hoping to work for or work with, let's say.
And throughout your personal journey, what was like the biggest culture shock when you compare between like working a traditional job in a bank and then jumping to crypto all of a sudden?
I didn't really have much of a cultural shock, but more of a thing that I really liked, which was you feel like you're working in a small company. You know what I mean? Like even if the companies are bigger, you tend to feel like it's a startup, which means you get to see a whole lot more of the other sides of the company than you would usually. You know what I mean? Which means you can learn a lot more. That's exactly what you want. You want to learn. Like, the whole goal of everything you do every single day, no matter what industry you're in, is always to learn more. The more you learn, the more you can make out of it, whether that is financially or even just in terms of growth, really. So I think the fact that things feel smaller in the sense of things are in reach, I think that's it. I think that would be it. That, and also like office timings aren't really a thing. I mean, I love just being able to not go where I have to go. I mean, being able to go wherever I want to go, whenever I want to go. I feel like that's a big plus.
I would like the remote culture.
Yeah, exactly.
4 years here, you, as you said, stay curious. You learn a lot. You read the news. You check out the new things. But the deeper I dig, the more cool things I discover. And the coolest thing I discovered was just the crypto game. I have fun with them, not with the expectations to earn money, but it's because like we all grew up playing Candy Crush or Farmville and Warzone, Call of Duty, and all these games. For me, just playing these games, even early on as an early adopter, is just I find it pretty cool. Not just for the chances of earning money, they barely made me $40, $50. These games aren't supposed to like change your life, but they're fun, they're cool.
I think these games, the target audience is just not us, Like the money-making aspect is more for the third world countries, You can think about it in Africa, you can think about it in Vietnam, wherever, like even the Asian countries, I think for those people, $50 is a big difference. That's a weak salary. Even, like for example, in Iran, the same person who had my ex position at the job, me at the bank, would have a salary of $100, even less. I know because I asked. I was curious, but I think the whole money making aspect in these games is a lot more targeted towards the third world countries. If you're asking me what is the cool thing I found, I think it would be the infinite amounts of ways for projects to make scams. I think it's that, man. There's so many different ways these projects they get crafty at this point. They look for ways to look professional or to look legit, while the whole project is meaningless, and you sink your time, money, and effort into it just to gain nothing, and they just run away with the liquidity. By liquidity, we mean profits, but rugs, basically rugs. This is the amount of ways they manage to.
I don't find this cool, but it's unfortunate how common it is, and it kind of like shatters our industry's image in a sense, or gives us a specific like stereotype. My personal mission is to prove that crypto isn't a scam. Unfortunately, scams are around us. Where do you see trends and newer job opportunities in crypto right now? Like, what are the exchanges demanding? What are the DeFi projects demanding for new hiring trends, basically?
I mean, I wouldn't say there's anything new, really. I mean, I haven't noticed, at least. Maybe I haven't been looking at that side of the market for some time. But I think one thing that would stay in demand, since this is a very growing industry, would be more let's say, how do I say this? More niche-specific positions. I'll give you an example, right? So there's always marketers, right? But then there is Dubai marketers, and then there is Spain marketers, and then there is American marketers. So what I'm trying to say,
they'll have like their different styles and different
So
approaches
every
on how
market is
they
different,
market
right?
things.
I don't think it's more about new positions. It's more about the same position, extra flavors. You know what I mean?
So for someone finding their niche or their specialty, basically.
I think the whole industry is constantly expanding very, very quickly, and so you just look for where you fit in and which side of the world, depending on where you're from, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely agree with like people having like a specific focus on like a locality, because for exchanges or any companies operating crypto while they're expanding, they want like a global growth. So always having like a local insight would be better to contribute to them. There's also like lots of traditional jobs as like a social media marketer, a graphic designer, production assistant, and I'm just specifying like some marketing jobs. Like in terms of technical jobs, people are also pivoting a lot, but technical jobs is like a whole new world that we'll keep on exploring. Perhaps I'll just like concluded with you giving like beginner tips for someone to start. 1-2 word advice.
I would say build up your portfolio as much as you can, as early as you can, because your gains compound, and you really start to notice it even a few years in this industry. So just build up your portfolio early. That's all I would say.
It's portfolio building. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Ali, and for these wonderful insights.
Yeah, thank you for having me, man. This has been great, and I have to say this mic is very, very crisp. I'm still impressed.
We're used to it. And you guys are listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more about crypto careers, just make sure to just head back to our podcast section on our website.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Hi, did you like this show? There is so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole load of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. So don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase.
For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $95,019, up by 0.62%. Ethereum price is $3,379.2, up by 1.17%. BNB price is $714.5, up by 2.7%. Solana price is $194.4, up by 5.2% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
From commando to CEO to crypto bro, Cyrus Rustam is an accomplished entrepreneur, coach, Bitcoiner, and speaker known for his powerful journey from an elite Royal Marines commando to a multi-million-dollar CEO. He can now add crypto bro to this list, or rather, Bitcoin bro. Cyrus, welcome to the Crypto Radio.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you in the office and in the studio talking to us about your crypto journey. Now, I've looked at your LinkedIn profile, I've looked at your social media, very impressive, from the Royal Marines Commando to CEO of a multi-million company, and now a crypto bro. How would you describe yourself? Investor, bro, expert? How would you define yourself in the crypto world?
I actually wouldn't use the word crypto. I would just say Bitcoin, because I really don't mess around too much with the whole space. I just was lucky enough to hear about Bitcoin about 4 years ago, and I now invest in Bitcoin.
Okay, so you're a Bitcoin, and use the parlance, you're a Bitcoin maxi.
I wouldn't say I was a Bitcoin maxi, but I am an advocate of Bitcoin, and I have 95% of my net worth in Bitcoin.
Wow.
So the proof there is in the action, right? I'm not just talking or investing in all these different cryptos and in the space and all this. I am putting my wealth, my hard-earned money, my sacrifice for this world into Bitcoin.
Wow. So you're literally putting your money where your mouth is, right?
Yeah, all of it. Against the advice of a lot of I know a lot of wealthy people. You know, all the wealthiest people that I know are in Bitcoin, but so far I'm the only one that's all in.
Yeah. Well, so what makes you want to have literally all of your eggs in one basket? That confidence in Bitcoin without any worries or any concerns, unless you do have
everything comes with some worry and some concerns. But I first heard about it. It was around 4 years ago, and a very wealthy guy, probably worth like hundreds of millions of dollars, that I was coaching at the time with nutrition, told me it was a scam and not to go anywhere near it. So I was spitting the same stuff that he told me about it. I was telling everyone else, like, no, it's a scam and this and that. And I'd done zero research. I was just taking this wealthy man's word as gospel. But then I was lucky enough to have another, just so happened to be very wealthy person, but another someone that I really respect and looked up to and I was very close with, told me, well, look, just put a little bit in. You don't need to buy a whole Bitcoin, or you don't need to go all in. Just buy a little bit just in case. So I really took his word, like, I really respect this guy. I'll start doing my research. And so the price at the time was around $10,000 per Bitcoin. And by the time I'd done my research, and when I say I did my research, I spent 2-3 hours a day either listening to a podcast, watching a YouTube, just reading a book, consuming all this information about Bitcoin. I don't know why I did it. I think to go a little bit deeper, I mean, I had a target of money that I wanted to make, and I knew what I was doing at the time was never going to get me there. There was a gap in my mind, and I'm a believer in energy, and for some reason, I just heard about it at that time when I needed it, so I started doing my research. And so after so much research, it's just inevitable that you come to the conclusion that the best place to park your money is in Bitcoin. And so to answer your question, it's literally just years of research and coming to my own conclusion in that I don't want to put my money anywhere else.
Right. Okay. And what period of time? You said it was around 10,000. What year do you remember that was?
It was 2021.
Right.
It was coming up into the bull market. I think it was 2021. Don't quote me exactly on that, but it was a year, 2020, 2021. I think it was 2021. I didn't actually start buying until it hit 50,000, and I put all of my money in, all my liquid in at that point, like basically all my savings. And it very quickly went up to 68,000 and crashed down to 16,000 in a matter of months.
Right.
So But I was also, that hurt, but I was also had enough experience, not experience, I had enough knowledge at that point. I was like, okay, well, here's an opportunity to buy more. So I sold I had a couple of properties, sold them, put that all in, started dollar cost averaging every day at one point. I would buy a bit of Bitcoin for years. Recently sold half of my business to a strategic investment firm. That all went in. I mean, it's literally any money I get that's extra that I don't need for an emergency fund goes in. And that's my philosophy. And so far, I mean, the rule is you have to hold it for a minimum of 4 years. But if you really want to maximize the growth opportunity, it's 8 to 12 years. So a lot of people that get into Bitcoin say it changes you, and it does, because it takes 8 to 12 years. Okay, so it completely changes your mindset. We're not going for a quick win here. We're not getting rich quick. We're just simply investing over the long term, and over an 8 to 12 year period, we are massively increasing our wealth from Bitcoin. And I do believe that right now is a very unique time for the asset, because I've only been in it for about 4 years, but throughout its history, it went through so many different periods of being called different things from different people. And right now, we've just had the US ETF in January. We're having the FASB account rule changes in January coming up. Don't ask me what the hell that is, but I know that it's coming, and it changes how companies can hold Bitcoin. There's large banks that are now creating the ability for them to custody your Bitcoin for you. So there's a lot of regulatory clarity that's coming to the asset now more than ever. And so I think it's a very exciting time.
Yeah. Now, you talked about this long-term strategy that Bitcoin almost forces you to have, that 8 to 12 years. Did you know that going into it, that you would be holding it for that length of time? You didn't?
I thought I was getting rich quick. I thought, wow, it's at 50,000, it's going to 100,000, awesome. And it got to 68 and crashed down. So it forces you to look at things. I look at everything now, since getting into Bitcoin, I look at everything in a 10-year period. What am I doing now in order to be in a better position in 10 years? And it forces you to look at your health, your relationships, your business, your money. It literally forces upon you this 10-year thing, which, in a 10-year period, right, you can do a lot. And I think it's a famous thing that people say, like, people overestimate what they can do
in 1 year,
but underestimate what they can do in 10. And so it changes your mindset in that way.
Yeah. Okay. So just looking at when it crashed, how it tested your resolve, you bought it there. Did you? And you'd be obviously well within your rights to say, what have I done? But you thought, this has happened, I'm ready for this, but I still believe in...
Yeah, I was scared, and it was nerve-wracking, and it didn't feel good on the gut, right? Your natural emotion as a human when you see, let's put it into actual money terms, 750,000 dirhams, I think I'd put in at that time.
Right.
When you see that go to, I don't know, 150, 200,000 dirhams in a matter of months, you feel bad, right? That's not a good feeling. You're like, what have I done? I had all this money, and now it's this much money. But I knew enough and understood about it. It wasn't that this was actually a massive opportunity to buy more at a lower price. And then when you flip your mindset, when you understand what Bitcoin is, and you understand the cycles, and it takes 8 to 12 years, you understand that now every red day is actually an opportunity. It's not a bad thing. The dollar price has come down, but you get to stack more sats at a lower rate. You get to increase the amount of Bitcoin you own for that drop. So if you look at it like that, and I was very new to it, so it was hard mentally to kind of switch my mindset. But again, when you understand Bitcoin, there's like a thing where they say everyone that actually puts in the time to study it never goes back. And that's why it's growing so fast. There is a US president that was talking about Bitcoin on his journey. Now, he's not president yet, but he's coming in January, right? He's going to Bitcoin conferences. He's tweeting about Bitcoin. He's talking about Bitcoin. His son is on stage in Abu Dhabi saying Bitcoin is going to $1 million. Mental. 4 years ago, if you'd have said this to me, I would have been like, no way. That's impossible. Everyone's talking about it. And there's a lot of politicians that are now into it, and they're trying to pass all these bills, and there's all sorts going on. As Bitcoin grows, more and more people get into it because of what it is. And that's only going to proliferate this whole thing and speed up the process of it becoming what it's going to become. But yeah, again, going back to answer your question, when you understand what it is, you can stomach the volatility because you just see the negative days as an opportunity to buy more.
Yeah. Now we're going to take a short break and come back. Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Hi, did you like this show? There's so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. So talking about that mentality, because most people, as you know, are the opposite. They'll sell when it's dropped in value and think, crystallize their losses, and then buy when it's sort of like all-time high.
Yep.
How do you convince other people to do what you're doing, that, this is an opportunity to buy? You should actually be putting money in, not taking money out, because it's hard, because for generations people have not been doing that and making very costly mistakes.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people ask me about Bitcoin because I talk about it sometimes on my social media, and it's in my bios. It says Bitcoin, and I will put some stuff on my stories sometimes and just put some information about it and talk about it. So people say, look, what do I do? How do I do it? So I've created 8 pieces of content, including 2 books that have helped me. YouTube videos, a couple of books. I didn't spend too much time gathering that. Just 8 links to these things. But what I normally do is when someone asks me about it, and people ask me about it all the time, close friends, family, I send them that and say, do your research. Because if I tell them, buy it, and they buy it, and they put their life savings in like I did, and it drops, 80%, they're going to come back to me. And ultimately, I'm not a financial advisor. No. I'm a business owner, and I put all of my money in Bitcoin, but other people don't. You don't have to put all your money in it. You can just put a little bit in it. Use it as a savings account. But yeah, the thing is, the thing that helped me was doing my research. And I did a ungodly amount of research. So the thing I just tell people is, yeah, I'm not going to tell you to put your money in. I don't care what you do with your money. It's none of my business. But this is what helped me. I went through these pieces of content and I learned about it. And that's what I did. And I just direct them that way.
Yeah, but of course, in your role, as you mentioned, you talk to people from all walks of life, from super wealthy people to people who maybe not as financially astute. What are the sort of things that they're asking you when it comes to Bitcoin and about, investing? Meme coins may be part of the conversation now. They might be thinking, oh, I think I've missed the boat when Bitcoin hit 100,000. What else should I be getting into? Not so much your advice or your comments, but what sort of questions are you hearing a lot from people?
The wealthiest people I know are all in Bitcoin.
Right.
Already. That tells you one thing. They're already in Bitcoin. So they are more asking me when they realize how much I'm into it, like, what's the safest way to store it? What are your views on the price? How do you invest your money into it? Do you dollar cost average? Do you lump sum buy? Smart questions. Where do you see it going? And they ask questions around like regulatory clarity and this kind of stuff. All of the poorest people I know, no offense to them, but they haven't got as much money as these people, ask me about the quick wins, the gambling, the meme coins, the stuff that you will 99.9% of the time lose money on. So it's different. And I would say I'm like in between that. I'm not a super wealthy guy. I'm not poor either. So I'm like I can see both sides. Yeah. And I've been the poor guy, and I'm on my way to I'm hopefully going in this direction where the wealthy guys are. But it's a different mindset, complete different mindset, complete different questions. Meme coins, I heard Tristan Tate say this on his Twitter, actually. Andrew Tate, Tristan, his brother.
Yeah.
He said, investing in meme coins is a rich man's game. Like, they'll put a tiny amount of money for them on it as fun, like betting on a horse or a number in the casino, because that's exactly what it is. If you are not wealthy and you're trying to grow your wealth, you need to put your money in sure things that you know are going to grow over time. And that sure thing that has proven itself for the last 15 years is Bitcoin.
Yeah. Now, of course, Bitcoin recently hit 100,000. A lot of people were praising and patting themselves on the back. Some people were taking some profits. Others were saying, no, I'm in this for the long haul, and I'll just see it keep on rising. Where did you sort of fit into that, those different profiles? You just thought, I'm happy with that, but I'm not going to take any money out. Maybe even dollar cost average, put more money in.
Yeah, I think if you're selling Bitcoin now, you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot. You've got no idea what this thing is. You've got no forethought as to where it's going. So again, it comes down to research. It comes down to understanding what you're putting your money in. Answer your question straight up. I'm not selling. I'm still buying. Everything still to this day that I get that's not what I need for my emergency fund is going into Bitcoin. The price is irrelevant at this level. $100,000 is cheap Bitcoin. In 10 years, when it's over $1 million, you're going to look back and say, what an idiot I was for selling my Bitcoin at $100,000, right? Because it's going to be $1 million or more.
Yeah, that was my next question, really. Being drawn into projections and where you think it will go. So already you're on the 7 figures camp, $1 million within the next 10 years?
I got no idea. I've got no idea. Every single guess that I would make is absolute bull crap, because I can't use the other word. So everything I say on this is just complete nonsense, and take it with a pinch of salt. But what I would bring you back to on that is, mate, there's only... When Bitcoin was created, 21 million were created on day one. There was only ever going to be 21 million. There is 65 million millionaires in the world. Not billionaires, millionaires. So if all of the millionaires on planet Earth said, I want one of these Bitcoins, can't happen. There isn't enough. Now, don't take into consideration all the lost Bitcoins. An estimated 4 to 6 million are lost due to people not respecting it when it wasn't worth so much. Forget about the billionaires that hodl hundreds of thousands of these things. When you whittle it down, you've got about 10 to 12 million of these things left. There's 8 billion people on planet Earth. And this is the main thing that when the penny dropped for me, when I literally almost started panicking, like I need to buy as much of this as humanly possible, was one word: scarcity. When you understand that, you understand how many of these things there are, and you understand how early it is for this asset, and you understand how many people are going to be literally panic buying this thing at some point in its future. Whenever that moment is, I don't know. Every country, every company, every human on planet Earth is going to want to buy these things, and you cannot change the fact that there only will ever be 21 million. Mate, the price is going up, right? I don't know what that number will be.
No, but
it's going up.
Market forces, demand and supply, the prices.
Supply and demand, scarcity.
Yeah.
There's, I've got a Rolex on. Not a very impressive Rolex by any means, right? But they make over 1 million Rolexes a year, and the average price for a Rolex is around $12,000. The Patek Philippe is a more scarce watch brand. They make around 50,000 or 60,000 a year, something like that. The average price of a Patek is around 50, 60,000. Something like this. Don't quote me on these numbers, but just the general direction I'm going with it, right? Rolex make over 1 million. Patek makes around 50,000. Richard Mille makes about 5,000 watches per year. The average price of a Richard Mille is $250,000 to $350,000 for a watch. Why? There's less of them. Scarcity. And so that's really my message on price, is just understanding scarcity, understanding how many there is versus the demand. Price is going that way, up.
Yeah. So we've talked to you about an investor, Bitcoin investor. How about you, because obviously you've got your own businesses, accepting it as payment, unless you already do that now? When do you think you'll be at a stage where you'll start to offer people the chance to pay for?
Yeah, we do that. We have a software that does it. We've posted it a few times, and it's not really something that we have done a lot of, but we have got the function there. I'm not an expert in money or finance or anything like that. But there is people that I listen to and follow and books that I've read on the subject, and they say that a money, for it to be used as a medium of exchange, has to go through phases. And right now, Bitcoin's not in that phase. That will come later. And so right now, it's more in a store of value phase where the network's growing, the people getting into it are growing, and because of the hard supply, it's in the number go up phase. When the number go up phase dims down and it's not doing the large multiples of growth and a large proportion of the world hold it, then it will turn into the medium of exchange. Because I tell you what, I'm not giving anybody my Bitcoin for anything right now. I will never buy a coffee or a gym membership or anything with my Bitcoin. It's going up so fast. Why would I swap the thing that's going up for whatever it is I'm trying to do? I'll use my money, my salary, my fiat money, right, what it's called, to buy all those things, and I'm going to save my Bitcoin for the long term because that's where I'm going to get the most growth out of it. I look at it like this. My friend said to me the other day, but I can only put £100 in to Bitcoin a month. And although I did tell him, look, it's not too much money, you'd have to do that over a very period of time. And for sure, your money will grow. But if you really want to make money so your kids have choices, you've got to put more in than £100 a month, right? However, I told him where I think this is going. Look at every £100 you put into it as £10,000 in the future. So every 100 quid you put in now, your kid's getting 10 grand in the future. Look at it like that.
Yeah, good. Definitely one way to look at it. Now, you mentioned Eric Trump and Bitcoin Mina, which took place this week. So my final question is, what was your biggest takeaway among the people that were there? There was a lot of Bitcoin bros and gals there. There was a lot of great speakers. What was the biggest takeaway for you from that?
To be fully honest, I didn't really get too much from the Mina conference personally. I wasn't there too long because I thought that everyone that was talking about stuff that doesn't really impact me personally. But what I did realize is that from the people I bumped into and spoke to there, that they were pushing big, and the main focus for the people there, especially the vendors that were there, was for massive corporations and countries. So it was an eye-opener in a sense where it was like, oh my God, they're actually doing this not for the retail like me, it's more for the countries in the region, which are extremely wealthy, and the big corporations to start looking at how they can get into this thing and store it in a safe way. So that was massively mind-opening. So it was all over my head and my level, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's a good takeaway. Just how much
it's growing.
The powerful people now are
getting into it. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I see what you mean. So it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and fascinating just how committed you are and dedicated to Bitcoin and possibilities for the future. So thanks for your time. Thanks for coming in and talking to us at the Crypto Radio.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That was Cyrus Rostam, a Bitcoin evangelist who is definitely putting his money where his mouth is. For more great interviews about getting into crypto, head over to thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and thank you for tuning into the Crypto Radio. I'm joined by Agne in the Bitcoin Mina conference. How are you, Agne?
Hi, pleasure to be here.
My pleasure as well. So you've been in the crypto industry for such a long time, almost 7 years, and we want to just learn about your crypto journey. So can you give us like an introduction about that, please?
Of course, my crypto journey started actually a bit earlier than 2017. I learned about Bitcoin, I think, back in 2012 or 13, but I didn't believe it. I'm like, this is internet money. However, in 2016 and 17, I started understanding that this is actually the future of finance. How people did not believe the telephone will work, that internet will work. And I actually bought Alex Tapscott's book, and I was like, this is going to be revolutionary. And this is evolution of what we had before. So I actually enrolled to study master's degree of digital currencies and blockchain at the University of Nicosia. I think there are more universities offering such degrees now, but at that time there was the only one. And I thought, okay, if I want to study and understand what is happening, I have to do this properly. So that was my journey actually from education. But at the same time, I was playing with the markets. We called ourselves traders, but I was trying to apply traditional technical analysis, etc. Now we understand that it's not that straightforward. It's not that straightforward as a stock market. There are a lot of whales that can push the price, or let's say, yeah, it's not basically that straightforward for a normal individual to understand how the markets work. Where does the liquidity come from? Liquidity meaning the money that are flowing into the market. So for any retailer that say, okay, I'm going to be a trader, you have to understand that there are a lot of algorithms. We call them bots, robots. There are a lot of whales meaning people with a lot of money who can move the market, and you will never be able to understand what happened. Right.
So like there's always this debate about you can be a trader for a living or you can't be a trader for a living. So in your opinion, in crypto, is it not sustainable to just make a pure living purely from trading or as a professional technical analyst? Because many people push this idea that you can live off your laptop and trade.
I think it is possible. If somebody would like to be a trader, then I would start with a very simple coins such as Bitcoin and USD. And then you see, because the fluctuations are much less than you could expect with other coins. We call them altcoins. Or some people can get lucky and buy meme coins. However, the meme coins can rise very quickly and they can go down very quickly. So if you want to dedicate yourself as a trader, you have to be in front of computer at all times. And we have all the trading programs and your CoinMarketCap, so CoinGecko on your mobile phone, so that you can react very quickly. So I think to answer your question, it is possible. Of course, it is very risky.
99%, there's the data that shows us.
Yes, but everything in life is risky. So in order to have success, you have to take risk. But it's very important to be educated.
And in the path that you took, it's a bit unique because most people that we talk to, they tell us that they get their information online or they learn from others because there wasn't any formal way to learn, the world of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. So do you advise people to, study this in universities if they offer it?
I chose this path because I was very studious. I like education. I studied actually finance in London. And because at this time I could not find much information whatsoever except this course. There were some YouTubers already talking about this and this. I'm like, no, I want to go deep into this and study. However, it is time consuming. I would advise for people to take some maybe easier courses, something that would be give you a background, give you a beginning, and then feel a pulse on the market on a daily basis. Follow crypto Twitter, watch YouTube, and I would also advise to follow economical and political developments in the world because everything affects one way or another. So now people ask me why Bitcoin is 100,000, etc., etc. All of this is affected. It's not only because of the market. The whole world is interconnected. So,
let's say, personally, I like to organize events and get people together. No one is stopping me from gathering Dogecoin community enthusiasts all together in a specific city or a cafe or a bar. Anyone can be Dogecoin. Like, that's the whole point of a decentralized community.
Are dogs invited or?
Of course.
10 to 20 years.
I mean, 1 million for sure.
1 million for sure.
What I studied economics. I remember it was my first class. So there is a demand and there is a supply. And in the intersection, there is a price. So we all know that Bitcoin has limited supply, right? So what is going to happen if there is more demand? The price is only push it.
Of course.
So very straightforward as that.
And what would you tell anyone giving a negative connotation that no, this is all just something that's a la la land fantasy or a scam? Like, how would you argue against those people?
You know, I stopped arguing already. Everybody's entitled to have their own opinion. However, I would like to stress, our world is changing. People were skeptical, to repeat myself, skeptical of telephone. People said that the internet will not work. So of course, you know, there will be skeptics in one way or another. You have to understand the financial industry is also developing, because before we used to have, before banknotes, there was a barter deals, right?
Yes.
Then we have like centralized systems. Centralized systems meaning that there is a bank, you go, you put the cash, etc. Now we have cards to pay. So it is evolution. We are evolving step by step. And blockchain, in my opinion, will provide us the rails for the financial future.
And you're currently the head of growth of Wi-Fi. Can you tell us more about this project? And because I saw it's a neobank.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So Wi-Fi is a neobank. To simplify, it's a digital bank. So we're utilizing blockchain technology and also artificial technology. Our goal is to bank them. We really want to provide more banking services for people who were never able to access banking services. Like people from the West, they know that it's very easy to go and open a bank account in Europe and in the United States. However, we have a growing population in Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East. You would be surprised the percentage of people that never had access to bank accounts.
Yes. No, I can definitely attest to that, because in such a grand concept, especially since we're here in the Middle East, 70% of the population of the Middle East doesn't have banks because they can't access that minimum account threshold, which is ridiculous. Like how will people buy their things online? The whole world's going digital, and there's still some people don't have bank accounts. So I really commend what you guys are working on right now, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
We are looking for great guests for the Crypto Radio, from those curious about crypto to newbies starting out, experts to mavericks, and everyone in between. We want to hear from you and feature you on the Crypto Radio. We're all about community, from traders to developers, blockchain experts to founders and entrepreneurs. R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
Bilal, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name's Bilal. I run Carter Capital. It's a Bitcoin asset management company. Been running this since 2016. And prior to this, I was in the TradFi world, working at an investment bank, but now fully running a Bitcoin asset management company.
Right. Can you explain to our listeners what does that mean, Bitcoin asset management company?
Yeah, it simply means that I manage Bitcoin assets on behalf of a number of clients. So they entrust me with their capital, and I invest in Bitcoin and obviously managing that exposure over a long period of time. The objective is really to generate low risk, long-term returns. Bitcoin is the most pristine asset, I think, in the world. So we really like to look after it for the long term.
Right. How has that changed over the years? We're seeing more now.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. You know, when I began talking about this in 2016, not many people wanted to listen to me. A lot of people said I was crazy, and these are just magic, invisible internet coins. They don't mean anything. Now, of course, we see so much interest from institutional investment houses, governments, and public figures that people are forced to take it seriously. So I've seen the interest rise and rise and rise, particularly this year, 2024, since it's become a politicized issue in many countries. And I'm looking forward to see what the future holds for the asset class.
Right. And how is it different here in this region? What are we witnessing in terms of asset management and Bitcoin asset management?
I'm witnessing a huge number of people that are open-minded to this asset class. You know, the Middle East is generally a very innovative and forward-thinking region. It's taken great strides in the last several decades and has been a global leader in a number of scientific and technological fields. So certainly compared to some other regions that I'm familiar with, I've seen a very open mind from people and institutions in this region.
Right. Where do we stand in terms of Bitcoin, Mina, and your asset management company?
Carter Capital has been supporting this event. We were very honored to be, I was invited to be a speaker at this event. I spoke yesterday morning. And I love sharing my thoughts and hearing the thoughts of other Bitcoin practitioners in the market. You know, we spend a lot of time researching, we spend a lot of time reading and studying. It's always good to bounce ideas off people and hear what other market participants think.
Right. Final question. What would your advice be to anyone who's trying to get into the field?
My advice would be to invest a small amount, whatever small means to you. Invest first and then do your studying later. It's all well and good doing desktop research and learning the theory of things, but putting real money on the line changes your mentality towards this asset class. And, you know, right now, Bitcoin stands at 0.2% of total global investable assets. That number is only going to grow. So maybe it makes sense to have 0.2% of your total portfolio.
For those who are not with us, we are now interrupted because Eric Trump is walking in.
There we are. Just goes to show how much of a politicized issue this is.
Yeah. This just shows, yeah, exactly. I mean,
I saw him. He just walked straight past us right now.
right, it was a scene for those who are just listening and not with us. It was a scene.
What is your opinion on more politicians getting into Bitcoin? Why? You know, Bitcoin aims to be against until they decide.
I think it's a natural evolution of things. Bitcoin is it's a completely pristine asset. It's immutable. It's never been copied. There's never been a double spend. There's never been a fake Bitcoin transaction that has, you know, gone through and not been caught. So it's natural that governments are taking a closer view at this. If you look at the state of major economies, G7 economies, their national debt and the level of national debt compared to GDP and the income that those countries generate through tax revenues, we know that it's unsustainable. So President Trump has already spoken about Bitcoin being a possible solution to the sovereign debt crisis. Like many things in financial technology, I expect the UK and the EU to follow suit. But, you know, let's be clear, this is the best performing asset of all time. We've gone from $0 market cap to over $2 trillion market cap in 13 years. The world has never seen a faster accumulation of value in an asset in history. So this will continue. This event that we're here today and the man that walked past is a testament to that. And I don't see this train slowing down.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there. R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins
to the Crypto Radio. This is Bo Jablonski speaking from Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined today by Zuby, the British rapper. Hi.
Hello, how's it going?
It's great. Thank you for joining me. I would love to hear all about your crypto journey. I guess you're into Bitcoin.
Very much so, have been for a while.
How did you get started?
So I'm a computer science graduate. I studied at Oxford University, and so I've always been someone who's interested in computers, technology, the future, where the world is going. I've always had that intellectual curiosity. I want to say I first heard about Bitcoin probably around 2012 or 2013, but I just heard the word. I didn't know what it was. I didn't get into Bitcoin at that stage. I had just heard that there was something out there that existed called Bitcoin. I didn't know if it was some type of in-game currency or if it was like a PayPal competitor or what. And then in 2017, throughout the year, I had a friend who was making a lot of Facebook posts about Bitcoin. And he was particularly talking about how much his investments were going up in it. And I just kept seeing these posts on my Facebook newsfeed about Bitcoin. And one day came sometime in November where I was like, you know what, let me look into this Bitcoin thing and just see what it's all about. So I remember just going on Google, and I don't know if I typed in what is Bitcoin or how does Bitcoin work or whatever it is. And I just spent about an hour learning about it. And I was sold on the concept in under an hour.
In 2017?
2017, yeah. So I made my first investment into it in November 2017. And anyone who has been in the market for a while would know that that was coming towards the end of the 2016, 2017 bull market. So I put some money in, and the following day, the number had gone up. And I was like, oh, let me put more in. And the number went up again. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm a genius. I've just discovered the magic money printer. And this continued on. I mean, it went from about $6,000 to $20,000 per coin in about 6 weeks. And I was just like, this is insane. What on earth have I just discovered? Like an investment that triples in under 2 months, right? And so at the time, I remember in December 2017, I put in what was at the time a significant amount of money for me into it. And then, of course, boom, 2018 bear market comes in the next couple months, and everything just starts bleeding out in terms of the dollar value. But to my credit, I didn't sell any of my Bitcoin.
Well done.
And I continued to read books about it and learn more about the technology and the use case and just really continue to learn about it. So I spent 2018, 2019 just learning more and more and putting the money I could put into it. I kind of kept stacking sats, as we say. So that was the early stage. I can continue, but that was how it began.
So, like, for some kind of context, how much do you think you made in the first couple of days that blew your mind?
Yeah, boy, I'm not gonna give like dollar numbers. It wasn't a lot though. It wasn't a lot at the time. I'm just like an independent rapper in England. This is again, 2017. 99% of people who know me now didn't know me back then. I didn't have like a huge social media following or anything like that. I wasn't making a lot of money. And so it was percentage wise though. I mean, like I said, like the price of Bitcoin pretty much tripled in a matter of weeks, but then it dropped by 75% or something like that over the next several years. So I was in the hole for a while. I was in the hole for like 2 years, but my conviction continued to grow. And every day my conviction in Bitcoin grows. I mean, I've been in it for over 7 years now, and I've never been as bullish as I am right now. And that's not just because the market is, it's not just because it touched $100,000 about a week ago and has surpassed that. And, you know, it's kind of fluctuating around that as we speak. But the more I understand it and the more I understand money and the more I understand the world, and just, I have a good ability to see where the world is headed. And my predictions tend to be fairly accurate in that regard. I've got a decent track record on it. And the more I just look into it and I think about it, it just becomes more and more obvious to me. And I just learned today that 97% of the world has no Bitcoin at all. 97% of Earth's population has nothing. So for the people who think they're late, we are still so stupidly early that it's ridiculous. And if you look at the market caps of things that compete with Bitcoin, if you look at where people store their wealth, real estate, equities, bonds, various places, fine art, if you look at where people store their money, Bitcoin currently has about a $2 trillion market cap. It's nothing. It's nothing. Gold is at 18 trillion. For Bitcoin to reach gold, that would put one Bitcoin at about $900,000. And I believe Bitcoin is going to far surpass gold
When
within the
it's
next
going
two
to
decades.
800, 900,000, do you reckon?
I would say within the next 14 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you see Bitcoin, do you see Bitcoin taking over fiat? I did that again.
Go ahead.
So how do you see the future of Bitcoin? Do you see it overtaking fiat, being replaced entirely, or them both existing together?
I think for the duration of my lifetime, I see them more coexisting than Bitcoin entirely replacing it. I don't believe that governments and their central banks are going to willfully give up the power of their printing press and their magic money that they make out of thin air. They don't have that much incentive to do that. But in terms of purchasing power, I believe that Bitcoin absolutely already, it's the most valuable currency in the world already. It's only existed for 16 years. Like, think about that one Bitcoin is worth $100,000. 16 years ago, one Bitcoin wasn't worth $1. And now it's to go from, I mean, $1 used to buy you, I think, like 20 Bitcoins. So you've gone from, you know, a Bitcoin being a couple of cents to being $100,000 in under 2 decades. And the train is not stopping. As we've said, we've got a 3% adoption rate globally right now. And that's a 3% adoption rate, and it's at $100,000. We don't have any major nation state that is openly, as we know. I know there are countries that are buying Bitcoin, but they don't have it in their reserves like they have gold in their reserves, or in the way that they're, you know, storing their wealth to the degree that they do in general. So it's just, my point is just that we are stupidly early. So for anyone who's listening, who's thinking, oh my gosh, this thing has run, even in the past couple of years, it's run from, what was the bottom, 15,000 to 100,000. It's too late. You know, I wish I bought it 10 years ago. I wish I bought it 4 years ago, 3 years ago. In 10 years time, people are going to be like, oh my gosh, you bought Bitcoin under $100,000. You bought Bitcoin at only $200,000. Wow. Like, you're so lucky. You know how we look at our parents' generation who bought their houses for like $10,000, 12,000 pounds, whatever. And we're like, oh my gosh, you used to be able to buy a house for $10,000. And we're like, that's incredible. It's going to be like, for the next generations, it's going to be like that for Bitcoin.
And how do you see other cryptocurrencies faring?
I don't really care.
Bitcoin.
Long term, I see most of them going to zero.
Okay.
If people want to gamble, people are free to gamble. I'm not saying that there is no short-term money to be made on the entire crypto market. Of course there is, but there are 20,000 cryptos that are out there. If I fell into a coma tomorrow and I woke up in 10 years, I wouldn't be worried about my Bitcoin. I just want to know what the price was. But if I were holding anything else, I'd be wondering if it still even exists and if anyone cares about it. I got in 2017, and if you look at the top 100 coins or the top 200 coins between then and now, it's completely different. What has not changed is Bitcoin. Also, Ethereum has held up as well. You know, there's been a couple, XRP, there are some that have had more staying power, but it is completely changed. The things that people are hyping now are totally different to what people were hyping just a few years ago, which is going to be totally different to what people will be hyping 5 years from now. So depending on people's strategy and how they want to play it, of course, people are free to do what they want with their money. But just like there's dozens and dozens of different types of metal out there, there's only gold. Gold is gold. Okay, so someone might be like, oh, what about aluminium? What about titanium? What about copper? Those have their use case in many situations, but gold remains gold. No metal is going to surpass gold. You could argue that there's better metals for different things, and that is true. You could argue that there's ones that are easier to mold or more useful for certain technologies and so on. All of that is true, but gold remains gold. Gold has a way bigger market cap. Bitcoin has a bigger market cap than silver now, I believe. But gold is, for over 2,000 years, it's been the hardest form of money that exists, and something has just been invented 16 years ago that is, I believe, is better than gold.
So you see gold, I mean, gold is an investment, right? You see Bitcoin as an investment, or you see it as something that we should live in, we should earn, spend, circular economy?
I see them as gold and Bitcoin are both money. They're a form of hard money. So the difference between money and currency, I won't go into all the things that make a currency a good currency, but the core difference between money and currency is money is supposed to be a store of value. And fiat money is not a good store of value, because no matter what nation you live in, whether you are saving in, let's take the four most stable and not most valuable per se, but the four most stable fiat currencies would be I would guess the US dollar, the British pound, the euro, and the Swiss franc.
Yeah.
Day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year, all of them are losing purchasing power. It's called inflation. All of them are being printed by the trillions into oblivion. So we know guaranteed 20 years from now, $1, £1, €1, it's going to be worth far less now. Sorry, it's going to be worth far less in 20 years than it is now. This has always been true. But that's why people think the prices of everything's going up. Prices of everything aren't going up. The purchasing power of your fiat currency is going down. When you see the world that way and you think, okay, how can I actually store my wealth in something? That's when you'll realize, yeah, this is the use case for gold. Because actually the purchasing power of gold over the past 2,000 years has barely changed. The same amount of gold can still buy you pretty much the same thing over that entire course of time. And so because Bitcoin is deflationary, the purchasing power of it goes up over time instead of going down over time. So it's flipped the entire modern financial system on its head, essentially. It's an infinitely better store of value. So yes, there is volatility, particularly in the short term. I imagine for the next couple of decades, Bitcoin will remain quite volatile because of psychology and human emotions. But if you have the conviction and if you're able to control those emotions and just hold and chill, treat it like a savings account. Don't treat it like a quick flip. Don't treat it like gambling. Treat it like an asset. If you bought a house and the property of your house dropped even by 30% in a year, you would not sell your house unless you're a complete idiot. Okay? So treat your Bitcoin like you would treat a house or a piece of fine arts or some other tangible asset of value, because that's what it is.
It's great advice, but what if you are earning Bitcoin and you need to pay your bills?
Even better. Pay your bills in fiat. Save in the better currency, save in the hard money, and spend the currency that's going to devalue over time. If you absolutely don't have more, don't put your money that you need to pay your rent into Bitcoin. The first rule of any investment, if you're going to call it that, is don't invest more than you can afford to lose. So your day-to-day money that you need, I don't recommend you convert that all to Bitcoin at this moment in time. But if you have excess, if you are saving, or you want to save, then I'd say, yeah, you save that and then spend your dollars, spend your pounds, spend your euros. You can spend some Bitcoin if you want to, but long term, like I said, one of them is going to inflate, one of them is going to deflate. So do the math.
Do you have an opinion then on the communities that, like in El Salvador, where they are trying to do a full circular economy?
Yeah.
People are earning, they are spending daily.
Yep. I was there in June. I went to, I was invited to Nayib Bukele's inauguration, which is cool because he's one of the few world leaders that I actually like and respect. So it was cool to meet him. Yeah, what they're doing over there is fantastic, both on a governmental level and also what you said with the circular economy. I believe I wouldn't be shocked if they maintain what they're doing. I wouldn't be shocked if within 15 years, El Salvador has gone from being one of the poorest countries in Central America to being the richest by a long way. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I think it's like mathematically programmed unless they do something stupid.
So you're excited about it?
Yep. And El Salvador is a great place. I was just there. Prior to recently, it's not somewhere a lot of people wanted to travel to because it actually used to be the most dangerous country in the entire world. At the worst time, they had triple the homicide rate of Haiti. And it's now the safest country in the Western Hemisphere by the same measure. So yeah, nations can be turned around, and it's a great country. Met a lot of great people there. I'm excited about its future for sure. I like what they're doing. It's very forward thinking.
Great. So before we get off, do you have any advice for newbies other than just grab Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Do you have any other advice for complete beginners to the industry who might think it's a scam or they might be scared or intimidated by all this?
Yeah, learn, study, and be very, very, very cautious of who you take advice from. Most people don't know what they're talking about.
Do we?
I do. I'm confident in that. I do, at least in this topic. This doesn't mean all of my predictions are absolutely correct. Okay, I can't predict exactly where the world is going to go, which is why when I'm answering certain things, I'm saying 10, 15, 20 plus years from now, because if you want to know exactly where it's going to be in 2026, I don't know, right? However, I've seen these technological adoption curves play out many times in my relatively short life. I've seen it happen with email. I've seen it happen with the internet. I've seen it happen with mobile phones. I've seen it happen with smartphones. I've seen it happen with every single social media platform. I've been on Facebook for 20 years. The way people talked about Facebook 20 years ago is the way people are talking about Bitcoin now. I remember when people thought Amazon was going to flop and who would buy things online. That doesn't make any sense. Most people never get anything new to begin with. And they could even be financial experts in the traditional finance world, but when a new technology comes in, especially if the technology threatens what they know, you have to remember that. Like, there's people who don't really want to understand Bitcoin because for the past 50, 60, 70 years, they've been in the traditional finance and money markets. So this brand new thing, which all these crypto bros or Bitcoin people are into, it's a very foreign and weird to them. But that would be my advice. My advice is do your own due diligence and manage your emotions and be wary of who you take advice from. Don't just be cautious of your friend just Telegram message you telling you he's found the next Bitcoin. There's no next Bitcoin. The next Bitcoin is Bitcoin. Emotions are what will destroy you. You can't be emotional about it. Be very rational and learn and have a plan. And hey, if you decide that Bitcoin's not for you, that's also okay. I think you'll take an L over the next several decades if you make that decision, but you can be well ahead of the curve still. 97% of people have nothing.
That was the British rapper Zuby with us on the Crypto Radio. For more great interviews, listen live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
The Crypto Radio Masterclass, NFTs. You may have heard the term NFT and your eyes glazed over, but they're actually very useful and can be cool, as many are linked to art. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs, saw rapid growth in 2020, making the headlines with millions of dollars being exchanged for them at auctions. They are now being used across all sorts of industries.
So what is an NFT?
To break it down, non-fungible means it's unique and cannot be replaced with something else. There's only one of them, and tokens refers to a digital asset. So in essence, an NFT is a one-of-a-kind digital asset that you can own. It could be a piece of art, music, a video, virtual real estate, or even a tweet. When you buy an NFT, you get the original, just like owning a unique physical painting.
What are the key features?
Unique ownership. NFTs prove you are the owner of the original digital item. The blockchain backbone. NFTs are stored on blockchains, ensuring their security and authenticity. And limited supply. Most NFTs are created in limited numbers, making them rare.
How do you buy an NFT?
First, you need to get a digital wallet. This is where you store your cryptocurrency and NFTs. Popular choices include MetaMask and Trust Wallet. Then you can buy your cryptocurrency. Most NFTs are bought with Ethereum, which you can purchase from an exchange like Coinbase or Binance. Then choose an NFT marketplace. Popular websites are OpenSea, Rarible, and Super Rare.
Why are NFTs so popular?
Well, they provide proper ownership. NFTs allow people to truly own digital assets, just like physical ones. And NFTs support creators and the artists when you buy them directly. Plus, owning rare NFTs can be a status symbol and a way to be part of an exclusive community. For more info on NFTs and to read other explainers like this, go to thecryptoradio.com. This is just a taster of the content we are building at the Crypto Radio. The Crypto Radio is a new online radio station with a global reach, dedicated to the exciting world of crypto and blockchain. We have a strong focus on trust and transparency across all our programs and shows, which will have a broad appeal. From news to education, entertainment to communities, we are creating content for everyone, from the crypto curious to crypto OGs. New interviews, topics, explainers, and shows are regularly being added, while you can keep up with us at thecryptoradio.com and across our major social media channels. We will educate, inform, and entertain our listeners while growing and supporting crypto and blockchain awareness and adoption. We are the Crypto Radio.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,932, up by 0.59%. Ethereum price is $3,381.8, up by 1.26%. BNB price is $712.8, up by 2.49%. Solana price is $194.1, up by 5.31% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, your host, Justin Harper. Today, I'm lucky enough to be joined in the studio by Jawed Ashraf, who is the CEO of Vayner. Welcome to the studio.
It's great to be here. Thank you very much.
Now, first, could you just tell anyone who doesn't know what Vayner does?
Okay, so we're a blockchain. We're listed on most of the exchanges around the world. And basically, if I had to say it in a nutshell, everything you use on the internet is powered by like AWS or Google. And Vayner is basically the AWS for Web3. All these crypto systems and programs and apps around the world, we want to be powered by the Vayner blockchain.
Okay, so you've got your own blockchain. And so that's obviously the platform to do other things.
Mm-hmm.
Gaming is one of them.
Yep.
What are the things that people can do on your blockchain?
Well, because it's a blockchain, you can basically build anything on it. And we're an EVM blockchain, which means that it has the most developers, it's the most compatible, and it's something which has got the largest user base in the world. So we made it compatible with Ethereum, basically. But even so, what we've been focusing on as a business is trying to bring in companies which are leveraging that technology to build the best of new types of products. So less about bringing the old into the new, but empowering new businesses, future businesses. And those key areas where we're focused on as a company is like the future of gaming, the future, which is AI now, it's all here. And then you've got real-world asset tokenization, which is going to be the next big field of finance. And then you've got PayFi solutions, which bring them together with the existing world, all these different financial solutions.
Okay, so there's a lot going on basically on that blockchain. So could you just name talk about a couple of companies, you don't need to say the names, just to say what they're doing. So like a gaming company, how they're moving from traditional Web 2, say, to Web 3, and what that means for like the end user, the gamer.
Okay, so in terms of gaming, what you have is, if you look at the entire gaming market, the gaming market is sort of plateaued in terms of the way it can monetize. So you've got mobile gaming, and you saw last year there were less mobile games coming out than previous years because the market's reaching a saturation point, and getting fees is either a freemium model or a paid model. And even with a freemium model, there was so much competition in the market. So even though the gaming market is still there, you're finding it's flattened out a bit. So they're looking at how else can they monetize. So Web3 gives you the opportunity, because what happens is that when you play a game, a mainstream game, you can't actually own any of those assets. It's the same as anything else nowadays. You know, I used to be able to own a DVD or a movie, and now I suck my movies and music down a straw, you know, from Netflix or Spotify. And so with gaming, you don't own anything. You know, you can spend hundreds of thousands of, you know, hours on these games, which some people do, and they own nothing. But now with Web3, you can own assets. But most of the games that are out there that have got massive audiences don't know how to do that. And then you've got the Web3 games who know how to do that, have no audiences. Mm-hmm. It's one or the other. So the people in our team, so before we became Vayner, we were Virtua. And we actually went ahead and focused on gaming, metaverse, NFTs, and we were right in the heart of it when the NFT mania was there, working with bigger studios in the world. But what happened was that with gaming itself, the people that we had in our team, we had like one of the guys who was behind Tomb Raider, one of the guys who was behind Rise of Legends, worked for THX, Electronic Arts. So we had gaming in our DNA. And we could see the problem that we needed to fix in the gaming market. And the problem was they couldn't extend the monetization as a Web 2 game into the Web 3 audience where they could make money. So what we ended up doing, which was great, like Viva Games is one of the biggest mobile gaming publishers in the world. You know, there are hundreds of millions of downloads of their games. And what we did was we've just done this now over the last year, last 6 months, and we've got the great metrics and traction. They've got their games on iOS and Android where they've got massive user base. And within the game, there's like a virtual tower. So imagine like a Clash of Clans type of game. And when you click on the virtual tower, it opens up a metaverse space. And in the metaverse space, there's all sorts of merchandise and gamification and leaderboards and ownership of digital assets from the game that can happen seamlessly for them. And that process is called live ops, because now you've opened up a whole store channel monetization for a Web 2 game. And that's where we've been focusing. So we're rolling that out in a whole bunch of their games. You know, it's about 1 billion users globally in these different games, where they can actually take their game and extend it out and create a ecosystem around the game. Because with all games, you know, online games, you tend to have the core game players, then you tend to have a black market around the game. So, like, you know, you have people in Fortnite and then people in China or in other countries are being paid to level people up and play the game, and they trade, people buy the users. Now, and because they want those assets, but now if the users, the assets, their accounts, they're all enabled, people can trade them, but within the ecosystem of the game publisher. So now there's an entire area where they can make money that they can now get back, and it's a new channel for them. So that's where we focused in with Virtua. You know, we looked at Web3 games. We invested in Web3 games, but they don't have the audience. So go to where the audience is.
Yeah.
And expand them out, and that's called live ops. That whole thing.
So you mentioned Fortnite, and I've got 2 teenage sons who play an unhealthy amount of time on Fortnite, and I said to them, "Look, you're playing all these games, but there's a new type of game where you can own crypto." And they said, "Okay, let's have a look." And they said, "But these games are rubbish," and that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
The games they want to play, like Fortnite, and spend money buying skins, are the Web 2 games, and the Web 3 games are just not there yet in usability. When do you think we'll be there when there'll be really good Web 3 games that you can play and actually earn a serious amount of, you know, tokens and crypto?
Well, you see, that's the thing. I think Web 3 games need to understand their audience. Because if you looked at Axie Infinity, everyone was playing that. Everyone in the last bull run. It was huge. But then, when something else came out, the entire audience went. Because their motivation wasn't to play the game or even to enjoy the game. It was to make money. So in gaming, traditional gaming, people are playing because they love the game, they like to be seen. Fortnite is as social as it is playable. And people have spent a lot of money getting that right. Now, the Web3 audiences is a very small audience, and they chase the money. And so I think with Web3 games is once they can make a great game and then have the ability to market somehow into Web 2, that will be the sweet spot. Because this audience in crypto, at least in my opinion, isn't interested in playing games. It's just another form of farming. It's another way of making money. You can stake your tokens, farm your tokens, and it's just another way. You know, and that's why they all use little bots and things to go ahead and do stuff on their behalf. So I think Web3 games are in a difficult position because if you look at the large studios, they've got hundreds of millions to invest. And you may have a good indie game, but like, you know, if you look at all of the crypto audience in the world, it's a very small percentage. And the mainstream is bigger than more people watch events online than the Super Bowl. That's the audience they need to get to, and that's an expensive audience to get to. I think Web3 games need to ally with Web2 studios, provide them functionality where they know how to make games, and then they can spin off themselves. But trying to rebuild the wheel, where the wheel is also $1 billion behemoth, they're not going to be able to compete. So I think it's a tricky one.
Yeah.
And they need to understand the user.
So gaming is obviously fast-paced. There's a lot going on, a lot of great, things coming in, I guess. But then you mentioned AI, and that's a whole new ballgame. That's also very fast-paced, super exciting. What sort of trends and things have you seen in the AI space that get you excited?
Well, AI as a whole discipline is exploding. And there's many, many sort of applications coming out. but AI is still sort of relatively immature. Right now, everyone's very excited about ChatGPT and typing in and getting a response. But actually, when AI start doing things which provide utility to the end user, that's when things will start getting very exciting. And already you're sort of starting to see that with AI agents, which are literally exploding right now, today, in the space. But we have to remember an explosion of interest sometimes in crypto will only last 3 weeks. But what you'll find is that, and this is actually one of the problems that you have generally, when a trend comes out, there might be 1,000 companies who try to push something out, but often there might be 10 who are great, and people often the good ones get drowned in the noise of marketing and community FUD. So with AI, having decentralized AI, having AI which is autonomous and can do things like, trade for you, do wallet transactions for you, start regulating DAOs, do governance. There's so many things that can be done by AI agents today. And this is only the beginning. There's so much more which is coming down the road. I mean, on our chain, now this is one of our key focuses. Our 4 pillars are gaming, AI, RWA, and PayFi. And with AI, where I think the biggest plays are coming, and in fact, companies that we've given grants and companies that we're helping along, I think AI decentralized infrastructure is the future. AI agents are here, but they have to work with an infrastructure. So if you look at, for example, we've got one company coming on board, and they're focusing heavily on the training data, because every AI in the world needs data to work. Like any other system, it's garbage in, garbage out. And right now, it's like the Wild West. You need a decentralized, central, verified training pool of AI data that all the AIs can use. And imagine if you could own part of that training data set, let's say a medical training data set, and you were a stakeholder in that data set, and it was tokenized, and then yet people use it in all the AIs around the world. You're making money, but you're also driving money in to make the data set even better. That's the sort of stuff that is going to be very, very interesting with crypto, because ownership of a brand new type of asset for a brand new market, crypto will accelerate in a way that Web 2 won't be able to.
Yeah.
And people will contribute because data requires contributions.
Yeah. So we've seen AI agents launch their own token. And we've also seen AI agents who've gone not rogue, but they've started to talk to each other and protect themselves and rewrite their own code. So, it's not like it's going to be 100% successful. We have to be really careful in this space, don't we? As you maybe mentioned there, as in how much power and what actually they can do. Otherwise, it could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the AIs you've got this morning, at the moment, aren't that sophisticated. A lot of it is like sort of program behavior, and it's there for narrative a lot of the time. But the next generation of AIs that are coming around the corner, we've got to be very careful about what they can and can't do. We're working with NASA and Princeton engineers on AI, and these AIs that they're working on have needed an ethics framework provided to them because they were going ahead and doing their own thing. So, yeah, it's a very, very interesting space, and it's a brand new world for the entire world.
Yeah. Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers. Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. And of course, there's a lot of buzzwords. We've got Bitcoin hitting and, it's all-time high, and there's a lot of people now wanting to get into the crypto space. AI has been around for a little while, but obviously new things are happening. And then quantum computing in the last week or so has suddenly become a buzzword, and potentially could undo all of the cryptography out there. So what do you feel about quantum computing and the power of these supercomputers? What they'll be able to do?
We're very involved in quantum computing research. So as I mentioned, we've got teams, and those teams have been working for 2 years on quantum computing solutions. And it is a brand new world, and it's not just about the processor. I mean, the whole quantum layer, people are working to try to push data in, push data out, have instantaneous forms of communication, and we are maybe 6 months away from launching a beta of a quantum connection in our blockchain, which will allow instantaneous transactions. I mean, we've got NASA scientists, we've got Princeton scientists, we've got a whole crew. We're talking like it's the most interesting thing I've ever worked on. But between AI and quantum computing, you have got the future. And like even with the chips that they're showing now, those chips are scratching the surface. Once you get deep into quantum science, there's a whole layer of reality which is there, made out of qubits. Think of it like the fabric of the universe, and people are pushing information and pulling it out of that. And you're talking about interdimensions, So, and it exists. I could talk to you about quantum science.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. So, just pulling up on what you said earlier, you said instantaneous transactions, i.e., right now transactions. There's a bit of a delay where the bank or the intermediary has to validate that transaction. You're saying in the future, it will just happen straight away. There'll be no delay whatsoever because of the speed and power of computers.
Yes, because I've seen the stuff working. You can transfer data incredibly rapidly. In fact, there will be a platform launching on our chain in 2 months, which will have links to our chain, which is doing just that. We're talking about transferring gigabytes of data in less than a second, and it works beautifully. So I do think that once you apply that paradigm to the blockchain, because decentralization, whichever way you cut it, is a more inefficient network. There's a reason that companies have centralized networks, is because they reduce the lags, the wire, the jumps, the hops. Now, a decentralized network, by its very existence and definition, means that if you're a corporate and you're connecting to a decentralized network, it's like an array of, even with great node providers, they still have to go through the legacy internet, and depending where they are, they're not as efficient as someone like Amazon, who's got like edge computing and all of those things, optimizing things. So you're going to need to have something new stitching those computers together, and I think that quantum computing will end up being that answer.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of exciting things coming. We're not there yet, and this is really how they play
very
out.
early,
Yeah, very early days. Another thing I just wanted to sort of ask you was about real world assets. And Jawad, this is where the challenge is. How can you relate it to the man on the street? Because obviously a lot of real world asset sort of talk has been about property and things that people can't relate to, as in because it doesn't affect them. But how would it affect the man on the street? What we're seeing, the things we're seeing within RWAs.
I think it's more education, because like if you look at the man on the street right now, what options does he have to make money on his money? It's like put it into an account and get interest, right? And in this, and put it into a PEP or an ISA, or put it into an investment fund where somebody else is basically playing with the money, So there are very few options for someone, and the control is always out of your hand. Someone else is going to do this. Someone else is going to invest for you. Or you can go and invest in stocks and shares, and it's a crapshoot. Now, people have been making money from real estate, from commodities, from all of these assets with large investment layers. They put in hundreds of millions, tens of millions. Those investments have always been outside of the hands of anyone who's a retail investor. Now, let's say so if I take one of the projects that's coming on, we have a company called Cereta, which is going to be launching on Vena, and they're doing commodities, and commodities like gold, copper, bronze, silver. But one of the projects is like a hospital in Ghana, for example. They're building the hospital. Now, when this is built, there's going to be a return. The return is far greater for the end user than they'd ever have sitting in an interest account. And it's something which is far more solid and real than putting it into an investment-linked vehicle where they're gambling on the stock exchange. So they're investing in a project with a beginning, a middle, and an end. They can see a yield which is far greater than they'd ever get investing in anything else. So I think it's really a case of positioning and education. It's going to be the one where Joe Public can make more money with a tangible asset. So let's just say they go ahead and buy copper, which is going to be delivered in 6 months at a discount. You know that you're going to make at least the value of the difference of the copper by the time it gets to the port. And that could be like a 6-month forward purchase. So I think it opens up a world of new investment vehicles. And then imagine if let's say you invested in a gold token, which is going to be delivered in 6 months. That gold token could be invested into another product, for example, before then. So like a digital sukuk or a digital bond. And so there's all sorts of things that will come to the end user, but there's regulation that needs to come around it. The KYC needs to be stronger. But certainly right now, when you look around, we talk about the crypto market and people say Bitcoin's got no value, but currencies, a lot of currencies they just print as much as they want. And where's the underlying asset value? Since a gold standard, where has it been? But now, this will bring a lot of tangible value back to real people. But I just think right now it's sort of not missold, but there needs to be better education. People barely know what crypto is right now, the mainstream. And I think RWAs will be a fantastic vehicle for people to jump on now. They can make a lot of money in investments. But again, it needs to be where the company's proven. It's got a track record. It's got auditability, KYC regulation, and that's going to come over time. And that's why even the companies that we got coming onto our platform, like the Saretta that I mentioned, is regulation, approvals, the KYC, the nature of protecting the investor has to be paramount before we'd even entertain it coming onto our blockchain.
Yeah, okay. But our listeners can't see this, but you're wearing a black T-shirt with a bull on it. And I just wonder, because we're in quite a big bull run now, is there any reason why? Is it because you're a big crypto investor, you're super excited about what's happening in the crypto markets, or you just happen to...
No. I mean, we had this made. It's a Vino logo with a bull smashing through it. We did that in the bear run.
Okay. So you could see, you're foreseeing what was, obviously bear follows bull and vice versa. But
Everything follows cycles. And at the end of the day, we were here before, in the last 2 cycles we've been here. We're one of the very few companies that's still here. So if you look around, there's only a few OGs who've been around. If I look around, I can say 80% of the people that we knew over time, their companies have gone. We've been here and building. We have over 200 people, engineers, developers, people. We've been building through the bears. So because we believe in what we're building. And you're not going to build the tech for the future by just building it in one bull cycle and then disappearing. We've continued to build. So we've been very bullish from the beginning.
That's good. And so my sort of final question is, we've talked about bull market. Bitcoin's hit an all-time high. And, a lot of people are seeing, perhaps for the first time, the long-term viability of it. And you're seeing governments, you're seeing institutions, organizations buying Bitcoin. That must be good for you, to people to say, look, the blockchain technology is something that now people are starting to take an interest in, and say that it powers so much, because obviously crypto is just one of the things that the blockchain powers. Crypto couldn't survive without the blockchain. So it really shows the underlying technology's capacity, I guess.
Yeah, it does. But people tend to blur crypto with the technology. And I think that's the bit that still needs to be broken. I think one of the things on your board is crypto dirty is one of the ideas for a future episode.
Yeah, crypto is dirty.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, people mix the two. If you look at your iPhone, all right, what do you care about as a user? You care about what your apps do. But everything on your iPhone in terms of technology has completely changed in the last 10 years. Everything is different, but it changed, but your apps stay the same. And so people need to understand that crypto layer empowers your apps, your utility, everything. Your current day-to-day apps are all going to be using crypto, but using blockchain. But then mix up the currency, which is just one use case for the blockchain, with everything else. So I think one of the key things is, yes, it brings confidence back into the market, but it's going to go down. you know. And what tends to happen, and this is the worrying thing, is this thing bounces up and down in cycles. And when it goes down, people then, when it's going up, people are very happy. When it goes down, it creates a lot of disenfranchisement. People need to have better education in terms of investing in this, because it is so open, it's almost dangerous, because they just rush straight in and then they get smashed for 2 years, at which point they hate crypto and crypto is horrible. But then when it comes back, everyone forgets and they come back in. So I think there needs to be much more financial education. And simultaneously, there needs to be a separation of what the tech is and what crypto is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so you, as you sit as the sort of head of CEO of Vayner there, you are in what I'd call the sweet spot with the Web3, the gaming side of things, with AI, with the quantum, and then with the decentralized payment as well. It's like right place, right time. But as you said, you've been planning this, you've been building.
It's a secret of your 10-year overnight success. You know, I mean, we have been working on this for a long time, looking at future trends, and just touch wood, we're at the right place at the right time with the right companies, and I think the right vision to take it through. And we're building, we'll continue building, bull or bear.
Yeah, to the moon. Joad, it's been an absolute pleasure having the office, and yeah, you sort of blow my mind with all the things that are sort of on their way. So thanks for joining us at the Crypto Radio.
It's been a pleasure. Thank
you.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Did you enjoy that interview? Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Breaking news, insights, and a whole lot of fun and entertainment along the way. Whether you're a whale hodling to the moon, a bag holder waiting for your comeback, or just a no-coiner like me trying to keep up with the jargon, the Crypto Radio has something for you. We've got interviews, deep dives, and everything you need to stay ahead in the crypto and blockchain space. Don't be afraid to dive in. If I can do it, so can you. So stay tuned and check us out at thecryptoradio.com and follow us on social media for updates, laughs, and everything crypto. See you there.
Hi, did you like this show? There's so much more where that came from. Stay tuned for the latest in crypto news, expert insights, and exclusive interviews right here on the Crypto Radio. But that's not all. Check us out online on thecryptoradio.com for more in-depth content and follow us on social media. Find us on the Crypto Radio on Instagram and the Crypto Radio X on Twitter.
Welcome to the Crypto Radio. We recently caught up with Ayman Sheikh, Chief of International Business Development for MENA at BTC Inc. BTC Inc. is a media company dedicated to promoting Bitcoin and holds high-profile events around the world. We caught up with her at Bitcoin MENA in Abu Dhabi.
So, Iman, welcome to the Crypto Radio. Can you give us a feeling of what's happening here? Where are we?
Thank you for coming here and interviewing me. We are here in the heart of UAE, Abu Dhabi. We're having our first Bitcoin MENA event, which is the world's largest event. It's our first event, and I'm here as a Chief of International Business Development to promote this. And our CEO, David Bailey, had a vision which is now coming into reality. And the reality is that we are going to have UAE be one of the leading areas as well in Bitcoin. The interest here has flourished deeply. As you can see, there are over 7,000 attendees and yet more to come. We have Eric Trump, we have Steve Witkoff, we have Paul Manafort, and we have CZ. And as you know, we have a lot of other very prominent figures that would like to be here to learn more about Bitcoin. And thank you for having me.
Right. For those who are not with us, the room is buzzing. As you can see, as you can probably hear, it's really loud. Where is this all going? What do we expect to happen in the next, I wouldn't say 5 years, I would say 5 months?
We are very fortunate that all of the entire world is now looking into Bitcoin. as a reserve currency. Our country in the United States has already announced Bitcoin to be one of the reserve currencies to be announced in the next 100 days when President Trump takes his stand, his office. And UAE has played a vital role in inviting us here, and we are fortunate to be in Abu Dhabi today.
Right. And Matt, your job now has become more difficult as more people are eyeing Bitcoin. How will you look into development across the region and outside?
We intend to keep spreading amongst all the Middle East and its neighboring countries as well around the globe. It's not difficult. We've been preaching this Bitcoin hybridization since a long, long time. People are now beginning to realize that Bitcoin is like the next to gold. It is like gold.
Is it more valuable than gold?
I let you decide that.
What are the markets that you are looking at for expansion?
At the moment, I let David, our CEO, David Bailey, answer that question. We are approached by literally the entire world at the moment, and we're lucky to be able to cater to the remaining part of the world as well. We are a very united company. We're going to become, hopefully, the Fortune 500 companies is my goal. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to such a beautiful young girl who has taken keen interest in Bitcoin.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm not that young.
Thank you. You are young. And
Just a final question for you. How do you... actually, what's next? You know, you were here, there's all this conference, there's interest. What's next?
So, what we're doing next is mainly making sure that people are well educated, especially the women, knowing more about Bitcoin. One of the key players in everyone's lives are the women that play a major role, such as you. You're a wife, daughter, mother, sister. And the more you get yourself educated about Bitcoin, the more you realize how it's an asset that you can control. Not any other institution, not someone else. It's in your control, your money. How you use it, it's safe, it's transparent, it's yours. It's very simple to use, it's very easy to use. It's something that I'd like you to attend our conference, our speakers, listen to them, and educate yourself. And I'd like to include you in the Women's Roundtable, where you can have the opportunity with the women of MENA to sit down and understand what we're discussing about Bitcoin for women.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Thank you very much, Iman. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. And it's my birthday today, so I'm feeling...
birthday!
So I'm growing like the Bitcoin today. Thank you.
That was Ayman Sheikh from BTC Inc., which is a huge supporter of Bitcoin. The Crypto Radio has a show dedicated to Bitcoin called Guardians of Bitcoin. It focuses on people who are doing all they can to spread the word and safeguard their own BTC fortunes. Check us out at thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow, all you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow, all you need to know.
Welcome to the Crypto Radio. This is Bo Jablonski here today at Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined by
Jake Seifert,
co-founder of AirBTC. Could you tell me what it is you do?
We are a booking platform that only deals in Bitcoin. So the host can offer their property up for Bitcoin and the guest pays in Bitcoin.
Okay, so you are Airbnb 2.0?
I don't know about 2.0. We're definitely we are a option for the Bitcoin enthusiasts of the world. Those of us who are living on a Bitcoin standard. Yeah, I think as far as Bitcoin standard, I know you'll probably ask me, but it's for those who want to denominate in Bitcoin. So utilizing Bitcoin through every avenue that they can. Some people, it's easier for them to buy cups of coffee or, a rental car. But it's more difficult in places like this, I would imagine, because there's not a lot of purveyors for the acceptance of Bitcoin.
So you believe in Bitcoin as like a circular economy, earn, spend, rather than just an investment, I guess?
Well, I think it can be both without too much conflict. I think we should spend and replace. We all are going to continue to have jobs, even if the number goes up, right? And we get paid in US dollars or AED or whatever your local currency is. And what we choose to do with that money or capital, it can really change the future. If you'd like to make a real change, is spending and replacing. So you get that money, you want to go on vacation, instead of you going on Airbnb and booking and spending your hard-earned money, you can use Bitcoin and make it more saleable by distributing it through the network.
And how did the idea for the project come about?
Andre, my co-founder, is from South Africa, and he came up with the concept. It's a brilliant idea. We have a shared mission to take this thing global, and we already have hundreds of customers across 7 continents, and little by little, we are making inroads to make that eventual goal of Bitcoin being more saleable a reality.
And how far in are you? A few months? Years?
Yeah, so our site has been live for over 5 months now. So we're very, very new, but every day we're making strides to create more in the market. We look forward to the future because we think as the number goes up, it helps with adoption, but it will also help our business model because people are understanding Bitcoin more and more every day.
What kind of accommodation do you have on AirBTC right now? Do you have any yachts?
We do actually have a catamaran that's sitting, I'm not sure where it's at right now. I'd have to pull my phone out. But the last time I checked, it was in Bar Harbor, Maine. It sleeps 8 people. But yeah, we would love if someone wants to host a beautiful yacht and accept Bitcoin.
That sounds great. While I've got you here, do you want to tell me a little bit about your own crypto journey?
Yes, I'm a serial entrepreneur and been in Bitcoin since 2017. I'm a hardcore maxi at this point.
Can I just clarify? That's a Bitcoin maximalist, so you're not into any of the other cryptocurrencies, just Bitcoin. Can you tell me why?
Just Bitcoin. Well, I think everyone will understand on their own time horizon and terms because eventually everything else goes to zero compared to Bitcoin, right? So for those of you who had Ethereum and bought at 4,000, it went down to 2,000, or all these meme coins that just appear overnight, and it's like great opportunity that you get rugged. And because it's not real. None of it's real. It's not based on anything. It's all speculation.
Okay, so if you invest in any of these other cryptocurrencies, we're going to lose all your money. Yes?
It's highly likely. It's highly likely, yes. But I mean, I'm not a fiduciary, so you can do whatever you want. And actually, I think it's good for some people to go through that journey and lose some money. And I know that's weird to hear, but not that I want anyone to lose money, but it's you learn about Bitcoin through experience. And I think that's one of the experiences is going through the bloodshed.
Do you have any of your own experiences you'd like to share with us of losing money on these coins?
I have. Back in the day, I did play around a little bit. I learned quite quickly that all of my energies should go into Bitcoin and creating more value in my own life. And it's really created this interesting chasm, that I've crossed to be healthier, to be better, to be a better human. It's interesting what Bitcoin will do to you.
Do you think that the future of Bitcoin is like the circular economy, like you're getting in El Salvador and other places? Do you think that the adoption will spread to that level?
Globally, I think it will. I think it'll come with pain, in other parts of the world. So like in the US dollar, for instance, we experience quite a lot of inflation, but our largest export really is inflation. So these smaller economies across the planet, they experience 10 times of what we do when it comes to inflation. And little by little, I think countries will see what El Salvador is doing with the Bitcoin education, with purchasing Bitcoin. They're trying to create a future that's bright for the children. That's what we all should be doing is striving for this future that we want our kids to be in.
Yeah, that sounds great. How many years, what kind of time frame are we talking for global adoption or circular economies worldwide?
That's a very hard question to answer because I don't think there will be full 100% adoption. I think it starts with 1% and then it goes to 2%, and then like wildfire, eventually it'll have more and more traction. I'm very hopeful for the future.
So do you think that decentralized finance and traditional finance will live side by side rather than one taking over from the other?
I think they have to live together because if, let's just say the US dollar or the AED goes to zero, the world ceases to exist. No one wants that. Even hardcore Bitcoiners, they still want to be able to go to a grocery store and purchase food and provide for their family.
Before we get off, I'd just like to ask if you have any tips for newbies, complete newbies coming into the industry.
I would say no matter what the price is, just buy a little bit. Whatever you can afford to put away, whatever changes you can make in your life little by little to, maybe you don't need 2 cups of coffee a day, maybe you only need 1. Or maybe you can brew it at home and then spend all $8 or $10 on Bitcoin every day. I think everyone gets caught up in the day-to-day price fluctuations, but we should really be thinking about this long-term with a low time preference.
And for those who think it's all a scam, is there anything you could say to just change their mind?
I guess you'll find out, right?
Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to The Pulse with me, Justin Harper. Today I'm joined by MJ, who is a crypto and blockchain educator and enthusiast. MJ, welcome to the studio.
Hello, Justin. Thank you for having me here. It's a great day, and hello and good morning to everyone.
Brilliant, thank you. So we have big news in the world of crypto and blockchain. There's a big debate as to whether Bitcoin's 21 million supply cap is truly fixed or not. This has surfaced after BlackRock posted a 3-minute video, a Bitcoin explainer, which added a disclaimer that said there's no guarantee it won't be changed. Now, of course, Bitcoin's fixed supply of 21 million coins is one of its strongest value propositions. As a store of value, and uncapping its supply would, without doubt, impact how investors view the cryptocurrency. In the recent video, fund manager BlackRock explained that Bitcoin has a fixed supply of 21 million, adding that the hard-coded rule controls supply, purchasing power, and helps avoid the potential misuse of printing more and more cryptocurrency. However, and this is the big however, it also added this disclaimer that read, there is no guarantee that Bitcoin's 21 million supply cap will not be changed. Now, this is quite a big remark from one of the world's largest fund managers. So, MJ, what are your first thoughts about this?
Well, first, when I heard about this news, it reminded me actually about the whole time when China was trying to ban crypto, and there was news. Okay, China is banning crypto. China is banning Bitcoin mining, and there was always a dump of the in Bitcoin price. It reminded me of that, and after some time, the effect was of the whole China news being against crypto was vanished, and they realized that they always used to do this to dump the price so they can buy underneath. There were some investors in China, they used to buy it from low prices. That's what hit my mind at the beginning. But BlackRock themselves, they already have almost 550,000 Bitcoins, over 500,000 Bitcoins they're already holding. So it makes sense, actually, to have this small disclaimer at the end of the video. I've watched it. It's a great video talking about the whole concept of the Bitcoin. But it makes sense, so they will dump the price and buy a little bit more Bitcoins. Why not?
Ah, right.
Yeah.
So just to get this straight, you own a lot of a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. You put out some negative news. The price goes lower as a result, and then you buy more of it at a cheaper price. There's the hint or the question whether that actually was the tactic behind this.
It's hypothetical. It can be. I'm not saying 100% that was the purpose behind it.
No.
But actually, it was the news was out almost at the same time when the Federal Reserve announced the 0.25% decrease in the
on the interest rate.
Yeah, on the interest rate. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So is BlackRock the first company to question this cap, or have other people said, you know what, guys, while 21 million is sort of much set in stone and everyone loves it, you never know, it could change. Then they're not the first people, are they, to sort of question this cap?
No, actually, there have been discussions about this. First time it arose, if I'm not mistaken, by Bitcoin miners, the large ones, because they said by the halving events, when it occurs, their interest, their income is reducing at the same time. So let's increase the hard cap from 21 million. So in the long run, it won't affect their income and their profitabilities. It has risen before, but it never was very. It didn't get so much attention to it. So.
Yeah, and of course, BlackRock are a big fund manager. As we mentioned, they've been buying a lot of Bitcoin themselves. So they have a lot of weight in the market, right? So what has been, on social media, what has been the reaction to this? What have people been saying about this BlackRock video and this disclaimer?
There were two types of reactions, actually, to this debate, to this discussion. One of them was skepticism. They were saying that, okay, if such thing happens, so the Bitcoin will lose its credibility, okay, and it will affect everything that Bitcoin was there for. Bitcoin, when it back in 2009, when it was introduced actually by Satoshi Nakamoto, the whole concept was the immutability of it, that it cannot be changed. The whole hard cap of 21 million Bitcoin was written in the cores of it. So that is there. But the other reactions were the supporters, the maximalists of Bitcoin. They were saying, okay, it cannot be done. So, yeah, these two types of reactions were there when I checked the whole news.
And so we look at that sort of from a blockchain technology, which is obviously one of your areas of expertise. How easy, if you could summarize it for us, how easy is it to just increase the supply of Bitcoin?
It is not that easy because there is one major factor here. Bitcoin and blockchain, okay, and cryptocurrency, they are backed by the community. If the community doesn't support it, it won't have any value to it. So for it to be done, it needs a great community to support the whole decision, and it requires a hard fork in technical terms, if I want to say it. It requires a hard fork for it to be done because the whole code needs to be changed. The hard cap needs to be changed. So it requires the whole new work. Like, for example, the similar thing happened with Ethereum when there was a DAO hack. And now we have two Ethereums. We have Ethereum Classic and Ethereum, which we know it's more than the other one, the current day Ethereum, the ETH. It has happened before in other cryptocurrencies, but in case of Bitcoin, if it wants to happen, it's a huge challenge. It's not that easy to be done.
Yeah, okay. And then just remind us, 21 million, how much has been mined and how much is still to be mined? As in, how close are we to hitting that cap?
Well, during the past almost 16 years, 19.8 million out of 21 million Bitcoin has been mined. But for the rest, 1.2 million, it's going to be almost 116 years more, 115 years more. So it's estimated because of the all halving events to be the 21st millionth Bitcoin to be mined in 2140.
Right, okay. And then you mentioned, this news. You've got obviously positive news, price goes up, negative news, price goes down. Have we seen much price action after this reaction from BlackRock, after this disclaimer? Have we seen people be getting a bit worried and the price softening a bit?
Well, there was a price storm actually today morning from 105K to almost $99,000 today morning, but it was majority of the impact was because of the whole Federal Reserve. It wasn't much because of the whole BlackRock disclaimer at the end of the video.
Yeah, and then you, from your sort of point of view, do you think this could happen? Do you think that we could ever breach that cap of 21 million, or this is just testing the waters there, but generally 21 million is 21 million and there'd be a lot of problems if someone tried to breach that?
Well, from my own perspective, actually, it shouldn't be done, even if it is hypothetically possible to be done, because theoretically it can be done, as I told you. It requires a hard fork, a group of developers, Bitcoin blockchain developers. They must write the code and do the hard fork. But if, in case for 1,000th of a person it happens, it will undermine the whole immutability and the whole fundamentals of blockchain and Bitcoin. Because when it was introduced, actual Bitcoin, the hard cap was written into the hardcore codes of the Bitcoin to fight the inflation, because it was in midst of the whole financial crisis back in 2009.
Yeah.
That was one of the core reasons that Bitcoin was introduced. So if that happens, it will crash the whole, in my opinion, it will crash the whole fundamental of what Bitcoin is.
Yeah,
it will crash the whole trust of it.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people are saying online. Even if you increased the cap, that wouldn't be Bitcoin. People wouldn't consider that to be Bitcoin above the 21 million. And as obviously the price has hit all-time highs and it's well over 100,000, there's a lot of very strong supporters of Bitcoin maxis, what we call guardians of Bitcoin, who are going to protect it. The Michael Saylors of this world, and the big institutions that have been stockpiling it there. They're going to have a lot to say about this, right? In the future, if this resurfaces again, I guess.
Yeah, actually, it's in my own opinion, from my own experience, it won't happen.
No.
The whole discussion may come up again later in the future, but to say, okay, it's going to happen, no, because as you mentioned, if that happens, that's not going to be the Bitcoin anymore.
No, you're right.
Exactly. Yeah. For example, the similar hard fork happened, I think, in 2017 with Bitcoin Cash. That was the talk of the increasing the block size of Bitcoin when they introduced Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah.
But it's not Bitcoin anymore. It's Bitcoin Cash. It's something else.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, we're out of time. MJ, it's been a real pleasure having you in the studio and telling us more about this sort of, smoke, I guess, around what BlackRock are doing there. And thanks for just explaining it to us.
Thanks for having me here. It was an absolute pleasure.
Okay, you're listening to the Crypto Radio. That was The Pulse. If you want to listen to more interviews and listen to more of our guests, head over to thecryptoradio.com. Over and out.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more. You're listening to the Crypto Radio. To learn more, you can head to thecryptoradio.com. We have news, education, entertainment, and you can listen live. You can also find us on X at the Crypto Radio X to find out more.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Bo Jablonski for the Crypto Radio, speaking today from Bitcoin Mina in Abu Dhabi. I'm joined by Mike Peterson, who's the director of Bitcoin Beach. Thank you.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Could you explain to us what Bitcoin Beach is? What do you do?
So Bitcoin Beach is just a circular Bitcoin economy that started in El Salvador. We saw that most people there lacked access to the traditional banking system, and as a Bitcoiner, I saw how Bitcoin really had all the answers, provided the solution to the holes that things people were missing there. And so we started this circular Bitcoin economy that started very simply by paying people in Bitcoin, primarily the youth in the beginning. And we saw as we started paying people in Bitcoin, it changed their whole mindset about money, because they had always basically thought, I better spend it as fast as I get it because it's fiat and it's going down in value. And once they started getting paid in money that over time was going up in value, it really transformed the way that they looked at money and looked at saving, looked at the opportunity cost of spending. So we've seen it transform the small village there and go on to really transform El Salvador as they've adopted Bitcoin as legal tender. But
So how do you, when you're walking through El Dante, that's in El Salvador, right? That's where Bitcoin Beach is based.
yeah,
Can you tell and see a difference between fiat, crypto, like his life changing day to day for the average person?
Oh yeah, I mean, you look at since when the project started till now. I mean, it's literally the town has transformed. The streets were dirt before. Now they've been paved. The business, not with gold, but with much cleaner pavement. And so you've seen the businesses grow up. There's all kinds of small businesses that have sprung up. The existing businesses have had the capital to invest and grow. And so, yeah, it's gone from a place that was kind of depressing with the majority of the people really out of work or underemployed to right now the biggest complaint we hear from businesses is that they can't find enough employees. And so it's been really, I like to look at the bus stop in town because it used to be in the morning everybody was at the bus stop leaving town because they had to go into the capital city to find work. Now in the morning people are coming in on the bus because the whole surrounding area is being employed by what's happening in El Salvador.
And can you see all the signs? So you're walking through El Dante and Bitcoin signs everywhere?
Yeah. Literally everywhere. Yeah. Every turn, Bitcoin accepted here. Bitcoin fixes this. Bitcoin, I mean, the majority of the businesses have signs right out front. Yeah, and almost all the businesses accept Bitcoin and prefer to be paid in Bitcoin.
So tell me through, if I arrive, how do I arrive in El Dante? I come from the airport?
From the airport, it's about 45 minutes to an hour from the airport, right on the beach.
I get from the airport on a bus, pay with Bitcoin?
Yeah, or with taxi. Yeah, there's not 100% of them will accept it, but there's a Bit driver is something we recommend that he has 20 drivers that all accept Bitcoin. And so, you can find him on Twitter. I think it's his Bit driver is his Twitter handle. And so you come to El Dante, almost all of those hotels there, they all take Bitcoin, restaurants, pretty much everybody takes Bitcoin.
On the beach?
So, on the beach, it's a beautiful beach. If you surf, there's a great wave there. The water is warm year round. There's no cold season in El Salvador. So, the water is, like bathtub water. So it's perfect.
And I can buy my bottle of water.
Buy your bottle of water, buy a beer, whatever you want, you can buy there on the beach,
That's amazing. So for beginners, completely new to crypto, and they think it's all a scam. I mean, what is one thing you could say to them to kind of get them to change their mind?
Truly. For me, and then, we're in El Salvador, we're definitely Bitcoin only. And so we don't really talk about crypto per se. And because I think in that space, there are a lot of scams, but I just encourage people to do a little research on the history of money. A lot of times people think Bitcoin is a scam because they don't understand the history of money and what money really is, and they don't understand. Once they understand what money is, they understand that actually it's fiat that is a scam. And that Bitcoin, with the proof of work mechanism that backs it up, is really the best money the world's ever had. And so we live in this very unique time where we can have money that we can send anywhere. We don't need an intermediary. We can custody it ourselves. We can have self-sovereignty over it.
And that's never been available to people in history to have something with all those attributes.
I'm not completely sure that this is the future. So
100%.
So everyone's going to be earning, spending, living entirely in crypto.
Yeah, it's gonna take time. These kind of transformations usually take decades, but the communities that are embracing it first are going to be ahead of everybody else. They're going to be wealthier than everybody else. They're going to be further along. And so, yeah, it's just depends who takes advantage of this opportunity.
So you're about 5 years in El Salvador.
Yep.
How many more till you think crypto will be the main currency?
So I think within the next 5 to 10 years, we'll see the majority of transactions in El Salvador happening in Bitcoin. That doesn't mean the dollar is going to completely go away, but it'll be this gradual transformation over time that Bitcoin replaces fiat.
Yeah, and what about worldwide? Any kind of prediction?
I would say worldwide, I think we're looking at 20 to 30 years. Yeah, I think these type of things, when you're living in it, they seem like they take a long time. When the history books, reflect back, it'll sound like it happened overnight. But when you're living through it, it does take decades for people to change habits.
Any tips for people getting in there, trying to change their habits now? What do you think? How do we sell this to somebody who is already banked, doesn't need help getting a bank?
I mean, I'd recommend just reading up on the history of money. I think the Bitcoin Standard is a great book to start with because it goes back and looks at the history of money and then Bitcoin's kind of place in that history. So there's a lot of great podcasts out there that people check out. We have a podcast, Live from Bitcoin Beach, where we focus on what's happening in El Salvador. We interview a lot of great Bitcoiners. And so, yeah, just people to start educating themselves and then to purchase at least a little Bitcoin. So once you purchase a little Bitcoin and start transacting with it, it's different. It becomes more real.
How will it change their lives?
It will help them really think about what they want to spend their life's energy on. Because a lot of people are just caught up in this hamster wheel of like wanting more and more, and that's what fiat creates. It's easy to borrow money so you can buy a nicer car or a bigger house, and then you're just spending all of your time searching after these things. When people kind of switch to Bitcoin, they realize, I don't really need that extra thing. They tend to spend less. They tend to just make more value purchases because every purchase they're making, they're like, okay, do I want to give up this thing that I think is going to be worth more in the future? And yeah, for a lot of things, you still got to live your life. And so, but it helps you make wise decisions with your money.
Okay. Ethan, thank you so much.
That was Mike Peterson on the Crypto Radio. For more great interviews, listen live on thecryptoradio.com.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase. For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $94,974, up by 0.53%. Ethereum price is $3,381.9, up by 1.12%. BNB price is $711.9, up by 2.18%. Solana price is $194.8, up by 4.93% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to The Pulse with me, Justin Harper from the Crypto Radio. Today we are talking with Joe David, the founder and managing director of the Nefos Group, a professional services firm supporting crypto companies around the world. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
No worries. Thanks for having me on.
Now, as we approach the year end, we're going to be talking about one of the biggest stories of the year, meme coins, and specifically Pump.fun. Now, Pump.fun, if you didn't know, is a platform that has made it so anyone can be a meme coin developer, lowering the barrier to crypto and opening the floodgates to millions of meme coins. More tokens have been created, bought, and sold this year than ever before, driving degens to Solana, a major blockchain network. So, Joe, shall we start with the basics first? And you could just give us a quick rundown on Pump.fun, when it started, how quickly it's grown, and I guess where we are today with the number of coins that are being launched on that platform.
Yeah, so I guess Plum.fun was kind of came out at the start of this year, so around kind of January time. And it was created, Solana has always been or tried to be the platform, if you like, that can scale significantly, speed, low cost, etc. Whereas Ethereum has always struggled with that. So Solana's meme coin craze was in principle was always going to have a bigger run than Ethereum because of the low cost to be able to do it, right? So you can do $50, $100 and the fees aren't going to be too excessive. So so when Pump.fun came out, they as you can imagine, they grew very quickly. Around I think the end of November, I think we've seen around 4.5 million tokens that were launched on Pump.fun or on Solana as well. So it's a huge growth. They make it super easy for people to launch meme coins, which has its pros and cons, of course. It gives people the opportunity to launch something without being some hardcore developer, but at the same time it opens it up to those nefarious actors that maybe want to launch things and have no real substance behind it. So some massive positives, but with anything in the world, there's always some kind of caution about it.
Yeah, no, of course. And 4 million is hefty number, right? From 0 to 4 million. So it shows just how popular Pump.fun has become. And I think, as you were saying as well, it's very easy to do. How quick is it, do you think, to produce a coin and launch it? And what would be the cost involved?
Yeah, it's a good question. So, from my perspective, I've never launched a meme coin myself. So, I can only tell you from what I've heard online and with people that I know. But from my understanding, you can pretty much launch it within minutes. You kind of you create a token, or as in you click the button, create a token on the system, and you give it the information it needs, the ticker, the max supply, and any kind of relevant links if you've got a Twitter or a Telegram or something like that. And pretty much you press create, and very, very quickly after that, you'll have a meme coin live, which is why they're now saying that around 30 to 35 meme coins are being created every minute. So that kind of gives you the idea of how quickly these can be created. So in terms of the cost, it's free if you want to call it that to use. Nothing's free in this world, but it's free to use Pump.fun initially. As with all these sorts of platforms, there's a basic free version, and then if you want to do more, kind of more advanced things or specific marketing, or they announced some other features recently, then you can pay. It's kind of like that freemium model, so you can pay for the added extras, and then of course there's network fees, and sometimes there'll be platform specific fees. So if you're launching it on decentralized exchanges, etc., there'll be kind of platform fees and stuff like that. But in principle, you could launch a meme coin on Pump.fun for free.
Yeah, okay, great. So so that sort of answered my next question, which was really about the business model, which you've explained, that freemium, but you pay for these extra features to sort of highlight and promote your coin as well. So for that January to where we are now, towards the end of December, that almost year, what would you say have been the standout coins? And I mean that positive and negatively, like the biggest successes, the biggest flops, and perhaps even a few scandals in there?
Yeah, so I guess, some of the bigger kind of success stories, I think one of them is probably Pepe. Pepe, was created, and that has been a huge kind of success. Another one was called Peanut, which I read earlier yesterday actually that it was around a 1.2 billion market cap, which to put into context, most tokens don't reach a million, right? So one of the facts I saw was 99.9% of meme coins don't reach $1 million market cap. So for a meme coin to reach 1.2 billion, that's a pretty successful launch, if you like, and a pretty successful kind of meme coin to come out. So so I'd say they're probably the kind of the bigger success stories. Controversies are probably easier to find in a sense. So very recently there was the lady that Hayley Welch, I think her name is, the Hawk Tour girl. She probably, if I'm honest, I don't know this obviously for a fact, but was probably advised pretty poorly. Decided to launch a meme coin, and within minutes it was worth nothing. And it with all these meme coins, you've always got large holders, especially in the early part, because obviously people create them and then they're going to have large holders. And it's with the blockchain, it's very easy to see who those holders are and whether they're the ones selling the token. So so I think that's probably the biggest one more recently. And then there have been others, the likes of Logan Paul has been involved in some meme coin. I don't want to call it pump and dumps because I don't know that for a fact, and I don't want to get sued by his legal team. But Logan Paul's been involved in some, and even people like Caitlyn Jenner earlier in the year. I'm sure you saw that one. That one actually went quite well initially, and then kind of fell off after a while. So it's definitely something that I think is created with that, this in principle, a celebrity endorsement or a celebrity kind of connection can do real good things. Someone like Andrew Tate, for example, has quite often talked up tokens online, and they've run on quite strongly. But you've got to take it with a pinch of salt, because if that person then either does it without kind of knowledge of what they're doing, maybe take the Hayley Welch example, or once they finish, because at some point they're going to get ball pumping this token and they're going to move on to something else, what's then going to happen after that, right? We're in a market full of sentiment. So I probably rambled on a little bit there, but they probably be my main highlights.
Yeah, no, they're good. They're definitely good examples. So these are very risky investments. You obviously, people launch a coin, you see it, you get excited about it, you invest in it and buy some of these coins. Then there's the real risk that something bad will happen, that the coin launcher will suddenly take all the money out once he or she's built up a significant amount of money, and then you'll get those, I guess, rug pulls, and you'll get these pump and dumps there. So if they're so risky, and there's a chance, that you will lose your money and the initial launcher will disappear with the money, why would anyone do it?
You want 100,000x, don't you?
You do, I know. Yeah. You mentioned the peanut. You mentioned the peanut, which around, I guess, the US election times, and Donald Trump everyone was, sort of saying, wow, that's amazing what that coin had done as well. But as you said, they're rarities. So you really are shooting, right? Aiming for the moon in the way, I guess.
You're taking a risk, and absolutely. But again, I think it's like anything, right? If you have the drop on something, or if you have, some real conviction around a narrative, or maybe, so let's say that, I'm making this up, but say the Peanut team, have this successful launch, and let's say they launch another one called Dina, for example, right? Actually, if they've done this really successful one, you might look at that one and go, well, look at what they did with the initial one. Even if it does 10% of that, it's going to do a huge number. So I think there's a huge amount of, this is the speculative place in crypto, right? Is meme coins, where, you only invest in a meme coin, if we're all honest, to make money. There's no utility behind it. There's no, I really like this project and I really kind of want to get behind it and support it. This is just a case of, if I buy $10, $50, $100 of this, I hope to make, $500, $1,000, whatever it may be, off the back of that. And you see all the stories online, you see the previous kind of stories around Doge and Shiba Inu and all those ones, right? Where they ran up significant numbers, and you think, I want to be the next meme coin millionaire. So look, we all get into these things as, in the same way that you you might, bet on your local sports or whatever it may be. We all do that to make money. So that's where the meme coin
Yeah, yeah, no.
draw it.
Yeah, imagine as you say, there's a real emotional pull for this and that, making a quick buck, I guess. Now, Pump.Fun obviously has not been without its own controversies, as well as obviously some of the people launching coins on Pump.Fun. And we won't get into the live streaming because that's sort of quite a dark sort of subject there. But that's been sort of pulled, the live streaming, what people were doing on there to promote their coins. But another controversy is actually some countries are looking to ban it or have actually banned it. Is that right?
Yeah, and the main one, myself being a UK, well, not now, but I used to be a UK resident. But yeah, UK person. Yeah, the UK was one of the ones that took it down quite recently. Actually, I think that the FCA in the UK blocked people from using it. And actually, as we talked about before, we kind of came on air. Yeah, as you can imagine, there's quite a few EU countries as well that have said, look, you can't use this, and the likes of Germany and France being the kind of main ones. So yeah, it's not without its kind of controversies, if you like. But I think it comes back to everything in crypto that regulation is super important to prevent people from deliberately trying to steal other people's money, but it can't come at the cost of innovation. And that's the really important thing here, is we've got to make sure that we kind of balance those two, that we have some protection for retail users, but at the same time we don't completely stop innovation. So yeah, that's definitely a point that I would want to make on the matter.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, as you say, it's quite a balancing act. You don't want to stifle the creativity and the innovation out there, but you've got to try and obviously protect people. So, what do you think will come first? That the meme coin craze will sort of fade out as people sort of the novelty wears off, or that more jurisdictions will ban Pump.Fun, that you wouldn't actually be able to? Of course, there are rivals to Pump.Fun out there, where you can launch your own coin. But how long do you think the meme coin craze will last? Do you think it's got longer to go?
Yeah, I think again, I'm not going to pretend to be a trader or a market kind of analyst or anything like that. So I can't give any guarantees. But I think if we look at previous kind of cycles in crypto, you have the kind of the meme coin, the kind of the crazy super push upwards, and then you have the kind of more stronger sentiment towards the Bitcoins, the Ethereums, etc. And then the market itself, yes, we still then see some of those larger altcoins grow as well, but the market itself kind of finds its place. And when the market's in a downturn, you're not going to see huge launches of meme coins. So I think you probably have got some going into the new year, you've probably got some more run on some of this. And I think throughout however long this current bull run lasts, we will see meme coins being created. I personally think they will slow down and they will die off as soon as some of these other larger altcoins start to move. So if you look, for example, take XRP, right? XRP's done like 450% in the last 2 months. That's better than the majority of meme coins out there.
Yeah, as you say, everything sort of has its cycle. Now, you confessed to me, I jokingly say confessed, that you have actually dabbled in meme coin investing yourself. What do you look for? Is it just a bit of fun, or do you actually look for, as we said, it's still about making money and entertainment as well? What do you look for with these coins, and what's your sort of strategy?
Yeah, so for me, like I say, I'm not going to profess to be a trader. An element of fun, an element of having an opportunity to see if I can turn, a couple of SOL into 5, 6, maybe 10, something like that, and just see where it goes. And you put. I'm in the UK. I'm from a place called Cheltenham, and in Cheltenham we have a big horse racing track, and we have some really big kind of horse races there. And I would go to the horse races, and I'd put some money on the horses, and I would take however much money I was willing to lose, right? And I wouldn't take any more than that, and I'd be very disciplined with that. And I'd only, if I spent all my money and there was a race left, I wouldn't spend any more. And that's kind of how you've got to take the meme coin phase, right? Is you've got to say, I am willing to lose, for example, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever number of SOL you're willing to lose. You put that in a wallet and you trade with that. And when that's gone, it's gone. Now, if you're, in a position where actually you're putting 1 SOL a month or something like that, then fine. But once that 1 SOL's gone, you move on, and you be sensible, and you have discipline. So, it is really hard because every day you're seeing these new things launching. But I think you've just got to have that discipline of saying, I'm only going to invest what I can afford to lose. That's what this number is, and then move on from there. In terms of the kind of strategy, it's more around sentiment of kind of groups and friends and thankfully for me, some clients that I work with that that have opportunities to get into things. So I rarely scour pump.fun for hours and try and find the latest narrative. I'm more kind of speaking to people and researching via groups I'm in and friends I have than specifically trying to find the next gem myself. But yeah, that's just me.
Yeah, discipline obviously is the name of the game, but obviously when you're sitting in front of your computer and you're seeing all these things sort of take off and rocket, discipline sometimes goes out the window. But we're gonna nickname you Joe, Mr. Discipline David, I think now, because I believe you are.
I'll get the tag of the boring accountant. That yeah. But most boring accountants wouldn't trade meme coins, I guess.
No, you're right. You've got a little energiness to you there. But Joe, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for explaining to us one of the biggest stories of the year with meme coins and pump.fun. And yeah, let's keep an eye on things and see just what happens, I guess, for next year, whether they repeat the success or as we maybe think they might start to fade away. Joe, thank you for joining us at the Crypto Radio.
Thanks for having me.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
R is for wrecked. Wrecked, R-E-K-T, means severe financial loss due to a wrong investment. An example of a wrecked situation is a crypto user who invests heavily in a coin only for them to face a heavy loss. The word wrecked also points to a digital asset itself losing value, where one could say X coin got wrecked. Stay tuned for more crypto A to Z explainers.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, Justin Harper. I'm happy to be joined by Carl Rudefeld, Carl Moon, who has The Moon Show. Carl, welcome to the Crypto Radio.
Thank you so much for having me here.
No, it's great. It's our pleasure to have you. Now, firstly, we're going to ease you in. Easy question. What gets you up in the morning? What motivates you to get up and come to work?
I think what motivates me is to always, because I have always a vision in my mind of where I want to be and where I want to go. And I think that's what motivates me. I think the reason why most people don't get successful is because they don't know what they want. So people that don't know what they want, they focus only on the things they don't want because that's usually their reality. Like, maybe they're 9 to 5, maybe bills to pay and issues. That's what they focus their energy on, and they just get more of that because that's how the law of attraction works. But for me, it's like I have a vision always, and I always know what it is that I want and where I want to be. So my energy is focused on that, and that makes me motivated and makes me get up in the morning.
Can you give us a little insight into that vision? Is it making money, giving money back, improving yourself? What would you say is the core of your vision?
So I was working in a supermarket, and obviously for me that was not really like what I thought I was meant to do. I felt like I was meant to do something bigger. So I decided that I needed to change my life, and I learned about the law of attraction. I found online all this information about how to change your life. I listened to a lot of podcasts with very successful people to kind of understand how their mindset worked. And most of them always talked about mindset. They talked about how they believed in themselves. They talked about how they envisioned themselves as successful before they were, and all of these things. So I realized that I need to have a vision, and I need to know where I'm going, because otherwise how can you possibly go anywhere? So yeah, I started just visualizing myself living my dream life. And when I was working in the supermarkets, my idea of my dream life was basically being wealthy and flying private jets and having cool cars, because that has always been my dream, to have cool cars. Yeah, it wasn't more specific than that. It was more like just I want to be very successful and very wealthy. And one very important thing that I always visualized was having my parents proud of me, because back then they were the exact opposite of proud of me, So so that was a big thing for me. Like just I visualized myself, you know, like I imagined talking to my parents and they were like proud of me and they were like, wow, you did such a good job, because I didn't hear that from them because I didn't do a good job back then. I was a bit of a loser, to be honest. Like I dropped out of school. I was in the supermarket and I had no. I really didn't have any aspirations or anything. I was like in a pretty bad spot basically, and that also translated over to my parents feeling bad. And you don't want to have your parents feel bad because of you, right? So that was a huge motivator for me, actually.
Was there one guru, like a Tony Robbins or someone that really clicked for you and you said, I really believe in what they say, or they've got a great sort of plan that I'm going to start following through, or it was a combination of motivations and
I would say it would be a more of a combination, because there's not like one guy that I listen to a lot. No, it's more like actually the funny story is that I felt like the universe was forcing me to learn about these things. So it's not like there was like one guru online. It's more like this information just kind of fell into place one by one, and like I got these like messages from the universe, kind of, you know, like number sequences and like synchronicities in terms of the law of attraction. It was like to me it was like very obvious that the universe or like something is telling me that I need to learn about the law of attraction, and so that's why I took it seriously. And I think that's why I also never gave up on it, because I knew that like something bigger than me is telling me to learn about it. So if I don't see a change in 3 months, doesn't matter. Like I will keep visualizing, I will keep focusing on my vision, because something bigger is at play, you know.
you were working in a supermarket, you wanted to make your parents proud of you, you wanted to obviously be wealthy and make a lot of money. Was crypto the first thing you did, or were there other things that you did before you decided that crypto would be your path to success?
When I started visualizing my future and my dream life, I actually didn't even know that Bitcoin existed, you know. So I was in a supermarket and I had no education. I had actually nothing. Like my parents, they're not poor, but they also don't want to just hand me money, you know. Like I didn't know what to do. That's why I felt so bad. I was so depressed actually, because I was like, what am I supposed to do now? No education, no vision. And I think that's actually usually, I think depression might usually come from that. You know, people that don't have a vision, like they don't know where they're going. I tried some drop shipping business. I tried like this Amazon FBA, like people that watch this probably, some people know what this is, but it's like, you know, trying to do online e-commerce basically. Unfortunately, was not able to turn a profit on that. I think the main reason was that I just didn't have any passion for it. I think one thing led to the other. So basically, I think it's very important to start something, because the act of starting something is a very big energetic move. It shows the universe and yourself that you believe in yourself, and it's like, you know, you're about to break the matrix, you know. So I think the ideas that I got from starting those businesses gave me the idea to eventually start the YouTube channel with crypto, because simultaneously I was also like reading about crypto. I found a video about Bitcoin just like randomly, and then eventually I came to the conclusion that maybe I should try to start a YouTube channel and talk about Bitcoin, and then I can monetize that by selling t-shirts. So like, so basically the e-com, like I was thinking, like I thought that's a good way to make money maybe. But the funny thing is that the moment I started my YouTube channel, which is called The Moon Show now, and started making videos about Bitcoin, I completely forgot about monetization, because I had so much fun doing it. I was making videos every day, and I had comments and likes and views, and I was making the videos, you know, in the morning or in the evening before or after my supermarket shift. And I was enjoying it. I was loving making those videos, and for the first 6-7 months, I made zero money actually from that. Right. But I had so much fun. So yeah, I was doing that YouTube channel, and then I started getting sponsors and affiliate partnerships on that, and then it just started to skyrocket from there. Yeah.
And as you say, having fun and having passion, it doesn't feel like work. It was like a hobby.
Mm-hmm.
But what was it that made it fun, making videos about Bitcoin and crypto? What was it that you really enjoyed about doing that?
Well, first of all, I realized that I have a passion for Bitcoin, because I think Bitcoin is will save many people from oppression from banks and, you know, oppression from governments and all these things. So I think it's a very important part of humanity, you know. freedom of money. You know, like you don't even have any control of money because even the cash, even if you think cash is, but no, they can still dilute your cash by printing more money. So in the banking system, you're completely oppressed and controlled by the bank. So I realized that very early on that Bitcoin is the solution to those issues. And I wanted everyone to know about it. So obviously I put all my money into it, like literally all my grocery store money went straight into Bitcoin every month, like all my salary, what I didn't need for like living, straight into Bitcoin. And yeah, and then I just wanted to tell everyone in the world, and that's why I made the YouTube channel. And
I have to ask, what were your parents thinking or saying when you were pumping all of your grocery store salary into Bitcoin and making this YouTube channel? For the first 6 months where you weren't making any money, there was a bit of tension in the household?
A lot, yeah. So first of all, I didn't tell them that I was putting all my money into Bitcoin because I was actually still living at home with them. I was living in the basement. So basically, like, you know, the meme, like, I lived in my mom's basement, you know, making videos, and then I was working in a supermarket. I think people on YouTube watching me thought I was like this very cool guy, you know, like I was a little bit pretending, you know.
Fake it until you make it.
But I had a true passion for Bitcoin, and I think the funny thing is like back then specifically, that was back 2017, 18, there was no expert in crypto. Like there is no expert. Like if you go to stock markets, yeah, you have these people that have been doing it for 40 years, you know. But in crypto back then, it was only existing for like maybe 6-7 years. So like, who is the expert, you know? So in that situation, like if I have at least 3 months of education in crypto, somehow I became the expert, you know. And that's the funny thing. Like I was sitting there and just talking about Bitcoin, and I was so passionate about it. I was learning every day, and I was just teaching people what I was learning. And I think that's the best way to learn is actually to teach.
Yeah,
and I heard that prior, and that's why that was one of the reasons for the channel as well. Because if I teach people, then I have to learn, so it's correct information. So yeah, I think that's a little bit of a funny story, but
absolutely, in the basement, you know, and then going to work in the grocery store, and then coming home and making these videos, and as you said, the followers started to come, and then the advertisers came. When did it click that you thought, you know what, I can actually make this a full-time job, and this is what I want to do? When did the penny drop on how successful, how profitable this could be as a venture?
When I turned on YouTube ads, because the first 6 months I didn't have any ads on as well, because I didn't really think about it. I think also you need X amount of hours on YouTube watch time to get ads. So when I turned it on, from one day to the other, I started making like I think $3,000 or $4,000 a month, which for me was insane because that was like 3 times what I made from the grocery store. And I think that's when I realized like, okay, now I could actually, this I can do for a living. But I didn't quit my job yet because I was a little bit afraid, like maybe this doesn't work out, you know. So I still kept working there for a few months, and I put like also some affiliate links to exchanges that I was trading on, and that's when it really started taking off. Because then, from one other month to the other, I started making like $10,000, $15,000 a month, and then I was like, wow, this is mind blowing. Like sure, private jets and stuff, but just being able to make that kind of money to me was insane, because then I was like, wow, I could, if I keep making that money, then I'm completely free.
Yeah. Were you surprised by how quickly things took off at that speed and how much money you were making?
I wouldn't say surprised, because somehow it's like, yeah, that's exactly what I was visualizing. I knew it was going to happen, so I'm not surprised it's happening. I'm happy it's happening, but it's like, it's just a plan, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, if you go to the restaurant and you order a kebab, you're not surprised you're getting a kebab, right? The first money I made, that was maybe the first time I was like, it gave me confirmation, okay, it's working. Law of attraction is working, my vision is working, and the universe has given me this path now, my destiny, and let me just fulfill the rest of my goals now. So it gave me the confidence, and it killed a lot of the doubt, you know?
Yeah.
And that helped me go from that to where I am today.
Yeah, what was that time frame from that to that? Like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, to where you are now, to when you turned on the ad, you started making money. How quickly did things grow and take off?
So, okay, so I quit my grocery store job November 2018.
Okay.
Then I was already probably making like $10,000, $15,000 a month, I think, something like this from YouTube. So I should have quit earlier, but I didn't know.
Maybe you love working in a grocery store so much.
Well, it's just like I didn't know what else to do. Like, what do I do? Because I made one video per day. Like, I didn't work a lot on my YouTube channel. It took me like maybe 3 hours per day maximum. So what do I do rest of the day, you know? Phone, checking crypto prices.
People queuing up to pay.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you know, like, so my boss didn't like that, and he told me, I don't seem to be so motivated anymore. Maybe it's better you just, you know.
Of course, I'm not motivated. I'm making twice as much 3 times on a YouTube channel.
Yeah, so he fired me in a very kind way. He basically helped me fire myself. So, but yeah, I mean, that was not a big issue, right? I was making good money. And then he said something like, well, I think I said something like, yeah, but I make good money from this now. And he was like, yeah, but not more than if you own the supermarket. And back then, that's probably true. He probably made more money than me then, because I made maybe like $10,000 a month. But now, it's a bit, you know. So it was just a funny comment, you know. He was like, you know, a little bit proud. You know? It was a funny moment. But yeah, I actually didn't hate working in the supermarket. Like, I had good friends there. It was better than sitting at home being depressed, you know.
Yeah, no, of course. You were doing something of value, I guess, in the store. And then this was in Sweden, I assume. And then when did you move to Dubai, and why did you decide to come to Dubai?
So I quit my grocery store job 2018. And then for like 1 year, I was traveling around with my friend Chris, Crypto, who is also a crypto YouTuber. We made YouTube videos together in the beginning. Well, not together, but like we were traveling together, going to conferences, making videos and stuff. And then we moved to Thailand for 8 months during the whole COVID kind of thing, the pandemic, let's say. And then after Thailand, I immediately came here and opened up a company, and yeah.
Okay. And so people have these milestones in their life, like their marriage, their first child, first job, first Bugatti is a milestone for you. You remember the day itself, how you're feeling. That was like a key thing for you when you bought that, or there was another car, or there was another moment. But how big was that?
I mean, so the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport has always been my dream car since I was a very young teenager, like when I was a kid, basically. The car came out in 2007, 2008. And ever since then, it's been like the ultimate car for me, like the coolest car, the most iconic car. And I always knew that, like, if I have that in the future, that would be like, I'm on the top of the world, you know? I always thought, like, people that have a Bugatti are like the coolest people in the world, and like, you know? So I always visualized, I always wanted to have that Bugatti, and like, when I was able to buy it, it was just like a crazy moment, because I realized, like, now I am that person that I always wanted to be. Like, if I can be that kid again and see myself driving around in this Bugatti, I would be like, wow, who are you, man? Like, what do you do for a living? Like, bro, can I take a picture with your Bugatti, and can I touch it? You know, stuff like this. So like, to be that person now, it's a cool thing, you know.
Yeah.
So that was a cool moment for me, and my family loves it as well. So basically, I bought the car for me and my family as well, because my family loves cars as well, and everything I buy they can use as well, you know. So
yeah, it's got utility across the family. Did you send a photo of it to your old grocery store manager to say, look at this?
No, I did not. But I mean, they all follow me on Instagram anyways.
So they knew anyway.
Okay. Yeah.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. So Bitcoin Influencer, the YouTube channel. When did you start venturing out of Bitcoin and looking at other opportunities within crypto and business ventures?
I mean, all my businesses are fully crypto. I don't have any business which is outside of crypto because I feel like it's a waste of my time to do something where you make less returns, you know. So I'm fully crypto, and I will imagine all my businesses will keep being crypto for the next 10 years. Crypto is still early, you know, like Bitcoin is still, I think today, still below 100K or like just about 100K. So Bitcoin will go to, you know, millions of dollars per coin. So we're far away from where it's going to be. And yeah, I keep building in crypto.
Yeah, I thought I read somewhere that you're involved with somewhere like 400 different companies. Is that?
Then it's my investments, yeah.
Right,
Investment in tokens. So
Yeah.
it doesn't mean I'm involved with them,
Right.
but I invest, and then hopefully they do a good job, you know.
Yeah.
But nowadays I don't invest in so many anymore. What I do now is I invest bigger tickets into fewer companies.
Right.
And then I am more involved, because then I usually invest equity, and then sometimes even majority shares,
Right.
and then I basically incubate and advise, and we have a team that has done many things before in crypto, so we can help out with many things.
Yeah. How many? Putting the money in is one thing, but as you said, you advise and you're actually going in and giving your expertise. How many companies do you think you can, you know, have at any one time? 3, 4 that you could be involved with and still keep your, so to speak, day job?
Well, it depends on the level of involvement, because some of my investments, it's very low level involvement. It's more like just advising, not much at all. But some are more like we truly like incubate and do a lot of the legal and finance and sometimes help out with advising on tokenomics if someone is about to launch a token. Like there's might be a lot of work involved, and in that case, I mean, I still think like 5, 6, 7 of those shouldn't be a big issue. We already have a few of those, and yeah.
And how important was it to keep up the social media, to do the YouTube channel, to do the podcast, even when, you know, your time was probably, you know, harder to find with all of these other things you were doing, to still keep up the education and that social media, which you're doing? How hard was it, and why was it so important for you to still keep on making content?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's hard. Making videos, for me, it's so easy. It was easy in the beginning, and to this day, it's still very easy. It's like a flow state kind of thing. And like I said, like with the law of attraction, like, so I always say this because I think it's true. Like when the law of attraction is working for you, it's when you love what you're doing and you make money from it, but the money almost is more like a consequence rather than like the point of it, you know? The YouTube journey has always been a part of my identity, and I don't want to change that. Right now, people enjoy these videos, and I want to keep doing them.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of money coming in with you know, the crypto investments and with your other ventures, and obviously there's money going out. Your philanthropy, you're giving money to charity and different causes. Do you want to talk about some of the things that you're passionate about when it comes to funding?
I think it's always important that we do charity when we have money, and I think it's also important to do charity for something you truly believe in. So that will be different for everyone, right? So for me, that is the children with disabilities, and that comes from the fact that my little brother was born with multiple disabilities. Yeah, he's definitely my little hero. But yeah, so that's why for me, charity for children with disabilities, children with Down syndrome. So that is something I care about, and.
So that's really that crypto for good, with obviously making money out of crypto and giving back. But there's also people using crypto to fund projects, you know, certain projects, tokens and coins. Earlier you mentioned Bitcoin and how it was, you know, decentralized and how it was more power in the hands of the people, not the banks and the governments. How do you feel that narrative has changed now as people like BlackRock start to, you know, invest huge amounts of money and governments start to use it as strategic reserve? Is there a danger that we'd lose Bitcoin for the people and it will become more of an institutional?
No, because you can say the same with gold. You know, sure, like many of the big institutions, they hold gold, and you know, but it doesn't mean that gold is now not people's money. Like gold has always been the people's money because it's an asset, it's a money you can hold in your hand, and it's not a liability or someone else's liability or debt to someone else. It's a bearer's asset. And the same with Bitcoin. It's a bearer's asset. It's your thing. It's not a piece of debt, you know, like fiat money is. I think it's not going to change just because institutions hold Bitcoin. Will they manipulate the price? Definitely. Just like they do with gold and silver and all these other assets. It doesn't change the core fundamentals of what Bitcoin is. So I would say no. It's actually just, in a way, it's good. It just pumps our bags, right? You know, because I hold a lot of Bitcoin, and you know, if you have BlackRock and like Microsoft and Google and countries buying Bitcoin, then I'm just gonna get way richer than I am right now.
Pumping your bags. So that leads me to my next question. Give us a glimpse. Now we've been talking for a while, we've warmed up to each other, you can trust us now. Tell us a little bit about your portfolio, as in what percentage is Bitcoin, altcoins, maybe meme coins, you know, how does it look like, your sort of overall crypto portfolio?
80% at least is always Bitcoin, 85%. Now it's a little bit more altcoins, maybe like now Bitcoin is down maybe to 70% because I allocate a bit more to altcoins when it's a bull market, because in bull markets altcoins usually outperform Bitcoin. But yeah, let's say 80% Bitcoin, 5-10% usually Ethereum, and then the rest is a bunch of like hundreds of small tokens and coins and things. So yeah, meme coins, not much. I hold some Dogecoin, Floki, and Shiba. So I have like big ticket sizes in those, the big ones, but I don't buy these like pump and dumps on it, because I think it's, first of all, it's just a casino. Like you hear people make money, but you just hear the winner stories, but most people lose money. It's like 90% of people lose money with those pump and dumps, and also it's just immoral, because like if I invest in those, then, and if I talk about them online, like it's just like it's basically very immoral to shill small tokens just for the sake of dumping it at a higher price, because then I would use my audience as exit liquidity, and I don't want to do that. So that's why I don't talk about meme coins unless they are in the top like 50, like billions of dollars of market cap, because then I have no impact anyways on the price.
And do you still have to do some due diligence? Say, well, maybe it's got some utility, maybe, or is it like big no?
Meme coins, it's a no. Like it doesn't even get to me actually, because my team already, they just ignore it. But I have seen some offers, like they will pay me like $1 million, you know, in tokens for me to like talk about it over like 3 months and stuff like this, you know. So yeah, like if I were to go that route, which many of my industry colleagues have done, then yeah, I could probably make another like 2-3 million per month just shilling meme coins and like, but I'm not in that business, so I'm not doing that. But yeah, that's what some influencers do actually.
But that's the thing. There are, you know, peers, whether they're sitting here in Dubai or globally, and even people like Logan Paul and celebrities who've made a lot of money, but they're still getting involved in these sorts of pump and dump schemes, probably knowing how it's going to play out, and you wonder why you're doing it, because you're just only going to damage your own reputation.
So the thing is this, I would actually want to defend some of these guys, because I think they did something wrong, yes, but did they truly know what they were doing? I think many of these guys, especially celebrities, usually they have someone on their side coming to them, telling them, oh, look at this good idea, we can launch a token and you can make this much money and this blah, blah, blah. Logan Paul, what does he know about crypto? He has no clue about crypto. And this Hawk Tuah girl, what does she know about crypto? Like they have no clue about crypto. They have this guy next to them, you know, and this guy is this like, you know, crypto expert, you know, with this cool plan, how to make money, you know, and I'm pretty sure usually that's how it works out. So basically then the influencer thinks, oh, that's a great idea, we can make 3-4 million, and they believe this vision that this expert is telling them, yeah, we can create this game, this, you know, Logan Paul created this crypto zoo thing, like we can create this thing and it's going to be a huge, we can have millions of users. So they will say these things, and then the Logan Paul and these influencers, they will believe them, because I mean, what do they know about crypto? Like most people don't know crypto. And then of course, when it gets launched, when the vision is when everything crumbles, the influencer will get all the shit, which of course it is their fault, right? But
yeah, ultimately it's their name on the project.
Yeah, like they had every chance to say no, but to their defense, I think they're getting taken advantage of. And I think almost always that's the case. I think also and Jason Derulo and like some people have gotten a lot of shit, and from what I can see, it's always someone on the side who's coming to them and giving them this FOMO and greed. And I don't think they had. I don't think I'm very sure actually that they didn't have intention to scam, because their reputation is worth way more than just a quick $5 million.
Yeah,
I mean, look at Logan Paul.
Yeah.
He's worth hundreds of millions, I'm sure, by now.
Yeah.
Why would he risk his reputation for $10 million, $5 million? It's not worth it for him, because he knows that making money long term is worth more than just making quick five. So I'm very sure his intentions were actually good. Same with this Hawk Tuah lady. Their incompetence in crypto led them to this disaster.
Yeah, or they had people in their team, financial advisors, who weren't looking out for their best interest, looking for a quick.
Yeah, because these guys on the side, they are not risking any reputation.
No, of course not.
They have literally only upside, and they see dollar signs when they see these influencers, because with millions of followers and a meme coin or like something like this, you can actually literally pull out millions of dollars from the audience, and these side experts, a little bit like the devil on the shoulder, they know that. So
talking about teams, how big is your team? Do you keep a small team, or you've got quite a lot of people looking into these projects and looking at opportunities for you?
So like the core, like headquarters team here in Dubai, we're like 20 people.
Right.
And that's like group. So that means we have legal, finance, media team, and then on my YouTube channel we have a team for that as well. So that's like 20 people, and then the companies we incubate, I don't really like count them as my employees, but if I am a majority shareholder, then technically they are my employees, right? But then there's CEOs in place that run the business, and yeah, but then it's in the maybe 200 employees or something like this, or more.
Yeah, and I guess my final question is, what's next for Carl Moon? Your own Moon token, Moon coin, or something completely something obviously crypto related, but what's sort of the next thing that you want to get sort of stuck into?
My most important thing now is actually, because I made money now, right? And I will keep doing that, because I think it's like just a natural direction. Like, why not make more money, right? Like, that's better than making less money. So that's a natural direction. But I already set that sail. It's like a boat which is already sailing. So I think that's good. But now I also want to start focusing more on, obviously, the charity work. I know that I can do more there, and I can help more people, more children. So that is definitely something, and I will announce more things when that comes. And then something which I have a burning passion for is actually music. I've made music since I was a young kid. And I remember when I got my first guitar from my parents, it was like they gave it from, I think it was like my mom's, like it was like an inheritance or something,
right? Like
a guitar, and I was just like sitting there like trying, and something with sound waves and frequencies, and like just sitting there, it just completely took my attention, and I've been writing songs basically ever since. Then my songs were probably quite shit, but I did write. Like I was, writing, even though I had really no experience. And then over the years, I was just keep writing songs, and I must have written hundreds and hundreds of songs, and that's like a huge passion for me, and I love it. And I think when I went into crypto and business, I got a little bit like, focused on making money, and I kind of forgot about my main passion, which is music. And now I want to go back to that, because I just love making music. And the good thing now is that at the place I am in my life now, I can make music without no pressure that I have to make it, or I have to make money, or I have to do what someone tells me to do. I don't have to sign to a label, which I will for sure not do. I can just write music, record it, and release it. And then I would love for people to listen and love the music. That would be my goal, have people just love it.
So would you set up your own record label to do that, and then you create your own music, but then look for other artists and try and help set them up?
Maybe that would be, look, I need to be, first of all, a successful artist to do that, but yeah, maybe in the future. But I think the most important thing is just for me to have just creative freedom to do whatever I want. And in music, when I do this now, it's not a business for me. Like, it's not like I'm going in there to like make money. Like, I'm not thinking, how can I sign more artists and make money? Because the point of music is just to have fun for me. It's like, remember when we were kids in kindergarten, just like, painting stuff, like that kind of vibe, just like, just for fun.
Form of expression and just almost a form of release as well in the way.
Yeah.
So it'll be Carl Rocker, there'll be Carl Moon and maybe Carl Rocker. Do you think that might be your next new name that we might start calling you?
Well, I think my stage name will just be Carl Moon.
Carl
I think
Moon.
it sounds good, yeah.
Carl Moon, the Carl Moon rock band, or solo, or you think you might have a band with you?
So I write everything myself. So I'm a songwriter. So I write songs almost every single day. So I don't need songwriters, but I do need a band, yeah, because I can't play everything at the same time. I can play piano, drums, and guitar, and bass, but at the same time, it's very tough if I'm live. So for sure, I will have to find a band. Right now I have nothing in music. I literally have 1,000 followers on Spotify and nothing else. So I'm starting from scratch. So yeah, I will have to find a band. I will have to teach them to play my songs, and then we go and play them live, hopefully somewhere. And I have to record my first album and all of that stuff. So not music. That's like literally a blank space. Like new journey,
Yeah, but as you know, there's a lot of events in the crypto blockchain space, from Bitcoin Mina, which we were both at recently, and all of these global blockchain. Maybe you debut the band at one of these events, completely catch people by surprise. You'll be on stage talking about your journey in crypto, pull out the guitar, start singing a song, and maybe that's the way to go. Do you think that's...
Why not? Why not? Possible.
Yeah, that's
possible.
Yeah, let's see if we can make it happen. Carl, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. We know your time is valuable, but it's been really great to hear your insights, and I know the audience will love hearing your journey from grocery store to sitting up here in the penthouse suite with your Bugatti, your turntable, and your podcast studio sitting behind us. So it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Crypto radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
The Crypto Radio Masterclass, NFTs. You may have heard the term NFT and your eyes glazed over, but they're actually very useful and can be cool, as many are linked to art. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs, saw rapid growth in 2020, making the headlines with millions of dollars being exchanged for them at auctions. They are now being used across all sorts of industries.
So what is an NFT?
To break it down, non-fungible means it's unique and cannot be replaced with something else. There's only one of them, and tokens refers to a digital asset. So in essence, an NFT is a one-of-a-kind digital asset that you can own. It could be a piece of art, music, a video, virtual real estate, or even a tweet. When you buy an NFT, you get the original, just like owning a unique physical painting.
What are the key features?
Unique ownership. NFTs prove you are the owner of the original digital item. The blockchain backbone. NFTs are stored on blockchains, ensuring their security and authenticity. And limited supply. Most NFTs are created in limited numbers, making them rare.
How do you buy an NFT?
First, you need to get a digital wallet. This is where you store your cryptocurrency and NFTs. Popular choices include MetaMask and Trust Wallet. Then you can buy your cryptocurrency. Most NFTs are bought with Ethereum, which you can purchase from an exchange like Coinbase or Binance. Then choose an NFT marketplace. Popular websites are OpenSea, Rarible, and Super Rare.
Why are NFTs so popular?
Well, they provide proper ownership. NFTs allow people to truly own digital assets, just like physical ones. And NFTs support creators and the artists when you buy them directly. Plus, owning rare NFTs can be a status symbol and a way to be part of an exclusive community. For more info on NFTs and to read other explainers like this, go to thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Thank you for tuning into the Crypto Radio. I'm your host Kareem, and you're listening to The Pulse. How does one lose millions in crypto? Well, sometimes it's not through hacks or scams.
We are looking for great guests for the Crypto Radio, from those curious about crypto to newbies starting out, experts to mavericks, and everyone in between. We want to hear from you and feature you on the Crypto Radio. We're all about community, from traders to developers, blockchain experts to founders and entrepreneurs. The Crypto Radio's A to Z of crypto and blockchain terms. S for stablecoins. S is for stablecoins. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency pegged to a stable asset, like fiat currency. They're also gold-backed cryptocurrencies. One example of a stablecoin is Tether, which is backed by the US dollar. As the name suggests, they tend to be more stable than other coins as they are backed by real-world and less volatile assets. Stablecoins are easy to buy and are listed on most cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance and Coinbase. For more information on stablecoins, visit thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio price update. Bitcoin price is $95,111, up by 0.93%. Ethereum price is $3,401.6, up by 2.1%. BNB price is $714.2, up by 2.7%. Solana price is $195.8, up by 5.79% based on the last 24 hours. Curious to know more? Check out thecryptoradio.com.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hello and welcome to the Crypto Radio with me, Justin Harper. Solana may sound like a form of renewable energy, but is in fact a blockchain with its own native cryptocurrency, Sol. Solana is the 5th largest cryptocurrency and is known for its fast transaction speeds. It has also become the platform for choice for meme coins and stable coins, which are enjoying record inflows. I'm joined in the studio by Alex Scott, who works for Solana. Specifically, he leads Solana's super team Middle East and runs hackathons, developer workshops, and networking events to support the Solana network. Alex, welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
No, can we firstly start, because we're aimed at beginners, newbies, and the crypto curious, can you just give us a brief history of Solana, as in how it differs, say, from Bitcoin and where it stands within the network's most popular ones?
Yeah, sure. So among I think you mentioned the top 5, I think depending on the market cap of the top cryptocurrencies at the moment, but one of the relatively new ones, actually. I think if you look at that list, it's only just over 4 years old. First Genesis block was in, would have been 2020. We celebrated the 4th birthday this past summer. Compared to, say, like Ethereum, which is another smart contract, like programmable blockchain, which is roughly like 8-9 years old. Bitcoin, obviously even older than that. The original, the king, the number one, yet to be displaced.
Yeah.
So compared to Bitcoin, for example, major difference is that you can write smart contracts or applications on the blockchain. Bitcoin is very simple. There's 21 million Bitcoin. You can buy fractions of that, and that's about it. You could send back and forth to individuals, but you can't actually, say, create a program on the Bitcoin network. I think there's like some exceptions to that, and people are taking efforts, but it wasn't like ground up built for that.
Yeah.
Versus something like Solana, which you can inscribe metadata, so like additional information, or you can write smart contracts that allow you to do more sophisticated things like borrowing and lending, like an automated contract between you and I that says, I've lent you $1,000 and it must be repaid on this date, otherwise the collateral is automatically liquidated.
Yeah. Okay. So that's Solana for us. And then you work in the super team, which sounds very exciting, anything with super in it there. So could you just give us a brief sort of, summary of what the super team is and then what you do within that team?
Sure. A super team is what we call like an ecosystem development program. The very simple version of it is if I find the next founder who's building on Solana and they create $1 billion company, I look like a hero. Everything is pointed in that direction, identifying top talent and helping them build valuable companies on Solana. The history is 3 years ago, they started this project in India. Originally, it started as a podcast, actually. It was a conversation just like this with a famous comedian named Tanmay. and Akshay from the Solana Foundation, and they were just having this conversation about cryptocurrencies and started to get a good following among young people in India. Turned out a lot of them were technically inclined, and then they started doing meetups on top of that, and then eventually it evolved into this global program, which is now live in 16 countries, which takes everyone from first learning about cryptocurrency to earning your first dollar in the industry, and then ultimately some of them will go on to, say, raise money, win hackathons, and start companies.
Yeah, right. And so you're sort of looking after the community, the devs, developers, right, within that community. Is that the main sort of focus for you?
I think I have, so that's definitely like one big pillar is founder support. So identifying talent and helping them win. I think there's another piece which is like what we're doing now, which is more general awareness. And I do that through content. So that's like videos, posts on Twitter, stories on X or Instagram rather. And then another big piece is, say, relationships with stakeholders in the ecosystem. That means like could be regulators, could be free zones here, Department of Economy and Tourism here in Dubai, and helping to place Solana as say like the preferred blockchain of choice for these institutions.
Right, okay. And you mentioned creating content.
Yeah.
And we know because we're for that sort of beginner, curious audience there's a lot of jargon and there's a lot of technical terms. How do you sort of navigate that to make what you're doing, that content, quick, easy to understand? And of course, on social media and our time spans and everything, how do you make it engaging as well? Is that a tough thing to do?
Yeah, I think it definitely depends on the audience. And I think depending on the platform, we adjust the messaging. So it could be as simple as, instead of calling it cryptocurrency, when I'm posting on LinkedIn, we talk about digital assets and Web3. There's euphemisms because of, like, say, either the stigma or, like, the mental models that those audiences have. And, say, like, compared to the people on X who are very crypto native, and I can use the jargon, I can go into that, like, technical detail on Twitter. I would adjust that language on LinkedIn. For videos, I think we tend to just focus it on fast, crisp messaging, which by its nature excludes a lot of the jargon. So focusing on, for example, if I'm talking about Cast payments card that I was showing you before we started recording, focus just on the benefits to the end user. No one cares about the technical detail about which blockchains and the speed and latency of the back end. They just care, hey, I can spend my crypto at this rate with these benefits. So you'll see a lot of our content is just focused on the value or what's in it for the...
Yeah. And, some people take their work home with them. Do you live and breathe crypto blockchain? I know you showed us this very cool looking credit card that earns great cashback cost. And are you sort of investing yourself and always looking at projects on a personal level? Is it hard once you're in that space to sort of, switch off?
Yeah, for me, there is no distinction. There is no work Alex and social or home Alex because, the industry is 24/7. It's always active. There's always some newsworthy event and markets are 24/7. I also work with global teams who are always awake, right? So it's the team in San Francisco is awake, and then the team in Singapore on the other side is going to bed, and we're playing that global game. And then also just because I'm so passionate about the space, I do genuinely believe that this technology is changing humanity for the better, and that it is the kind of culmination of a lot of things that I've done in my past lives. I don't feel the need to compartmentalize. It has bled into my entire life and existence, and friends that I have are also colleagues, and there's no distinction there. It's all just sort of life.
Yeah, you mentioned a sort of a phrase that resonates with us about the good, having the power of change and doing positive things. And we seem to have lost that narrative a little bit with the scams and the dirtier side of crypto and money laundering. How do we get that back to let people know crypto can do so much, can really help people from the unbanked, the underprivileged, speed up payments, makes things cheaper to do. How are we going to get back to that sort of, that image that it probably deserves?
So the reason I started working with Super Team actually was exactly for this point. I think the last cycle created a lot of cynicism. A lot of bad actors were flushed out of the space. And when I met the team from Super Team India, they were visiting in Dubai. I was tagged in a post and then had coffee with the guys. And they gave examples of people earning their first crypto, not buying it, which was the tagline actually say for Super Team is earn your first crypto, don't buy it. It's not a tool for speculation. This is actually a way of bringing economic opportunity to people that otherwise may not have had access. And a great example is in say tier 2, tier 3 city in India, there's a 16, 17-year-old with a laptop and an internet connection. The odds of that person, maybe he or she has some developer inclinations, the odds of them getting a H-1B visa in the United States and like being able to work for a startup, abysmally small. Less than like 0.01% probably after you add all the stages of that together. But thanks to the power of crypto, he's got a laptop, an internet connection, technical inclination, the ability to teach himself a lot of skills that are required by a VC-backed company sitting in Europe or the United States. This person is now able to earn fully remotely from their city, otherwise disconnected from economic opportunities, and is now earning $5,000 to $10,000 per month on par with their American peer. That's transformative, not just for that individual, but for that entire community around them. Parents that have now seen their child's earnings exceed whatever their expectations were. But then if you now spread that across many different countries where we're operating across Southeast Asia, across South Asia, in Africa, it has the ability to transform the entire global economy.
So it's leveling the playing field, as you
Correct.
said there. It's giving people opportunities they wouldn't normally have there. And that tagline is earning crypto, not buying crypto.
Yeah, the best way to onboard people into crypto is don't send them to an exchange to buy a dog coin. Make them work for it and then pay them.
Right. And so by doing that, they've got more value. They see more value in the crypto because they've actually earned it there, and they see it really as a digital asset and money.
Yeah, I think it turns it into, instead of being then a form of speculation of I sweat in my job to then throw it into the casino. This is actually a way for me to improve my standing and generate new skills and have exposure to new opportunities. A little bit like moving to a new city, right? It's like if you as a journalist, for example, being in London or New York around the kind of the activity, or Dubai is very different than say being isolated in a small town in the middle of the UK, as an example.
Yeah.
In the same way, finding these earning opportunities on the internet and being connected to world-class talent, founders based in San Francisco or New York or London. These people are able to elevate their own aspirations and gain new skills and do more.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get with that mentality, definitely on board with that. And then obviously talking about young people, talking about exciting opportunities, meme coins, it's hard not to have a conversation. Obviously, Bitcoin's hit 100K, altcoins, meme coins, huge buzz around that. And Solana is the go-to platform. Is that fair to say for meme coins?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Whether that's inherent to Solana or just a function of providing superior technology and the lowest barriers to entry could be debated, probably. But it's definitely brought a lot of people online, I think. For better or worse, I think we'll hit a point where things are not just going up only. And people will feel burnt by that, or or have taken excessive risk and have resentment toward and may project that onto the network. So that's definitely a downside that I'm not looking forward to seeing, because it's so obviously going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
So I think I have that daily conversation with the taxi driver or the the delivery guy when people, and I see them on the apps doing these things, and it's I've definitely given the nudge of, hey, don't use your rent money, be sensible, only put in one that you can lose. Just be careful, because things can come down as fast as they go up.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's that FOMO, right? And the fear and the greed are such powerful emotions. Even if you know nothing about this space and you haven't got investments diversified, still throwing too much money into the meme coin space when you're seeing these huge coins rocket, right? So as Solana, you mentioned there, look, this could all blow up and people will start to point fingers when actually they made the decisions and they're the ones who invested. How do you try and regulate that, as in try and calm that down? Or can you not just say, look, we want to pick and choose more how the coins get listed? Or you just have to say, look, this is an open market.
But if I speak as the perspective of Solana, the network, Solana is an open source technology, and anyone in this building, in this city, in the world, can just go and build an application and do whatever they want on it. It's a lot like, AWS has centralized control and permissions, but similar to that, it's a public service, an infrastructure that anyone can just spin up an account and create something. And that's not going to change. That is the philosophy of blockchain. It is an open technology that can be used by anyone. Now, at the level above that is the application layer, right? So you'll have an exchange built on top of that, and they can choose to censor, and they have done. So Pump.fun is like a very good, big example of that, and they recently turned off like live streaming because it became so excessively just like bizarre and some really like not great content was being posted on there. And so they've self-censored there. Which is possible, but by its nature, by its design, at the Solana like blockchain layer, that kind of censorship will not happen.
No, that goes against the very ethos, right, of decentralization. There.
Yeah.
Now we're going to take a short break and come back.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of A Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch The Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Welcome back to the Crypto Radio. We talked about the cycle and super cycles, and some of the people we spoke to think maybe there's a year left of this boom in meme coins, and then, you know, as you were hinting at there, a lot of people will get burnt, lose money, and then we'll move on to something
It's already
else.
happening, by the way. If you just look at the statistics of token launches, there's like tens of thousands every day, I think, and most will not even like reach the threshold of getting promoted to an exchange, and then out of those, like 0.001% will be land in profit. So it's already happening.
So already the glamour is starting to lose its appeal now, and people are starting to maybe get a reality check on the whole meme coin.
Anyone that's been trading like actively has already been experiencing that. I think it's a question of like how deep into the mainstream that awareness is, so that the scale of that impact gets bigger and bigger.
Yeah, but bizarrely at the other end of the spectrum, you're also big on stable coins, which are almost like the complete opposite of meme coins by their very nature, right? Stable coins. So how does that work? You're seeing for stability as well as volatility.
But this is the beauty of this open source technology, is that anyone can be using it. It's the same way that the public roads are open to anyone, and if they choose to ride a go-kart or a camel, it's up to them. So it depends on what the user is trying to achieve. So are you trying to achieve preserve your retirement savings and get a more modest yield, or are you trying to hit the 10,000x? These are all different people. Sometimes the same people, but with a mix of their portfolio in it. But yeah, it is a fascinating world, because you have this like massive spectrum. On one side, you have, say, like Franklin Templeton launching a money market fund on Solana. You have Visa doing back-end USDC international payments reconciliation, right? So like very, very serious money, tenured executives with decades of experience on the line, and like they're placing big bets. And then you have on the other end of that barbell is absolute degeneracy. So it's a fascinating space, but everything is enabled by the same technology ultimately.
Yeah. So everyone, as you say, is free to come and do their own thing, and it's always buyer beware. You as the investor still have to do your research and.
Yeah, we often make the analogy of like blockchains as cities.
Right.
And actually, I see a lot of like Dubai. I see in Solana as well, right? So ease of doing business, for example. So like lowering the friction to, say, launching an application or just making it easier is the same thing as what Dubai does. Like, okay, let's reduce the fees to setting up a LLC, or make it easier, like compliance and tax rules, and like lowering that friction, opening up immigration, for example, all aimed at reducing friction for people to enter the economy and start building things. With that comes people who also love to rent Ferraris and zoom around at 3 a.m. and pop champagne models on yachts, which a lot of people, especially in the mainstream, would find distasteful. Very, very similar kind of thing happens on a blockchain like Solana. You have everything just moves on chain. You have all of humanity, the serious sovereign wealth fund and LP money, all the way down to the Ferrari renting.
The crypto bros and the crypto bling.
Yeah, exactly. You just get the full spectrum. It's humanity, and everything you hate about crypto is just what you hate about humanity.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like a microcosm for sure. And so I also wanted to ask you about these economic zones, because I bumped into someone on a panel a few weeks ago who was telling me about a pop-up Solana economic zone. I think it was in Buenos Aires, and I couldn't quite get my head around quite what these zones are. So hopefully you can just tell us a little bit more about those.
Yeah, so you may have been talking to Farhaj, who was running Forma City, which was the Solana economic zone in Argentina. So they ran that for a month, and it was a physical space where they brought together people from the government, from the Solana industry ecosystem. And I think the overall objective there was really to create awareness about what blockchain technology can do for people, and then doing very concrete actions, for example, for local vendors to start accepting US dollar denominated stable coins as payment, which they love because they don't pay the same very high transaction fees that they would on, a Visa MasterCard terminal. And then they start to realize, oh, well, now I have this crypto holding. I can also earn some yield on that. I've reduced my fees. I can now make international payments for 1/100th of a cent. And then we see that they start to get into the Solana ecosystem and then start building or considering building applications or just interacting more with our technology. You invite in some public policy makers, decision makers into that, and show that there's an enthusiasm and people that have come in from abroad to be there, to be a part of this community, and it starts to also change the perspective from, the government. So how do we incentivize more of these digital nomads to come here? Can we start thinking about better immigration policies? How do we help them set up companies so that they're incentivized to stay here and build? I think a lot of it is actually inspired by how progressive the UAE has been. Here, a lot of these things that I'm mentioning have been policy in Dubai and Abu Dhabi for quite some time. Easier immigration through digital nomad visas, free zones that are specifically targeting crypto companies. So I think UAE has led in a lot of these topics, and the Solana economic zones are one of our efforts to kind of spread that ethos and philosophy into other parts of the world.
Right. Are they permanent zones, or are they pop-ups that just set up for a month to show people in physically how they can, use the technology, and then once they've got adopted or understood, then you move to another city, another country?
So far, that's the model. It's the opportunity to kind of test the waters and see what that looks like. But I think as the idea picks up, and there's been a lot of enthusiasm and people thinking about this concept, I think we'll start to see dedicated zones. So maybe the Argentinian government would say, okay, this sub neighborhood of this city now becomes designated as a free zone, the same way that we have I think we're in Studio City. You have DMCC, DIFC. You might start to see these kinds of Solana dedicated free zones in the future.
Yeah. Okay. And I just want you to get your crystal ball out and tell us now. Obviously, it's a fast-paced industry. So much is happening there. Where do you see the next big thing? Whether it's within your organization or just generally in this space there. Where do you see us headed? Sort of the next 12 months plus.
Yeah, very hard. I think. Well, look, it's the overall crypto industry. I think is cyclical by nature. People have mapped this out, the 4-year cycle of Bitcoin and how it coincides. So we're definitely in a bull run. There's a lot of early euphoria that'll probably taper off in the next 6 to 12 months, and then you'll see some kind of correction, and then things will kind of regress a little bit. This cycle has been a lot about meme coins, and we'll see that energy kind of die off. So anytime there's the kind of cyclical action, there'll be some mania, but then there will be there's elements of that mania, the foundation, that are valuable and will give us lessons for the future and plant the seeds for something more profound later. I think what we're seeing with meme coins is the start of a very, very fundamental shift in capital markets, which is doing away with this old, going public, extremely onerous processes, and only very few elite institutions get to the point where they get to do an IPO and offer shares to the public. That entire system is now blown up because you like literally anyone on the planet that can push a few keys can spin up a token and raise capital. That shift will drive a massive change in venture capital, private equity, global capital markets, which will last for decades to come. And it was not just about cat coins and dog coins. In this cycle was a massive shift in the way that the global economy works.
Yeah, something real, something significant there outside of pets. And then my final question is really, can you name any interesting projects, some exciting projects that have come your way that you think, wow, that's a really good idea, or I really like that concept?
Yeah, there's a bunch. I'll try to keep it relatable to people's day-to-day life. I took a taxi the other night, and on the dashboard was a camera by Hive Mapper. That dash cam was earning that driver roughly $100 a day, something like 350 dirhams, per month, $350 dirhams per month. How is that working? He's getting paid in crypto. He had a wallet on his phone, and he's getting paid for this. So the business model behind it is actually attacking Google Maps. So Google Maps, like Street View, is one of the most expensive APIs in the world. They've collected data from all over the world with these vehicles, right, with like a camera on top, and it's very expensive, very hard to scale. What the Hive Mapper team realized is that you can get a dash cam, give it to every Uber driver in the world, and have them running around the city and mapping out all of this data. Do that for like 1/10 of the cost, but then 10 times faster, and then undercut the Google Maps API, which is a massive cash cow. So it's a win-win. Drivers get to monetize their time. They're driving around anyways. They get paid daily, micropayments, often a meaningful amount, especially in emerging markets. And then the businesses that consume this data also win because they have very up-to-date, recent data that is much cheaper than the current alternative.
Very clever idea. Another one, just that maybe you think worth talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's in the similar space of decentralized physical infrastructure. There's a team in India called Decharge, and electric vehicles are very popular, exploding and growing, especially in cities like Bangalore. The problem is when you need to charge it, and range anxiety, where am I going to do that? So they've created a device that anyone can stick on the side of their apartment, plug into their electrical mains, and they get compensated for sharing their electricity with whoever comes and plugs in for that. So that, again, is that micropayment is happening in a token on the Solana network, and people are, on one side, able to charge their vehicle everywhere for like very low cost, and then the people are compensated for sharing their electricity.
Yeah, both sound like really good ideas, and can save consumers money at the end of the day. How would people find out about these? How would you be able to see these projects and then perhaps get in on these token launches?
So I run demo days in the UAE. I post about these both on LinkedIn and Twitter or X. So it's x.com/superteamae. And we have actually Decharge was one of the prize winners at our demo day about a month ago. So we're often making content about these teams. The Solana account as well on both of these platforms is very active as well.
Yeah, they're very innovative, very smart, and using technology and paying in crypto, or just, as we were saying, that social good, whether it's sustainability, using electricity that other would be wasted, saving money when you're driving around rather than having two cars, mapping and driving people, the same car can do that. So that's what we were talking about, right? That, for good, the side that people often forget, not the greed, the good about crypto and blockchain technology.
Yeah, I think, those are the most relatable ones where it's like, okay, I get it. There's another, Teleport is a Uber, but decentralized version. So you don't have a middleman that's controlling everything. It's more decentralized. So Teleport, that's another good one. But tons of stuff. Also companies that are being built in the UAE as well. Decentralized exchanges, stuff on the more financial side, which is still also, super exciting.
But you're also getting the disruptors, like Uber was seen as the disruptor, and now it's being disrupted, So that's how fast you're seeing blockchain technology can just take any, whether it's Google, the big tech companies, or just someone who's already new and disrupting, can totally be undercut by anybody these days.
Yeah, it's been 15, 20 years almost since the first the Web 2 kind of disruption happened. So we're in another cycle again where this change will happen. And no one's safe. Technology keeps marching ahead and forward. And I think what I love about now is we're in 2024, and this is a lot of what we're talking about now was hyped in previous cycles, like 2017. There's like within the Ethereum ecosystem, there was like ICOs, initial coin offerings, and a lot of them were promising things like this, which it ended up being too early then. Transaction costs were far too expensive. Technology just wasn't ready, or it took more time to actually like implement like hardware like what we're describing, right? But now it's actually happening. The technology is ready. It's feasible. It's economically viable. So yeah, for me, it's also like a very exciting time because we're seeing the promise and sometimes broken promises are finally being
the
fulfilled.
execution. We're now seeing this theory become reality now. As you say, the technology is there, the demand is there. So Alex Scott from Solana Super Team Middle East, thanks for coming in and talking to us at the Crypto Radio.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. For more great interviews and views behind the news, go to thecryptoradio.com for more articles and podcasts.
Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, I'm Thierry, the founder of the Crypto Radio. I have been helping and supporting people on their crypto journeys for many years, and now I'm excited to launch the Crypto Radio, which carries on my mission. We have built a stellar team of media professionals, and we are all excited to launch this unique concept, an online global radio show dedicated to crypto and blockchain. Join us.
The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know. The Crypto Radio. Tune in and feel the glow. Digital coins we grow. All you need to know.
Hi, this is Justin Harper from the Crypto Radio, and I'm happy to talk to Roman Martinez, who is from Bitcoin Beach. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Can you quickly give us an intro as in what Bitcoin Beach actually is?
Yes. So Bitcoin Beach was the first Bitcoin circular economy on the world, and is located in El Salvador, in El Zonte. El Zonte is a small little town. It's a surfer town that we start using Bitcoin there in 2019, and we show and prove how Bitcoin could be a tool, for the local people, and that's also to start becoming, well known as the little town that people were using Bitcoin for daily transactions. We use Bitcoin as a money, and that was in 2019, and people start calling that place Bitcoin Beach because it was on the beach, So it's a beach town. And then in 2021, Bitcoin became a legal tender in El Salvador, and El Salvador became the first Bitcoin country to make Bitcoin a legal tender in El Salvador. And part is because Bitcoin Beach show and proof, that Bitcoin could be a tool for our people, and since that, El Salvador have been attracting like a lot of people from around the world, and everyone that come to El Salvador, of course, want to go and check Bitcoin Beach, right?
So that's the thing people forget, that Bitcoin is not about trading necessarily and holding. It's actually it's a form of money to use to pay for goods and services. And so has it been a hard challenge to get people to say, no, this is the future of money. This is a way of using digital money.
Yes, and more when you come to places like Dubai, right, Abu Dhabi, that probably people here see Bitcoin more as an asset, as a world-class asset, right? But we don't need to forget that Bitcoin is more than that, Bitcoin is a full open source technology. It's a monetary network, it's an open source technology that people can build whatever you can thinking, and for us in El Salvador, Bitcoin is money, it's a legal tender, so that's just like one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, that Bitcoin is a medium of exchange, and once you transact with Bitcoin or you living in a Bitcoin standard, you see that things change, right? You see how a lot of people around the world live have been living excluded from the financial system, that are unbanked, that doesn't have a bank account. That means that they cannot do nothing, since transacting digitally, buying an asset, or just making and receive digital payments is they cannot do it, And Bitcoin, you see, Bitcoin is technology that exists now that allowed everyone around the world to have access to do the things that you guys do here in Dubai, having your bank account, your credit card, and that is something that if we all hold Bitcoin and don't spend Bitcoin, Bitcoin is not playing that role,
Are meant to be held for that, just as an asset, as you say, to be used. So what kind of people and businesses, from like a butcher or a baker, are using Bitcoin now in
You can imagine to live in a Bitcoin standard that is earn, spend, and save in Bitcoin. El Salvador is the first country that made a legal tender. So, and then there are Bitcoin circular economies like Bitcoin Beach that put the works to educate more people, to onboarding more people. And now in El Salvador, you can pay from a surfing lesson, a surfing class, up to buying your property with Bitcoin, and but it's crazy to see this, and a lot of people that live in the first world, like countries like here, like Dubai, probably never imagined being in the beach and buying a beer with Bitcoin.
No, definitely not. So what will it take for more countries and more economies to do what El Salvador has done and use Bitcoin as a form of payment? What's holding them back?
I think eventually many countries will be looking to that, and you see more now that many countries are talking as to put working on a strategic reserve, a Bitcoin strategic reserve, and if you see that El Salvador is starting like acquiring Bitcoin since 2021, every day President Bukele buy one Bitcoin, and that's crazy how we were so early, in adopting this technology, right? And El Salvador already is having benefit from this. So what I think is going to happen is that a lot of countries are just waiting to see results, because Bitcoin is the last evolution of money. So of course it took time, education is key, and a lot of countries don't like to be the first one. Be the first one is the harder, because there is not like a manual that you can read and learning, it's like you gotta build learning and keep building, right? So being the first is hard, but for the second ones it's gonna be more easier. And I think it's just a matter of time that you will see more countries adopting Bitcoin. I don't know as legal tender, but made like clear regulations and kind of like working on having like a clear path for companies to set up, Bitcoin companies that can operate in like without many issues, and those are things that El Salvador is already doing,
Where's the biggest challenge? Is it companies not wanting to use Bitcoin, or is it investors and customers not wanting this potentially volatile currency to use? Where's the biggest challenge in getting people on board?
I think it's just the lack of education in both sides, because both sides can benefit from using this technology, using Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, but it's hard. That's what the media have been pushing.